about love. Darling, I don't live without you and your love. If I had those golden dreams of my yesterday, if I think about you, I think about love. Darling, if I live without you, I live without love. And if I had the sun and moon, and we were shining, night and day, love satisfying. Feel like making, feel like making love. Feel like making love. Feel like making love. Feel like making love to you. destiny is a rising sun. Oh, I was born, 6 gun in my hand, behind a gun, I make my final stand. That's why they call me bad company, and I can't deny bad company till the day I die. Till the day I die. Till the day I die. Rebel souls.
Ladies and gentlemen, you've been waiting, and now it's here. TBSN, the Tony Bruno Sports Network.
Make some noise!
The Tony Bruno Sports Network. Download the app, tell your friends, the game is on. TBSN.
Robin, where's my Vegas music? Give me some damn Elvis. I don't want to. Even though Mike Barra's a Seattle guy, but he doesn't want to hear grunge.
Eddie Money will do, though.
He hates grunge. The grunge era is
I am
over.
so sorry. I don't
That's
know
okay.
what I was thinking.
I mean, we play a little
this
Viva.
is-
Viva Las Vegas is the theme of this week. Is it not? Give me a little Elvis. Come on.
Okay, there we go,
Come
there we
on.
go, there we go.
I just got my second win. We're ready to go the distance.
Bright lights, say they're gonna set my soul on fire.
Anybody can do Elvis. Can you do it, Mike?
No. Well,
Come on, man.
Well, Burn in Love, maybe. Burn in Love. No, I can't.
You don't even have to know the words. Viva Las Vegas! Viva Las Vegas! All right, we're here live here, Radio Row. It's Wednesday. The place is blowing up. You know when Dave Benz shows up and Jess with the champagne. I mean, I can't even get a cup of water, but they have a bottle of Veuve Clicquot, right? Veuve Clicquot.
I know, and they didn't even offer to
And I
share.
didn't even
How
get a-
rude.
What did you do with the? I have to rip Jess, and I have to rip Dave Benz. I'm here. I can't even get a bottle of water, and you sons of bitches are drinking Veuve Clicquot on the air. I know it's your birthday. Does that important? Where did you get the champagne?
She brought it.
From Whole Foods.
From where?
Whole Foods.
Oh, I thought you went to Terrible's across the street there. Yeah.
You got a bottle at Whole Foods for the same cost of a burger here.
You got it at Whole Foods here in Vegas? Where the hell's the Whole Foods? Near the Target?
Miles around the
Okay. And we didn't even get a taste. It's your birthday.
Here, have a
And just a sip for just a second.
I don't care. Happy birthday to me.
Happy birthday, Jess. That's right. We celebrated your birthday in Arizona last year.
Yes, we
It's a coincidence that it's always around the same time of the year, right? Jess Taylor's here, of course, Dave Benz, and the whole gang is here now.
Oh, she's an Aquarius, too. That makes her that's better. You're
Is that bad? I thought Aquarius was a bad sign.
No, Aquarius is a hot sign.
Is it?
Absolutely.
I'm a Gemini, so I don't know what I am.
Oh, wow.
Confused most of the time.
You roasted yourself.
Absolutely. Great job, guys. And, of course, we're here for the rest of the week. The great Angel Martinez back in the co-pilot seat. We got so many people coming in everywhere. But, ladies and gentlemen, a special guest. This is the first time I've actually meeting this man. We've been going back and forth. I've been following. I don't want to call you a conspiracy theorist, Mike.
Well, I will, but
I mean, would you consider yourself a conspiracy theorist?
Well, yeah, because I believe in everyone, all of them. Yeah, well, not all of them, but I mean, yeah, I absolutely. I call myself a born-again conspiracy theorist on my bio. So yeah, absolutely. And the thing is once you become a conspiracy theorist, right, then you you have to proselytize. That's why I'm born again, because I'm going to tell everybody about everything I know that they don't know.
Now, people may know you from, I mean, you've been on, Ancient Aliens.
Yep.
But you're not the guy that says, I'm not saying it's an alien,
Yeah, no.
but it's an alien, right?
No, I am not that guy. I'm the voice of common sense on that show, which is why they kicked me off. Actually, there's other reasons. We're not going to talk about that. But yeah.
Who's the guy with the hair?
That's Giorgio Tsoukalos.
Sucralose, yes. That's
this
bad
was-
for you, though. Too much sucralose. You don't want to have that.
They use Tsoukalos for lube in prison, so no, it's
Exactly.
not.
Well, I mean, I wouldn't know. I only spent one night in jail once. It was a DUI, and they put me in jail, and I said, are you serious? Now I got to go to AA meetings? I literally did. When I moved to California, I'm driving around, and I don't know where I am because I'm on the 5 and I'm on the 405, and I just moved there. And I go up to the Rose Bowl to watch a football game, and then I'm trying to find out where I live. So I get on the freeway, and I'm not driving 15 miles an hour, and this is 23 years ago, so I'm not an old man.
Right.
And I get pulled over, and the cop says to me, you know you're going, I said, I'm trying to find the exit, sir. And he says, get out of the car. And he made me walk the line, and then he made me blow, and I did, but I wasn't over the limit, and the guy was just being a prick. So then he gives me a DUI. They take my car away somewhere,
Wow.
and they put me in jail for the night.
Wow.
So I didn't even have any sucralose after all of that. Then I had to go to AA. I had to go to AA meetings every week in Santa Monica, and I had to get up and say, "I'm Tony. I'm an alcoholic." And then I had to watch Leaving Las Vegas, the most distant, the saddest movie ever made.
And let me guess, they cut Elizabeth Shue's. They cut part of it out, right?
No, they left it all in
Oh,
there.
good. All right.
It was
Well, at least you
depressing.
got that out of
But
it. Right?
Is there camera on Mike too? Because I can't just this camera here is on Angel and me. Is this camera on me? Is Mike Barrow on camera? Okay, I just didn't know, Robin, because I know we've had a lot of people in here.
Because God knows I haven't had enough camera time in my
Exactly.
life.
So
Yeah.
my favorite show that you were on,
Right.
and this is Angel Martinez, who does our nights, another Florida guy.
Rock and roll guy.
I thought you were still in Seattle. I didn't realize you moved here.
Yeah, I moved here in around Labor Day, actually.
Oh, so you're a new resident
I'm
here.
a new resident, and I'm still finding my way around. But the cool thing is everything in this town is 25 minutes away, including, turns out, the Super Bowl. So, wow, I couldn't be happier.
It takes 25 minutes just to get into the security, through the
that's
security
true.
to get here.
Well, 25 minutes to get where you're going to wait for 25 minutes to get a parking spot.
My favorite show is I like the moon landing, the truth behind the moon. Did you ever see that?
I sure did.
And Mike was in there, and he was the guy who was saying that it was a conspiracy, right? Now, did you believe that, or was that just done for theatrical purposes?
Not a word of it. But, here's the thing. They come to me and they said, we're going to give you $50,000 and we're going to put you on TV. And I said, okay, I believe in the moon landing conspiracy. No, I'm really kidding. They did think that I was a believer in it because I have this conspiracy background and I had a TV background, so they knew that about me. But then the thing is that I decided, hey, look, what are we going to get to in the end? And the end was we're going to get to the truth, which is that the moon landing did happen. It was a real thing. And I thought, as long as we get to the truth, I don't care. It's an acting job. I looked at it as an acting job.
Wait a minute, you're blowing your cover here. So people who believed that you believed don't believe now?
But if you'd read my books, you'd already know I didn't believe. But the producer said, obviously, never read my books. TV works funny. You know that. You've been doing TV and stuff.
Absolutely.
It's funny. But the thing about that was that I was okay with it because if you listen to my language, I said, well, the conspiracy community believes that Stanley Kubrick faked the moon landing. I didn't say I believed it. So I tried to keep that level of integrity, right?
The great Mike Barrow, who also hooked me up with ivermectin.
Yes.
When I got COVID, he said, ivermectin, when people were calling it horse dewormer and paste, and you were right. So you may be a conspiracy theorist, but you were right about ivermectin, and all the sons of bitches in the media who kept saying it was horse dewormer, and you guys are crazy. Meanwhile, there was no therapeutic because the government didn't, because the companies didn't make a therapeutic. They just said, take 2 aspirin and call me in the morning.
Yeah, I just had a terrible flu last week, and as soon as I realized what it was, I started taking it, and 3-4 days later, it's all over.
But then you won the 5th race down here at the local track.
That's right. I'm gonna have a horse. I'm gonna name him ivermectin. I'm gonna put him in the Kentucky Derby.
There you go. It'll work.
It's a wonderful medicine that's used safely by billions of people around the world for 20 or 30 years. Nobel Prize winning for its effect on human beings. So don't let them talk you out of that. Go get some. It's an invaluable thing to have in your medical kit.
So, Mike, we've heard that there's Area 54. We've been hearing this for many, many, many years.
51.
51.
Excuse me.
I thought we moved to 54. That's Studio
we're in
54.
Vegas. Well,
And by the way, there were some aliens in that joint because I went to Studio 54 in New York back in the 80s.
Yeah, you know, there was that great song they used to play, that Bee Gees song. What was it called? Nice Beaver? She's got
Night Fever. Night Fever.
Night
Fever. This is not the Blue Show. We're still on in the afternoon.
Okay.
We can work Blue here because I run the network. This is my network.
Well, I heard some cursing before noon, so it's not entirely.
We do whatever we want here.
It's like it's when, the whole theory, it's 5 o'clock somewhere.
Right.
Where it's always noon somewhere, so we were good after that point. But no, we heard this. So Area 51 has been talked about for many, many years. We've heard, obviously, the government conspiracy theorists about, we're not keeping aliens or anything else like that. But it's weird to me that how do we have alien figures, alien bodies, like we know how these things look like if we've never come across them before. And then recently we've heard within the last year that they were going to release all these, UFOs documents and everything else, and yet we've yet to see that.
Yeah.
So is that something that's actually true and they're keeping away from the American people, or is it one of those things you're just going to keep hiding over and over again?
Yeah, they've had wrecked flying saucers and alien bodies, I think, probably since at the very latest, the early 1940s. There was the Cape Girardeau crash in 1942, where there were bodies and there were multiple witnesses. A local priest, reverend, basically did last rites over these dead bodies and drew them up, and they were the standard gray aliens. And then, of course, you had the Roswell incident, which I think is pretty well documented at this point, and wasn't crash test dummies. So we have this stuff. And then, my favorite thing, Tony, is the Jackie Gleason story. You ever heard that?
No.
One? Jackie
Gleason was an alien?
Jackie Gleason was an alien. Nixon was vacationing with him in Florida, right? They were vacationing in '72, and Jackie Gleason asked him during the round of golf, he said, what about UFOs and aliens? Because Jackie was totally into it. And that night, Nixon knocks on his door about 8 or 9 o'clock, says, come with me. They go out in a car driven by Nixon, no Secret Service, nothing.
Way.
Drive to Homestead, I think it was, Air Force Base, takes him into a warehouse, takes him into a cool storage locker, opens it up, and according to Jackie's widow, shows him the alien bodies.
Wow.
Shows him the little, where at first he thought they were kids, but no, they were these little.
Did he say, and away we go?
Well, and then, what's interesting, what happened right after that, Tony? Do you remember what happened after that? Nixon got impeached. Interesting.
Wow.
Interesting
So if Joe Biden says, I believe in aliens and I have evidence that Taylor Swift went to Area 51 and I showed her the bodies, will he get impeached?
I hope so. That would be my plan. And
That's a good way to take him out.
She's definitely got some alien DNA in her. There's no way around that. I mean, she's absolutely got some alien DNA. And we'll ask Travis about that. Let's get Travis Kelly. Where's Kelsey?
Where is he?
Yeah, where is Travis?
He might be a little bit busy right now, somewhere on the other side. I mean, he was over there with Ron Gronkowski getting ready to kick Destiny kick number 2.
Because, these guys don't have enough. I love the old, when's money, when is it enough money? Rob Gronkowski's going to keep taking money because they keep offering it to him.
Yep.
He's a hot property right now, right? That's how it works.
Maybe the greatest tight end of all time. He should be taking it. I mean, when is it whose right is it to decide when I have enough money or when you have enough money, right?
Nobody at all.
This is America.
I'm wondering the other thing, too, is because obviously we keep hearing about the JFK files are going to be released, and they keep ducking and diving, the whole thing that they don't want to bring it out. Someone else is going to come, they're going to sign it, they're going to, put it away for another 17 years. Yeah. Basically, for all of us who were born during the era to make sure that we never find out the exact truth.
Right.
To me, I find it, I don't care how much they say about the Marine, that he had a great shot. I still believe there was 2 people, if anything.
You are correct. I actually have a book about this, Ancient Aliens and JFK, where I go over some of the documents that Trump released in 2017 that match up with other documents that have been around for years. And I agree with you. It's actually, I think it's Lee Harvey Oswald in the 6th floor window, and it's J.D. Tippett, the Dallas police officer, on the grassy knoll behind the picket fence. I've stood in that spot. I've seen where the X is, where he was hit. I could have made that shot, much less a police sharpshooter with military experience, which Tippett was. And the question then becomes who's behind this and why. And Kennedy there are several documents that appear to be authentic that show that Kennedy was briefed on aliens and Roswell and stuff back in the 40s and 50s. Plus, he was family friends with James Forrestal, who was the first Secretary of Defense of the United States,
right,
and close friend of the Roosevelts, and knew all this alien stuff. And they were all part of this committee called Majestic 12 or MJ12, which was above CIA. So when people say CIA killed Kennedy, well, on the orders of MJ12, Allen Dulles. And we actually have the document where it says, look, this guy, Kennedy, he's talking about going to the moon with the Russians. And if they do that, they're going to find alien technology, which means the Russians are going to have alien technology. And we can't let that happen. That memo's 10 days before they assassinated President Kennedy. And it basically says, from Dulles to everybody else on the committee, hey, we got to decide about this right now. And that's, I think, exactly what happened.
The great Mike Barra, ladies and gentlemen. Not a conspiracy theorist.
No, not me.
But a man who's written, how many books have you written?
I've written 8 books at this point, and covering all kinds of subjects, and from the moon and Mars and what's on them, and NASA not being truthful about stuff, and Kennedy assassination, which is the thing I'm probably the most passionate about.
Speaking about the Kennedy assassination, the dumbest question ever asked at a Super Bowl was asked yesterday. Brock Purdy was up there. I got to find it.
Okay.
Pete Sheppard played it this morning, and I cannot believe that somebody in the media actually asked the question, Brock Purdy, do people tell? Oh, he said there's a rumor going around the internet that you look just like Lee Harvey Oswald.
Oh.
Now here's a 20-something kid, right? I mean, you think he even knows who Lee Harvey Oswald is?
No.
And who's saying that he looks like Lee Harvey Oswald?
Yeah.
Would you ever ask an NFL player?
No.
Did anybody tell you look like Lee Harvey Oswald?
Well, there's a lot of doppelgangers out there. I'm thinking I'm going to write a book called Doppelgangers. If you look at a lot of people, you can clearly tell they're related. You can clearly tell that Chelsea Clinton is the daughter of Webb Hubbell, not Bill Clinton. That could not be more obvious. And Angela Merkel and Adolf Hitler, and it just goes on and on, right? But that's crazy. That's crazy. And Brock Purdy, poor guy, he's played great. You got to give him so much credit for how well he's played.
Absolutely.
And to sort of hit him with something stupid like that.
And now you're a 49er hater because you grew up in Seattle,
yes,
right?
I'm a Seahawks
So you're
fan.
not rooting for the 49ers, right?
No, I'm not, because I don't want to have to deal with taking a bunch of crap from them for a year. Oh, we finally got our 6, and it's like, the quest for 6 points. When they used to play the Seahawks, we used to tease them about the quest for 6 points. But I think the Chiefs are going to win anyway, so I'm not really too concerned about it. Let's face it, 49ers shouldn't be here. They should have lost to the Packers, and they really should have lost to the Lions. Exactly. So they have issues, they have some deficiencies, and I think the Chiefs are going to exploit those. Not that anybody asked what I thought about the football game, but...
Now, what do you think about the football game? Who do you like? Now, you have to be impartial. You can't use a conspiracy theory. You mentioned you lived in Seattle. Yeah, I know,
right.
And Pete Carroll did some things. He did some great things.
He did.
But then that Super Bowl, and that's something that stings when you have a game that you should have won, and your coach is a legendary guy at USC and in the NFL.
Right.
And then this happens.
Well, we've been to 3 Super Bowls. We should be 3-0. We won one of them. We got one. How can I put this not too conspiratorially, taken away from us, and then we gave one away, and it's the one you gave away that sticks with you. And the worst thing about that was Pete, as I understand it, when I found out Pete never addressed that with the players.
Yeah.
He never said, we lost you that game, the coaches, because of the stupid play call we made. That's when I think he lost the locker room, and that's when they sort of missed their chance to win another Super Bowl after that. Although that 2016 team, I think it was more injuries than anything else. They beat both the Falcons and the Patriots that year. Yeah, 28-3. Remember, I think we were talking on Twitter, on one of my old Twitter accounts.
Exactly.
I love the Falcons. I thought they were going to win, and then they just failed.
They should have, just like the Lions. But give the coaches making adjustments. Andy Reid made adjustments, and he found a way to win 2 games on the road, right? And then the 49ers were getting smoked, and they made the adjustments. Yeah. And so that's what it's all about.
Yeah. Well, Dan Campbell helped him a lot. Is that his name? He helped him a lot in that championship game. But I'm not saying the 49ers aren't good. Christian McCaffrey, I think, ought to be the MVP.
Absolutely. And we'll find out Thursday night.
Yeah. Is it Thursday or Saturday?
Yeah, no, it's Thursday night NFL Honors.
Okay.
And he's the only non-quarterback in the running.
Right.
And the most amazing part is that Patrick Mahomes is not one of the finalists because his regular season was not an MVP season.
Yeah, he didn't have that great a year. In fact, if you look at it statistically up to the games where Russell got benched, Russell Wilson outplayed him in pretty much every category. And everybody's saying Russ is trash. So, he didn't have a great year. I think it's got to go to the best player. And the one player that I covet right now in the league that I'd love to have on the Seahawks is McCaffrey.
Absolutely. He was the difference maker. I mean, as good as they are, when they got him from Carolina, that pretty much put them in the elite Super Bowl because he's the best running back in the NFL. And there's not even a close second.
Yeah.
That's
Saquon. I heard Saquon threw down the gauntlet and said he was going to come after him. I'm like, good luck with that, Saquon.
Exactly.
You're good, but I don't think he's.
So you're taking the Kansas City. Are you betting because you're here in Vegas? So you got to bet.
I haven't bet yet, but I will. I'm waiting for the line to stabilize. I think it's going to be about 34-24 the Chiefs. I think they.
So you like the over then?
I do, and I think that Mahomes, because I don't think the Niners defense is that great, especially on the run. And as much as I'm not on the Mahomes GOAT bandwagon like other people are, I do think he's gonna pull through and be the difference.
All right, Robin's giving me the wrap up, which means that you have to hate Robin, not me.
I love Robin. Robin is awesome.
She's all right.
You're lucky to have her. You're engaged. That's amazing.
I know, but she's a pain in the ass,
Well,
it's my network.
Yeah.
I don't like being bum rushed.
You just think
we have another guest coming up, and he's waiting there patiently. And now Robin's like mad at me, and now she's mad at you.
Can I mention one thing before we go?
Absolutely.
I'd love everybody to go to MikeBarraPets.com. It's BARA, just one R.
BARA Pets?
MIKE BARA Pets.
Pets? Like an animal pets?
Yes, an animal pets. There's wonderful products there for your dogs, your cats, your horses, and for humans. Mushroom-based, all natural stuff. And I've been giving my dog these dog treats, and he's turned into a puppy again. And same thing with people that really helped me through my flu last week. Great products. Go check out the website.
Mike Barra
Pets.
Barra, B-A-R-A, one R. You leave the last R for whatever.
Yeah.
Pets.com. Mike, great to see you, man. Really appreciate it. I thought you were flying in from Seattle to be here.
No,
you live here in Vegas.
I just drove down here in my Volkswagen. So
beautiful. Did you get parking?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, absolutely.
It's like, what, $100 an hour?
Well,
what do they charge
probably, I don't know. But it's worth it to meet you finally and say hi.
Thank you, Mike. Well, I've been a big fan. We go back and forth all the time.
Alex.
I lost my, that's the great Angel. Angel Martinez.
Yeah, Angel.
Because we are DEI company here. You know what I mean?
Okay,
it's not just a bunch of white guys. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I have freckles. Does that count?
I knew I got hired for some reason.
Mike Barra, put your hands together. Can you bring up my machine? Because I got to give Mike a roaring round of applause. There it is.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mike. Take care, buddy. We'll see you around.
Right.
You're roaming around here, right? You see all the people?
I'm not leaving.
All right, good. Stick around. I like it. Can you believe it? Mike Barra, a conspiracy theorist from Ancient Aliens, on the mic with Broad Street Southpod and Tony Bruno on Radio Row.
There you go.
I don't think he minds being called a conspiracy theorist. Some people like that.
I don't think so either.
I'm not a conspiracy theorist. I don't believe this whole Taylor Swift thing. Conspiracy theory. Ridiculous. Ladies and gentlemen, joining us right now, as we get more deep, as we delve deeper into the world of sports and entertainment, and the gentleman joining us right now is Patrick Freeman. Patrick Freeman, a writer. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And I understand that you know a little bit about my history.
Oh, you're one of the finest in the industry.
Now, are you saying that because you wanted to get on the show?
No.
I appreciate it.
No, I've listened to you for years. You have really been a trendsetter in this industry.
Well, I really
one
appreciate
of the best.
that means a lot. No, seriously, and that's why I love coming out every year, because I get to see the people that I already know. And like Mike Barra and I have been going back and forth for years on social media, but this is the first time I met him. And a lot of the other people I see every year, so it's like a reunion. It's like, when you go to your, people don't do it every year, but this is like an annual reunion of all the people I've ever worked with or all the people that I respect, and likewise in media. And it's a fun week. A week curing cancer here? No. So why are we here, though? Why are we here, Patrick?
Well, the Super Bowl within itself is probably the biggest sporting event in the country. And each year here on Radio Row, you get to do these things and talk about the culmination of the NFL fiscal year. And that's why I wrote the book, Maximizing the Opportunity of the Big Game. Really talks about how you can maximize this opportunity on Radio Row in the entire week.
So you can't call it the Super Bowl because then you would be, the NFL would shut it down.
Oh, yes,
and then have the books all burned right in the middle of the Bellagio fountain and then throw all the ashes in.
Exactly.
Why can't you say maximizing the Super Bowl?
No, we can't do that.
Then you had to check, right? I mean, you had to check. But you're not allowed to do that. I mean, even here in the casinos, it says, come watch the big game. Because if you're not a licensed member of the crew, you know, DraftKings is an official sponsor. You got to be an official partner. Now, we can call it the Super Bowl, but we're not making money on the Super Bowl. Right. We're helping the NFL make money by talking about the Super Bowl. Like they need more money. Where's my money, Roger Goodell? Bring me my damn money now. So now this isn't your first rodeo or Super Bowl, right?
No, this is number 24.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, this is number
I'm the exact, I'm 42, so you get 24 and you reverse it. Then it's 42, 24 is still a long time.
Yes, indeed. You learn a lot each year. And my first years, I struggled a little bit. But that's what the book is about, to help younger people that are interested in broadcasting learn how to maximize this week to the full potential.
Now, we have a young broadcaster here. He's a man who is a sports fan from Philly. He started doing a podcast down in Florida in the Tampa Bay area called Broad Street South, because there's a lot of Philly fans all over the country. And, you know, if you watch sports, the Eagles fans travel well, the Steelers, you know, Yankee fans in baseball, Mets fans, Phillies fans. But in football, you got the Steelers, right? You got the Eagle fans that travel well. Who else?
Green Bay.
The Green Bay Packers are everywhere. And so it's not just you have to be from a certain city to root for a certain team. The whole country, small towns like Green Bay, Kansas City's not exactly a huge town.
Right.
And the fact that everybody can come together and realize it doesn't matter where you're from, it doesn't matter what city you root for. You know, this is the culmination of a lot of hard work from a lot of people and a lot of easy work for us to come here and eat and drink and talk about the game.
Absolutely. And you understand that. I also talk about how much money is made during this week. Most people don't understand that this week will probably bring in over $2 billion to this regional area. When I first started, you know, that number was a lot smaller.
Just in the concession, just here in the food court, they're bringing in $1 billion.
Absolutely.
You sure are. You're not kidding about that one.
Yeah.
Good Lord.
$53 for a pizza, man.
Unbelievable.
We're talking about pizza. Pizza,
about
man. Not a game. Pizza.
Exactly.
And if you're staying in the hotels like us, they're charging us a resort fee like we have time.
Yeah, I don't even know where the pool is. And by the way, it's cold. The pool's empty. Why am I paying to go into a pool when the water's like 10 degrees?
Right.
Not only that, Patrick, we have not seen the sun yet since Saturday.
Today, though, I heard it's out today.
Yeah,
There's a report. We have breaking news. The sun has come out. Today, even though we came in darkness at 5 a.m., the report is after how many consecutive days? Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. 4 consecutive days of misty, cold rain. The sun has come out tomorrow. Bet your bottom dollar that tomorrow more people will show up, and then guys like Bruce Murray on Sirius XM will be thrown the hell out of here where he should be thrown out. See, that's what I can do. I can rip my friends that walk by, and they know I love them. They know, because this is what it's all about, man. It's about love, right, Angel?
Exactly.
Absolutely.
Speaking of, there's an Australian that you know.
Oh, now we got international flavor coming to the show.
Sure do.
That's not fake, because people say "good day, mate" and shrimp on the Barbie, and they don't even know where Australia is on a map.
Exactly.
But so now, how can we get this book? Because I want to know. Now, obviously, we don't know the totals until the week is over, but we can estimate based on the hotel rooms, based on the ticket prices that change every year.
Right.
And you would think the Kansas City Chiefs fans, it must be rich, because they've been coming to Super Bowls, and I don't know how these people get all this money where they can come every single year to support their team, because there's a lot of money out there. Even though people are struggling, you know, you got to have money to come here. You can't come here with a family and get tickets and hotel rooms, you know, for less than losing like $5,000, if maybe even more than that, depending on, if you're a season ticket holder, you won a lottery. I mean, do you have an approximate retail price of what it would cost for, like, say, two people? Say a couple comes, big fans of one of the teams, and they wanted to stay here, and they're not coming, Saturday to the following Monday. They're usually coming in Wednesday, maybe Thursday. Some come Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and leave Monday. Have you broken that down?
No, I haven't broken down those exact numbers, but that will be included in the book as we look at it. We're going to put the most recent numbers in there so people can look at that also. But like you said, it's very, very expensive. The average person just cannot afford to do these things anymore.
Yeah.
Well, and every year, too, Patrick, it keeps going up and up. Now, we know this one obviously being the biggest one. First one here in Vegas, which I'm pretty sure is not going to be the last.
Right.
So they had to do everything bigger. Although it seems like, and listen, we just had not a conspiracy theorist in here, but you look at it as well, the prices to me have been well overinflated, and that's just to make, the money back. So even to the point where a couple of nights ago, Tony went to go get some food at a restaurant that was supposed to open until 8 and shut down by 6:30 because we were running out of food.
Right.
So the prices that people are paying for, even if you're a fan, let's just say it's your first Super Bowl, even though it'll be a third one now for KC, or a fourth one because they lost one. But even if you come down, you saved all your money, even by the time you buy your ticket, you're broke.
Absolutely. The prices are just astronomical. And I think people will find that in the book about the economics of the NFL. We also talk about, I'm also the head person for Erie County looking at that data in Western New York because, they're building a new stadium.
Right, and, for the Bills,
I just got that position, but I don't think I'll have a lot of that information in the book. But these are things that I think people, when they see it, they'll start thinking that this is a big business.
Right.
And when we first started, they weren't talking about these things. There would have never been a Super Bowl in Las Vegas, yet alone the rise of FanDuel, DraftKings, they always stayed away from that. But
and now they embrace it. And now this is what it is.
Yes,
Everybody's talking about gambling. There's a billion gambling apps. And, and that's what people want. We play lottery every week. People are spending their weekly pay playing lottery or playing slot machine. So gambling is there, and there's a lot of people talking about gambling problem. But the one good thing about the online apps is you can't bet what you don't have.
Right.
You have to have money in an account. Unlike the old days when you called Nunzio, they say, "Hey, I'm good for it this week," and then you're down 1,000, and then you got to say, "Well, let me try to make it back with let's double or nothing. Let's do some baseball parlays where I'm laying $220 to win 100, or $2,000 on what you think is a lock because the pitcher's going to win, and then he goes out, and before you know it, you're down $4,000 or $5,000, and they're not going to cut you slack. You're not going to pay 2.3% interest. You're going to get crushed, just like your credit card, 20%, 22% interest. And that's the good thing about the legal gambling is that you can't bet what you don't have.
Exactly. And once you get in the hole, you realize it right away.
Yeah.
And it's amazing to see this transfer to the NFL. They were so anti-gambling just 20 years ago, but then you started noticing the acceptance into gambling into the sport.
Now, I see this article in the Buffalo News where you were featured in it about the panel aims to, the inclusivity, which we want in every place. But the Pegula family is one of the richest in the country.
Yes, indeed.
Now, because the biggest complaint from people in cities is like, why do I have to pay for somebody's sports? In Arizona, they put it on the rental car taxes, and they jack it up so you go to Arizona, you're helping to pay for the facilities they're building. What's the story in Buffalo? The Pegulas are putting a lot of their own money up, right?
No.
They're not?
No, they're not.
Well, that's what happens. You're rich. Why do I have to? That's why the NFL can charge. You know how you know when they're charging too much? When people stop paying it. When people refuse to come. As long as people are coming and paying it, they'll just keep jacking it up.
Yeah, it's still on the taxpayer. The taxpayers are still footing the majority of the bill. And in Erie County, they came up with a way to spread around the opportunities for everybody. So we're supposed to look at that data and try to make sure everybody gets an opportunity at a payback on the taxpayer's investment. So it's a good thing. Whether it works or not, we'll see.
Well, Patrick, it was an honor meeting you, man. I appreciate it. And this is stuff, this is what people want to talk about. And we talk about the game all week. How many days can you talk about the game without just saying, what do you like? So the bottom line is, people want to know. These are the things. How much are the tickets? How much are hotels? And you do a good job here. The book is called Maximizing the Big Game. Don't call it the Super Bowl.
I can't do that.
Call it the big game. Patrick, it's great meeting you, man. Appreciate it.
Great meeting you, too. You are one of the finest I've ever met in this field.
Well,
and I tell you influenced me a lot, and I appreciate your great work over the years.
Well, thank you,
Thanks
man.
for having me.
It's a labor of love, man, and I appreciate you doing all this work to get the word out there, man. That's what people want to know. That's what people want to know. That they know about the game. They're going to make their picks on the game. They want to know how much tickets are costing. They want to know how much a pizza is, and it's $54 for a pizza right here in the food court. When was the last time I can go to Italy and fly back and not pay $53 for a pizza? It's an outrage.
Sure is.
But people will do it, and when they do it, they won't lower the price. Anyway.
But the problem is, Tony, as we're getting our next guest comes in, how much are we going to continue to pay for all these items? And then every year the Super Bowl says, well, if they paid $23 for a hamburger, how about next year we make it $30?
Exactly. It's an outrage.
It is.
Meanwhile, thank you, Patrick. And now we're in that, once again, we're in that busy part of the afternoon. You know, we started at 5 o'clock this morning, and now we're getting into the afternoon hours here on the West Coast in the Pacific time zone. And the guests just keep on coming. So many great people stopping by. Let's bring the folks over here, because we got Randy Grimes, we got Bobby Williams, and we got Mariel Hemingway coming up.
She's not doing the interview part.
She's just watching?
Yep.
Okay. I wanted to meet Mariel Hemingway. Come on, man. What's that?
Who just watches?
Who just watches a radio interview? I love Mariel Hemingway. Randy Grimes, and of course Bobby Williams, actor, stuntman. Now, did you jump off the Stratosphere Tower yet? That's a controlled drop, though, man. I mean, nobody's going to die unless the rope, and it doesn't break, right?
I've done Devil's Tower.
Devil's Tower? Yeah, this has to go. I don't know why. Who turned this damn thing around?
Actually,
I see. There it is.
Yeah.
There you go. Wait, you're a stuntman and you couldn't figure out that the thing was backwards?
I was going to have to step in there.
I'm not a tech guy. I'm outside.
Now, Randy, this is what, your 15th year? This is my 42nd.
Wow. Radio Row's been going on that long?
Why do you think I have the crown right there? I have been declared the king of Radio Row.
I'm so sorry.
And I want my loyal followers to understand and bow and kneel before the king.
How's that working out?
Not good. I mean, if King Charles, unfortunately can't make it,
well,
I'm ready to step in and become a royal pain in the ass like the rest of the royal family. You know what I mean?
Successfully could do that.
Now, of course, everybody knows you played in the NFL, Tampa Bay. Even Angel, who lives in the Tampa Bay area, but he's an Eagle fan. You know about the greatness of Randy Grimes and all the
creamsicle. He's got to be a creamsicle guy.
Yeah, I like that they actually brought it back.
Yeah, you're right.
And I think a lot of the fans were really interested to see if they were going to do it or not. And I know the NFL, it takes time for them to do so, but the jersey sellout they had this year, I think it was faster than what Tampa Bay even thought of. And that was a great thing, because then what happens is when you have the authentic official jersey, then you have the counterfeits that were hitting the street as well.
Well, that's always going to happen.
Yeah, but it's a great time, though, because you guys, when you guys played, that was the big thing in Tampa. Then, of course, last season or season before last, they changed it, the color scheme of the uniforms. But I like the throwback to Tampa because it means a lot for those who are in the Bay Area that started with the Buccaneers. And I think even with Ray J, great place. They made some great amenities as far as the replenish them, the rebuild of it, but they also talked about as well possibly having a new stadium. Mm-hmm. So you being a part of it years ago, does it? I know for us as Philly fans, when we lost a vet, it was like we lost a big part of history.
Right.
If Ray J goes away, how much does that take away from the original athletes that played for the Buccaneers?
Well, it's kind of like when we lost the sombrero,
Yep.
Talking about Ray J going away, that's what a great stadium with a pirate ship,
Yep.
and cannons and everything else. Why would they even consider taking that away and redoing all that? It's all money, It's all generated by ticket sales and boxes. I hated that we lost the sombrero, but that was an old stadium.
Yeah.
It was outdated. That was like going into the vet.
Yeah. Yeah.
It was like going into the old Soldier Stadium, you know.
But those cookie cutters of the 70s, is Cincinnati, Philly, Pittsburgh, you know, those were the multi-purpose facilities. And then things changed, and we have now, you know, these facilities are Candlestick. All those old places are pretty much gone. And so that's what you got to do. And you mentioned about the uniforms. The reason they're bringing all these back is because people will buy them. They used to not put out, and now they have like 16 alternate jerseys for every team, right?
And helmets.
And helmets and everything else.
What are teams spending, you know, with Nike?
Now, you guys are obviously now Bobby, your partner is Marielle Hemingway, even though she doesn't even want to look at me.
Where is she? Where's Marielle?
Where's Marielle?
We're talking to me.
She's talking to somebody else over
wow.
there. Doesn't she realize?
She was supposed to be in on this.
Doesn't she realize that you're on an international show that's
there
being
she is.
heard?
Look, she's eating an apple sitting on the
eating
table.
An apple.
Come
I mean,
on
I know
over
it's
here.
healthy.
She's walking over now.
I know it's healthy to eat an apple. Do we still believe an apple a day keeps the dentist or doctor away?
100%.
Are you sure? Isn't there too much
look,
sugar
she's
in
got
an
the
apple?
apple. Walk around. Come on over here.
Come on, Marielle. I mean,
got unseated.
This is your guy here. You guys are talking about some of the unbelievable stuff that you guys are doing. Marielle Hemingway, come on in and come on down. You're the next contestant here on the Tony Bruno Sports.
You know,
Now, is that a Golden Delicious?
No, it's a Fiji.
A Fiji.
Oh, Fiji, yeah.
A Fiji, Fuji?
They're a little sour, though, right? The Fijis?
Not at all.
Give him
my butt.
Give him a bite. Give him a bite.
No. You don't know where I've been. Anyway, so now, you know.
We know where you're going.
Well, now, Randy, of course, we know him as a player and obviously at Tampa Bay. I mean, Mike Allstott. I know all those guys. They were great teams. And your coach back in the beginning, remember the early years?
Which one?
Well,
I had
the
five
one who
of
said, what do you think, when somebody said, what do you think about your team's execution? He said, I
all for
highly recommend it. Yeah. And that was the great John McKay back in the day.
Right.
But now, Bobby, you and Marielle are, you know, partners, and you got this thing going because you're doing stunt, you're doing health. Now, Marielle doesn't do that stuff. You don't dive and do all that crazy stuff, do you?
Of course I do.
You climb Mount Everest? Did you guys climb Mount Everest?
No, I don't climb Mount Everest. But I grew up in the mountains, so that's good enough for me.
So tell us about what this Stratosphere ATC is, the company that you were in charge.
Stratosphere ATC, hypobaric, not to be mistaken with hyper.
So I know hyperbaric, where you get in an oxygen tent and it helps stimulate the muscles.
So hyper is they put you below, they push you down and push oxygen into the tissues. Hypo is I'm taking you up in elevation. We're at 2,500 feet here in Vegas. We take off from here. I can take you to Everest. Real pressure changes, real temperature changes, and back in 60 seconds.
Wow.
So it's this.
Will my heart explode?
No, it will not.
No,
Your heart will get stronger.
Will my head explode?
Yes, your head will definitely explode.
I can do that.
Yeah, exploding heads is what we do. So, this is why Randy's on the show. He loves the exploding head.
My head's been exploding every night after we start at 5 and work till 7, and then we have a couple cocktails, and it costs you $200 for a round of drinks, and then you go to bed, and then you get up and start the next day all over again.
We're going to have to take care of that for you. We're going to give you a break in the middle of the day. We'll take you to lunch today. So back to...
we work till 7. I don't get a break.
Oh, you know, you're getting a break.
I'm doing like 18 hours a day.
Marielle Hemingway's here. She's getting you out.
But you see, look at the energy I have. I got up at 4:30 this morning, went to bed at 1. I was up at 4:30, and I'm almost 72, and I'm not a symbol of health. But, you know, you walk around, you stay active. You know, walking is through security here.
That takes a couple of days.
It's like 1,000 steps a day. And if you go out and try to come back in, they make you go all the
way out again.
Go through security.
And you say, I'm the same guy. Yeah, but you need to go back around.
I know. This is a clean zone. I just went to the food court to get a damn $53 pizza. Where do you think I went? We don't know where you went. I said, it's right there. Watch me. You watch me just walk out and get food and come back in here.
You sure you don't do comedy?
No, this is not. This is a tragedy, not comedy. 42 years, and this is what's happened. I can't even go out and get a slice of pizza for $15. I want to, because I'm into the health stuff.
Okay, so ready for Stratosphere? This is what it does.
Not the Stratosphere Tower.
No, Stratosphere ETC, altitude training, and it's a chamber. So you go up and down an elevation quickly. You can use a VersaClimber, a bicycle, a rowing machine, a treadmill. You can also sedentarily sit there and still get cellular exercise. It stimulates and increases VO2 max, erythroprotein, which is EPO. That's blood doping. That's what
Lance Armstrong. Erythromycin, though. I had some of that before.
No, none of that. None of that. This increases all oxygen in the blood, raises your testosterone level.
Well, my
I don't
T
think you
is
need
high.
any
I don't
of that.
have low T.
You don't need any of
Robin, do I have low T?
She's shaking her head.
Robin, do I
that.
have low
She
T?
just said yes.
He's talking about raising my testosterone. I thought Frank Thomas was telling me how to raise my. And guys, she'll like it too. Remember at the end of that with Frank Thomas, the big hurt. One of the things about me, I mean, I love what I do. I've been doing this over 50 years, but I love to have fun because we're not talking about curing cancer. We're talking about health and fitness, right? And sports. That's why we're here, right?
But we are talking about curing cancer.
A little bit of that is in there.
Just in case.
Wait, do you guarantee that I'll never get cancer?
Well, no. We're saying that this is going to help cure Alzheimer's,
right?
Diabetes. We're looking at heart disease and a whole bunch of other things. We work with the Mayo Clinic on this. We've been in studies for about 6 years. The astronauts and fighter pilots use this type of technology, have been using it for decades. And I came up with an idea with Marielle, with Dr. Bruce Johnson at Mayo to get this out to public. It helps with recovery as well in a very big way. We've been talking to Randy about this. This is where he came in, got involved about recovery mentally, PTSD and concussions and those types of things that'll help protect the brain and create a barrier so that the brain doesn't get hit around as much by using the chamber. So there's some really big upsides to this new tech.
And to be clear, we're not talking about cures. We're talking about what it will do is get rid of inflammation because
exactly that's what it's all about.
But inflammation is the cause of most every disease that happens.
You're absolutely right, and people don't realize that. I mean, inflammation is cause every pain in your body, arthritis, everything else. It's inflamed muscles, tendons,
Tissues,
right? Tissues, everything.
In the brain, the cells, everything. So anyway, that's that.
So now, do I have to get a chamber now?
Yes.
I come to you. Can you install? Because I live in Southwest Florida in Fort Myers. Can I have one installed when I get back? So are you selling these units for home use?
So we start out just like anything else. It starts out, it's expensive, and it goes through some regulations called PVHO, Pressure Vessel for Human Occupancy, American Standard Mechanical Engineering, that's ASME. So our first bunch of chambers, one's going at the UFC in the Apex Center.
Oh, beautiful.
We're going to get some from professional sports teams. Randy's talking to people in Texas. We have some ideas of where we're going to put it in Florida as well. But we start out with NASA, the military, the responders, the soldiers, the professional sports teams, the Division I, wellness centers of excellence, hospitals for more and more research to get deeper and deeper into helping heal people. And as we grow, we're going to be making, Meryl and I are already, working on the engineering of making a home version. So
I need a home
that
version.
everybody, that
I have
everybody
a home
can
version
have
of all the game shows. When they say get the home version of the dating game, the match game. I want to get one of those, those long mics like they use on, like Gene Rayburn on The Price is Right on Match Game. Remember?
Old school.
I mean, I'm old school. You know what I mean?
I know we are too.
Are you old school?
We are. We're not. Both of us are in our 60s, so we're right behind you. We're right behind you.
I'm 71. I'm going to be 72 soon. But I have energy. The good thing is, when I wake up, all I need is 1 cup of coffee. And I'm ready to go 12, 15, 18 hours a day.
Nice.
Meryl does a cup of coffee.
My biggest problem is going to sleep at night.
Don't brag.
To shut it.
I've never had a cup of coffee, by the way.
Really?
Not one.
And I don't need it. It's just, because
you
when
definitely
wake
don't
up,
need it.
I need a little caffeine. I don't need any drugs or alcohol or that's at night. But my biggest problem is going to sleep, not waking up. And that's a lot of people. You go down, you sleep, you work all day, you're talking to a lot of people, having fun, and then when you go to sleep at night, you can't shut the brain off.
Right.
And I think a lot of people are in that boat, right?
Yeah.
We exhaust ourselves so we earn our sleep. 9 hours last night for me. I'm just saying.
No, we've been getting 4 or 5 hours. This is a once a year thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
I got to get 8 hours. I try to get 7, 8 hours, but
that's
when we're
good.
getting 4 hours, we're back up at 4:30 a.m. and we're here at 5, and we're not done till 7 tonight.
We're complaining that we're doing 5 hours of interviews.
Yeah, and you're over there sitting eating an apple, and you didn't even want to come on the show. It's an outrage.
We got her on the show.
Respect.
We pulled her in.
I feel like Rodney Dangerfield here.
No respect
at all. I'll tell you, Mariel Hemingway was here. No respect at all. Jesus.
I totally respect you.
So how do we get in for it? So you go to Pro Athletics?
No,
that's in recovery?
Stratosphere.
StratosphereATC.com.
StratosphereATC.com.
Yep,
Yes.
we just put up a landing page with videos of us doing stuff.
Do I see you going in the chambers and stuff?
Yeah. Meryl's in the chamber as well, working
So is
out.
it a chamber that moves, or is it you move?
No.
Because when you move, I move just like that.
The air moves, or you can be exercising, but it's not. Nothing's moving.
Oh, so I don't really get to go all the way up to the ceiling and come down
but
like.
You feel like you are.
Okay.
Oh yeah, you do.
You do, and as you come down, you feel like a drop. It's very cool.
Because Bill Romanowski, the former football player, who's had major concussions, he had a hyperbaric chamber put in his home, which is oxygen,
right?
Yes.
And it helped him with his concussions and CTE.
Too much of it, you got to be careful. Too much of that, blindness and bone death.
But no, it really helped Bill. Oh, look at that! It looks
It
like a
helps with
space capsule.
Yeah, it's amazing.
I'm going to show you a picture, but you can't say the name.
Okay.
I just want to show you the caliber of what's going on in there.
Oh, I think I know that guy.
Yeah, that guy.
Yeah.
Now, you're not going to give him one of them. Well, he can afford like 100 of them.
100 of them.
Yeah, I mean, go buy 100. So did you get your first order for 100 for him? Because he can write you. He can peel it out in cash right now, and then you guys are off and running.
Exactly.
We're talking about Joe Biden, by the way.
Yeah, Joe Biden. If anybody needs a hyperbaric chamber, I mean, everybody does.
We want to lift the guy up.
Yeah, I mean, I want everybody to have good mental health. I mean, I'm losing it. We'll all lose it eventually, right?
I hope not. No, we're thinking of getting younger.
No, that's the way I feel. I'm like a 12-year-old. I never want to change, right, Robin?
Good.
What would you say my age, my mental age?
7?
Eight. You're 8.
I'm an 8-year-old, and I have no problem being, because 8-year-olds are active. You know, they're rambunctious.
Yeah.
They want to do shit.
You ready for this? 80% of your brain is developed by the time you're 7. We are all 7 years old. Everybody can make believe. You can put the mask on and say we're all these other things that we learned, but it's horse shit. We're 7. We all want to go out and play. That's the truth.
You know, that's what I love about coming here, because there's always new technology every year, and this is what's going to help save the world and save people's health.
There you go.
Yes,
you know, people are living long. My mom died at 97, but my dad died at 40. My dad had leukemia in the 60s, and back then, you got leukemia, they didn't know what to do. They would do blood transfusions. So I'm thinking I'm not going to live till 50, but obviously my mom's genes. My mom lived to 97, so God bless her. I was there when she went peacefully, and that's what you want to do. You want to be there for your family, and maybe I'll live to 97, but I don't know what I'll look like at 97.
Using the stratosphere, you're going to get younger.
All right, guys, this is great. I want people to check it out.
Cool.
Can they see that picture that you showed me, or is that?
That's off limits.
By
them this morning saying it's off limits. I was like, yeah, no problem.
Well, guys, it's finally great to meet you. I mean, I'm obviously a big fan,
Nice
Mario.
to see you.
I mean, I need you to jump off some buildings. You're going to do that here?
We can do that. We can show that picture of the chamber.
Yeah, can I show the chamber right now? Look at that. Who wouldn't want that in their house?
10,500 pounds.
There's a camera right there. Well, that's a small camera, man.
Yeah, old school.
That is old school.
And look at how nicely taken care of it is.
Oh, yeah, in great shape.
You kick it around a little bit, dropping on the floor.
See, I want to go back to a flip phone, but she won't let me.
Yeah, I know. I hear you.
That's all. How old is this iPhone?
It's actually
Believe it or not, it's an iPhone 13.
That's an iPhone 13?
Yeah.
It's just tiny.
I like that.
Steve Jobs said keep them small. I kept it small. He's gone now, though. They're getting rid of it.
I know, you guys. Now I'm getting wrapped up here. Guys, so great to meet you.
Thank you
so
for
much.
having us.
Randy, loved watching you play back in the day in the big sombrero.
Nice.
Marielle, nice to meet you, too. Thank you guys so
Thank
much.
you.
Good luck with the stuff. This is great technology. That's what people want. They want technology.
You'll be here next year using it.
I'll be here next year.
There you go.
We're going to be in New Orleans next year. You're talking about a good place to use it.
Oh, yeah. New Orleans is a good place. Randy will bring us.
Bourbon Street at like 2 a.m. when they're hosing it down every night after everybody's peeing and dropping their beers and vomiting all over the streets. You hose it down and you get in the chamber. Ladies and gentlemen, the party keeps going on.
Sure does.
Angel, what did you think?
I thought it was great. By the way, we should have these like somewhere in the official.
Oh, thank you. Is that extra large? Because, I'm pretty rough.
I got you an XL, but I give you.
Thank you. XL, that's what I want. Thank you very much. Thank you again.
Yep, be good.
So did we retire this after Mariel Hemingway wore it?
I don't know. We can sell it.
Okay.
Sell it on eBay.
Sure.
Mariel Hemingway's headsets. Stratosphere ATC.
That was good. To me.
See, she didn't want to come on.
Right.
She was eating an apple, and what happened? She came, sat down, and was she not dazzled?
She sure was.
Was she not engaging? Was she not enjoying my repartee?
Well, I think she also would have hung around here for a couple more minutes at the rate that you were going.
It never ends. The show never ends.
It doesn't. That's for sure. That's the best part
about it. That
about
woman
it.
is so important. She doesn't even come on the show because she's blowing up so much. She's got her own show on the Believe Network, right? Is it Believe?
Yes, Believe in Valley Sports.
Oh, I like the earrings, the crosses.
Sorry, I've got a lot going on over here. All right, Tony.
How are you?
I'm a hot mess.
Give me a hug. I haven't seen you since last year. I'm good.
Know.
And I know that other woman back there.
Which one?
Her.
BL.
BL. She's one of the original sports chicks in Tampa.
Yes. She works with me now.
I didn't know that. I just found out. She came up to me. I said, "What are you doing here?" She says, "I'm working with the Hooters show." Because I remember I used
Hooters
to come down.
sponsors our show.
I used to come down to Tampa all the time, and I'd always go in Clearwater, the original Hooters in Clearwater. Yeah. We did shows from there.
Yes.
Remember with the sports chicks and all the other great folks.
Her and Lynn Austin, remember?
Yeah, Lynn Austin, of course, with Darren Dalton's wife, the late great Darren Dalton.
Yeah.
So now tell me about your new show, because I've been trying to get you on my network, and you're like, "Oh, I got my own show."
No, I've never given you the Heisman. I will never do that. We're like family, you and Robin. No way. No, it's the weekly pass. I just changed networks. I've had it for a couple years now, but now we're on Believe in Valley Sports.
You believe?
Yeah, I do. I always
believe.
I believe in my Niners against Mahomes.
Now, wait a minute. You're a Niner fan now?
I was a cheerleader for the Niners. You know that?
I know. But then you were with the Lakers. But you worked for the Cowboys.
Yeah. I was only a cheerleader for the Warriors, Niners, and the Cowboys. I was in the front office for Lakers.
I know that. She was the first female NBA scout.
Yeah.
She was a scout for the Lakers.
Wow.
Yeah. For 13 years. The heydays, the good years. With Phil Jackson.
Phil Jackson.
I got five rings. Just prove it.
Now, your co-host.
Tanya.
I don't know Tanya.
You don't know Tanya? She cheered with me on the Niners.
Really?
Yeah.
Nice to meet you, too.
Nice to meet you.
I need to get a cheerleader job. They have male cheerleaders now, right?
Yeah, they do.
What? Did I? Did we meet?
With Michael's crew.
Oh, that's right. We went to the parties.
Duh.
Well, duh. I don't know. I don't remember. My brain's
the
fried.
W where you couldn't even hear.
Yeah, we went to the W, and they wouldn't let us in, remember?
But then finally we got you all in.
Yeah, we were up there, and there's a guy sitting next to me. Everybody, I thought they were looking at me. They were looking at the other guy. What was his name? He was like a weird dude, but he's like a big influencer.
Oh, Food God.
Food God.
Kim Kardashian's best friend.
Food. I said, who's this guy? Because, Michael, I know a lot of the people.
Yeah.
But I said, who is this guy everybody's looking at? They want pictures.
Remember, he was bigger than Michael Irvin. Did you tell me that was not
I'm like, Michael
bizarre.
Irvin's sitting next to me, and you're there, and then this dude's there, and I'm like, who is this guy? He's the food god. How many followers does he have?
Like 20 million.
Because of Kim Kardashian, right?
Yeah, he's best friends with Kim Kardashian, best friends with everyone, and he's kind of like this.
He's not like Mr. Beast big yet, though, no?
No, because I don't think he gives back or anything.
He doesn't give back.
He just takes. Oh, that's great.
I mean, I'm just being real, right?
That's true.
But I'll tell you, not everybody knows, but what we went through last year in Arizona.
Oh,
and I got to thank some of
that changed my whole Super Bowl experience, and because of Robin and you helped save Michael's literally his career.
And my people. It wasn't me because I wasn't there, but the people that I worked with.
But if it wasn't for the fact that Robin reached out, you reached out, and then I was with Michael the entire time taking care of him, it was crazy how then we had TMZ. I mean, it really got out of control. You have to admit.
We know Michael got on the plane and he was going back home.
We called him and we go, Michael, first of all, he had to take a wheelchair to the plane because he was so dehydrated and so just exhausted. Because NFL security kicked him out.
I know. It was like his career was just ending.
Yes.
After he's doing ESPN and he's doing NFL Network and he's killing it again.
And then we call him and I'm like, Michael, get off the plane. He goes, what do you mean? I go, we have footage of the two witnesses who saw that you didn't do anything. He's like, I'm off the plane. All of a sudden, he's not in the wheelchair. He's in his three-piece suit, purple, top hat, cane, ready to go. And I'm like, wow, all right, we're good.
But he still wasn't allowed to do anything because the NFL, they don't want any kind of stuff hanging over.
I know, but
Super Bowl.
he goes, I think we should all just stay put, not do it. And he goes, no, I'm not going to have them dictate my life. He's like, we're going out. I'm like, where? And he goes, in the middle of it, the thick of it. You saw this. You're with us. We're in Scottsdale walking around. He's going into chicken places behind the scenes, grabbing chicken wings, saying Michael Irvin's here. I'm like, what are we doing? I go, we're supposed to be low key.
And then
we
I
are
call
low
him.
key. I'm like, we're not low key. There's 1,000 people with phones, and you're eating chicken wings. Like,
No, but he came to the Ditka cigar party,
The Jaws party.
Jaws Ditka party,
Yeah.
and I said, Michael, come on over here. We'll have, and he likes vodka crayons, and that's
He
what I
does.
drink. So he said, we got to get some vodka crayons. I said, come on in here. So he was in the corner.
I remember I kept telling him, stop, no pictures, no this and that. And people are like, oh, who is this freaking crazy bitch who's telling us no pictures? I'm like, I'm his publicist. I'm also his security. And we have witness protection. Like, it was like a whole thing.
And I've been to 42. That was the craziest Super Bowl ever.
No, I'm telling you, if it wasn't for Robin and Tony, I don't know if Michael, I'm serious, I don't know if he'd be like back where
And
he
you know
was.
I love
mean, he's-
Michael like a brother, and he's one of my favorite human beings. Not
And he's
just-
the best person.
He really is.
As a human being.
Absolutely.
People don't like him like because you don't know him. Because if you knew him,
Exactly.
you'd love him.
So how quick did this happen? Because obviously it was like
It was a Sunday night before the Super Bowl started.
The festivities hadn't even started yet. Radio Row hadn't started. He had to come in early because he was doing all ESPN and NFL Network.
Right. So he's there on a Sunday night. So Robin and I were setting up our equipment in Phoenix in the convention center Sunday night. And so the guys that were working with us, they went all across the street to the bar in the hotel across the street where the media
The
was staying.
Renaissance.
The Renaissance. It's a Marriott property.
Owned by Marriott.
So Robin and I are still setting up the equipment, and she said, "I'll go over there." I said, "No, I'm not going to leave you here to set up the equipment." So they all went over there,
right?
And they didn't know. Michael didn't know them, and one of the guys was Australian, so he didn't even know who Michael Irvin
nothing,
was.
Which was great for TMZ.
Yes.
Because then all of a sudden I had to call TMZ, and I'm like, hey, and they're like, oh, what? I'm like, I have the witnesses for Michael Irvin, and they're like, what, Bonnie Jill? And I'm like, no, this is like a serious thing. I need you to interview the witnesses. And so then we interview the witnesses, but I'm behind like the thing going, okay, no, now say you're not a Cowboys fan, you're from Australia. Can we do this again? We need to do this again. And like, but finally it all came together. Your witnesses helped, and
yeah, I mean,
we got out of it.
And I'm glad because I didn't want to see Michael's career end
When he
on
didn't do
a bullshit.
anything.
Yeah, on a bullshit, and that's what happens. People try to destroy your life. I mean, I had people try to destroy my life with bullshit, Deadspin articles, lying about what I said on the air.
And you have a target on your back if you're in media, if you're a personality, and for him, he's got a really big target on his back because of things over and over again. And then at this point, it's like, Michael, I told him, I said, do not talk to anyone in the lobby. And he goes, I'm a friendly guy.
And these guys wanted a picture because they were, they weren't even Cowboy fans. They're like, Michael, can we get a picture? And Michael took a picture with him. And the fact that they had a camera. And
going in the background and saw everything.
Yeah, and then, thankfully, his lawyer got the videotape from the hall. Because let's be honest, in this day and age, in a hotel lobby, in a hallway where they are, there's cameras everywhere.
And for them to say, we don't know if we captured it, it's like, no. And Steve had to like go and say no, and his attorney say, no, we want that. You have to give it to us. Exactly. They kind of kept saying no, and finally they had to, and then they settled.
Exactly.
But it was pretty lively. It was pretty crazy. Like, my producer was like, are you going to come here and film at any point, or what are you doing? And I'm like, I am running security team for Michael Irvin. So
nice.
Yeah.
Wow.
But
that was started the week. That wasn't even. That was Sunday night of Super Bowl week.
Yeah.
So my thing is, what possessed this lady to do this in the very
She
first
didn't even
place?
know who Michael was, by the way.
She didn't
and
know.
someone said, oh, he's a Dallas Cowboy Hall of Famer. And she goes, oh. The fact that she said she did not know who he was, that's all we needed. Right, Tony?
Absolutely. And then the videotape shows it. And now because you have video evidence and the fact that this major corporation did not want to give the evidence that would have proved his innocence just shows you how horseshit this world is when people are trying to set. And she wasn't intentionally trying to set him up. He was talking to her, and then he left and went to his.
And she asked for a picture.
Yeah, and then he leaves and goes to his elevator and goes into his hotel room, and that could have ruined his career.
Wasn't even drinking.
No, wasn't
that night
drinking
because
he knows. He's there on a Sunday. He's got to start working the next morning, and so I'm glad that I'm not glad it happened. I'm glad it was resolved because Robin and I every day we're like, I wonder what's going on. What's the latest? We would call Michael and he'd text us back. We called Bonnie and Bonnie Jill and then finally when it happened, man, you talk about a sigh of relief.
Oh God, it was crazy, and it was now it is. I hate it, even just for not for Michael, but all players. They get so nervous to talk to fans, and the whole thing is fan interaction. But you can't talk to a female fan or any fan these days because you don't know what they're going to try to sue or try to do something, and that's really, really sad.
It sucks. It really does.
know?
It's the world we live in. But thankfully, there are all these cameras.
Yeah,
I mean, imagine back in the old days, it was easy to set somebody up.
Of course.
But in the same token, too, Bonnie, because you bring up great points here, you can't even say, like, if I were to say something to you, just at random, like, I think you look terrific. Some people take it so out of the way.
God, you can't say anything to a female. You can't say a nice outfit. Like I saw a guy told me that, oh, I like what you're wearing. And he goes, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cross the line. I go, oh, honey, you can say whatever you want to me. I don't get offended or get weird about that stuff. But the fact that he had to say that was like pretty like, wow, this is what it's come to.
That's what it is today. Because again, all these people, and I call it the butt hurt society.
Everybody's so damn sensitive.
Yeah.
A guy can't open a door for me. He's like, oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to open the door. I know you could open the door for you. I'm like, are we really going through this? Right?
That's it. And
that's
so,
like,
now on the flip side, because you were at the front office, you got 5 rings. What made you not want to go to another front office, but then start your own business?
Well, I wanted to go back on air and be able to cover, I was with the Lakers for 13 years. I'm like, I want to go back on air and be able to talk sports, not just basketball, but football and baseball and horse racing, and hockey. And so I wanted to, and I left when Phil Jackson left.
And then you were doing radio in San Francisco. You were on KMBR.
Yeah, the morning show.
And I was on KMBR for 17 years. So, I mean, our paths have like intertwined. Intertwined.
And now I'm over in Dallas. I don't know if you know, I bought a ranch in Fort Worth.
I know you got
so I cover
horses.
The Rangers and the Cowboys. So I'm flagship for them. Yeah.
And you got horses.
Oh, I got horses, emus, goats, pigs, longhorns, chickens, ponies. Yeah.
Wow.
Pigs.
Don't tell Robin because she loves horses.
Yeah.
Robin's going to have to come down on the ranch. You know what I mean?
You'll have to.
Did you get a ring for the Rangers?
You're going to have to start doing a lot more shows because horses are expensive.
I don't know. We're not getting a horse. we don't have a place to put them. We live in a condo and we're building a house, but you can't have livestock.
No, I didn't. But actually, Bruce Bochy's a good friend of mine because I cover the Giants and he's very close with my dad. And he actually wrote the endorsement on the back of my book. Boch, Jerry Rice, Jeremy Renner.
In a league of her own, celebrating female firsts in sports, Bonnie Jill Laughlin, ladies and gentlemen. No Laughlin matter. She's the best.
Because I wanted to be able to, highlight all the women.
Did you autograph a copy for me?
No, I'm sending you one because it's my only one I have. So
damn it. How do you not have an embossed one?
February 20th is when it comes out.
So this is not even out yet.
But it's #1 on new releases on Amazon. I beat Dion.
Oh, wow.
And I texted Dion and I said, I'm beating you. He goes, oh, it's all right. I'll be beating you another hour. I got that. Let me take in this hour. Let me be a winner.
Now, Bonnie, would you sign one?
I will.
Okay.
Yes.
For you or for me?
Wait a minute, don't get greedy here. I'm trying to get one myself here.
No, she'll take care of you.
I'll take care of you, of course.
He's a great Angel Martinez.
And you're friends with Tony,
exactly.
and Robbins. If you weren't, I may have to
But now, Bonnie, before you take off too, because Bruce Bochy, when he came on with the Texas Rangers, one thing I talked about early on was that he was a dead ringer as far as when the Texas Rangers win the World Series. A lot of people disagree because they said, well, he did it with San Fran, but
and they also said because he's not analytics, and I'm not a big analytic. I like to use between your eye and your ears. He knows how to call a game. He knows he's so good when it comes to the playoff time. He knows what to punch. He knows when it comes to pitching.
Unlike the guy with the Giants who was married to analytics.
Don't let me get started.
Well, he's not there anymore. He was in Philly and he did the same thing.
I can't.
And when you're stuck on only analytics and you don't have any kind of human involvement,
and you have someone giving you a piece of paper, when it comes down to playoff time, analytics go out the window.
Exactly.
Look at the MVPs that have won.
Exactly.
Are they someone you would ever think that, the lefty and righty thing, I get that. But other than that, that goes out the window. And Boch, Chris Young believed in Boch, knew he could do it with this team, and look what happened. They won.
Is there another woman you've ever met that knows more about sports than Bonnie Jill Laughlin?
Not at all.
No, but not Robin. Robin knows about horses.
And real quick, and then I love the fact of the World Series, Dusty and Boch, two guys non-analytics.
Absolutely.
I just have to say that. That
Robin,
made me happy.
you know she has a farm with horses. What other animals now?
Emus, pigs, goats, chickens, longhorns.
You got any feral hogs down there?
No.
They run all over the place in Texas,
I know, because y'all want to shoot them and stuff. No, I got.
You make a good boar ragu with them, though. You know
no,
what I mean?
I got really cute pigs. They're little ones.
No, I don't mean to kill them. I mean the feral ones. People go out and hunt them because they're tearing everything up.
Are you talking about the javelinas?
Yeah, no, javelinas are in Arizona, but in Texas, there's all these
the
feral
wild
hogs.
Yeah.
Feral hogs. I dated a couple of them before I met Robin.
You just missed what he said.
I'll tell you later.
We're talking about
wild
hogs, and he said he dated a couple wild hogs
before I met Robin. Yes. Yeah. And back when I was single, I would come to Tampa and hang out with all the Hooters
wild
girls.
Hogs.
Yes. Yeah. At the Hooters, the original one in Clearwater.
So, Buddy, one last question for you, because you brought up Dusty Baker, and
I love Dusty.
I'm glad that he finally got his elusive ring he's been chasing for years. Now he's back with San Fran.
As a consultant.
But does that mean he's going to come back as a manager?
I think he's done. I mean, I hate to say that, but I think he's actually done. I think he just wanted to get that ring.
Yep.
He wants to be back. He has a winery. He wants to drink his wine and and get some money and shake hands with some of the
That's what
Giants
I do.
fans. And I think he's good. Boch, no, he was itching to come back. He just needed to make sure it was the right spot for him.
And it was the perfect spot for him.
Oh, perfect. And the players love him, and he knows what he's doing. And he even said to me, he goes, I love that I could do whatever I want. I don't have to ask, can I put this picture in or can I do this? Come on.
Now how do people? I like that the book matches your outfit today.
I did not.
Is that
plan
done
that.
intentionally?
No, but
look at this. You talk about feng shui.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Very good energy.
The
right?
book and her outfit are exactly the same colors. Coincidence?
It is because I really didn't plan that because I was wearing red yesterday.
Is that a coincidence that she has a matching? Now your shoes.
I was
Look, she
wearing
even has
red
matching,
yesterday.
matching kicks, Converses. Are those Chuck?
Converse?
What are? No, those are
Jordans.
Nike.
Don't ever say Converse when I'm wearing J's. They're Jordans.
Oh, I'm sorry. Jordans.
Michael Jordan's gonna be pissed.
I love Michael Jordan, but I'm not paying $200 for sneakers.
Converse owns Nike, to be fair.
Okay. I mean, take it easy on me.
Yeah, all right. Nike owns Converse, so you're good.
Cheapers.
All right, I'm exhausted after
I am
this
too.
interview.
I've been
All right.
going since 5 o'clock this morning. When did you show up here today?
I showed up at 8:30, and I was exhausted. I went to bed at 2:30.
And now
working.
I did too. We were out. Did you go to the media party?
Yes, and then I went to the Knights game, and I worked the Knights game. Did you see the game?
I saw the end of last. When we got back to the.
Edmonton, actually, the streak broke after
I know.
16,
When we got back to walking through the Mandalay Bay, I look up and there's
tons of
51
Edmonton.
seconds left, and they were up 2-1, and I knew they were going to pull the goalie and get the empty netter. But that was unbelievable. So you were there.
It was such a good game, and I'm not the hugest hockey fan, but I got really into it. It was great.
It's
and the Knights,
great.
They do a great job.
Yeah, they really do.
So
they even had a Zamboni at the media party. They had one of the Zambonis. They had one of the Knights Zambonis there.
There was no ice there.
No, they just had all these. They had all these great Shelbys. Didn't you see them there? They had the Cobras, all these great cars. And
I did see that.
And the party was on the track where the straightaway.
It was raining, so it was kind of a bummer.
It's been raining every day except today.
Yeah, and it was out at the F1 track. No, I liked it, but there was a lot of good food.
It was the Lunar New Year.
Yes, the Asian.
Because they had Guam food, they had Vietnamese food, they had Filipino food.
Yeah, Chinese, Japanese,
everything,
Korean.
every single food you can think of,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Except Angel wasn't into it, man. He's looking for Mexican.
I
Or
love
Puerto
Mexican
Rican.
chips and salsas. I can eat them for breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
It's good stuff.
I'm with you. Queso.
Yeah.
Guac.
Good stuff.
Yeah.
Even though I'm Puerto Rican, but it's okay. Mexican, Puerto Rican's all the same. It's all cans.
Latino, hey.
It's all cans.
Yeah.
Hey.
My mom's half Spanish, so we're connected there. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Your mom's Spanish?
Half Spanish.
Oh, half Spanish. I'm all Italian, though. I mean, that's all that matters.
Did you see Tony's face? He got really confused. He was like, "You're half Spanish."
My brain right now is beyond fried. But I can still go. I mean, I'll just have. I don't need coffee. Drink some water. Get up. Go to the bathroom.
Where are you getting that water? Because the Super Bowl has not given us any water on Radio Row.
We've been hoarding it.
Yeah. Are you the one taking all the water from the area for all of us?
No, they had the fridges full, and now there's no
took
water.
Some. You're
no,
the one
we only took like a couple.
They said a bald-headed guy took all the waters, and I thought it was you.
So now is this going to be on TMZ now?
Yeah, he's taking all the waters, and none of us can drink any water.
That's bullshit. We have them here because we have 15 people working, and there's no water.
Well,
am I right? That's our intern from UNLV.
All right.
Ask her. Am I right?
Okay, well, BL knows that we tried to get water, and they said a bald-headed guy just took all the waters.
It's the desert. There's no water here. Comb the desert. Comb the damn desert.
There's nothing here.
I'm out of here.
Bonnie Joe, you know I love you.
Yes, and we have so much fun. Are you going to come to my party Thursday night? Me and Michael are throwing a party.
How come I wasn't invited? What am I, chopped liver?
I'm telling you right now.
I don't want it to get out in the public.
I'll tell Robin.
Did you tell Robin?
I'm telling y'all right now.
I'm glad you're telling me now. I didn't know anything about it.
Yeah.
Don't tell me where it is. Is it private?
No.
Is it open to the public?
Yes, and I have a real camel, on the red carpet.
No way.
Yes.
One hump or two?
Two.
Am I going to get to walk? Because Robin only brought one pair of shoes because we have all this equipment.
Well,
packed.
I've got 22 pair of shoes I brought, so you could borrow one of mine. Are
what
you
size,
6.5,
Robin?
7?
What size now?
I'm 8.5. I have a 7. You could squeeze your little...
Robin's got big feet. You know what they say about big feet, don't you? Oh, that's guys. I'm sorry. Bonnie Jill Laughlin, get the book.
Okay.
Can you order it on
Yeah.
Amazon?
Amazon, Barnes & Noble, Walmart, and Target.
Barnes & Noble is still in business. What's the one that went out? Borders went out of business,
Borders,
right?
yeah.
That's
Barnes
what
&
happens
Noble.
when the borders are messed up. You can't continue to sell books. We've had a border crisis for a while now.
And the borders are out.
And the borders. Borders is closed. That's the only border that's closed.
I better leave
the
on that
Borders
note.
bookstore.
Exactly.
Bonnie Jones. So party time tomorrow night, Robin.
Thursday night.
That's tomorrow.
It's called the Playmakers Party.
The Playmakers?
Yeah. You're a playmaker.
I'm a playmaker. You're damn right.
Just bring your own water.
Now, am I on the list? Now, how many people can I can't get everybody in.
No, I have tickets. I'll bring them back over. I'll bring them for everyone.
All right, good. I want to get my peeps in. These people are working hard.
Yeah, I have them in my purse.
All right,
so I'll
good.
bring it
Beautiful.
back.
Thank you.
Get a picture in with Bonnie.
All right. Oh, no, seriously, I'm going to come back.
Absolutely. You'll come back.
Okay. All right. Love y'all.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Thanks,
put
Bonnie.
your hands together for the great Bonnie Jill Laughlin. Where's the great Pete Sheppard? Where the hell did he go?
He walked. Yeah, I just saw him somewhere.
He comes over and now he's going back to the bedroom.
I get a picture in there, Tony.
Back to the hotel. Ah!
She's got a lock on her phone.
She's got what on her phone?
A lock on her phone.
When did you get in town?
I live here.
Oh, you live in Bath, or you lived in Miami?
No, I live in Summerlin.
Oh, that's right, Summerlin.
15-minute drive down the freeway.
Now back to the biggest sports network on the planet, the Tony Bruno Sports Network.
Oh, we are back, and it's been a non-stop party from 5 in the morning. You know, the parties don't stop till 8 in the morning in Miami. But the party starts here at 5 a.m. with Pete Sheppard starting off the day. We go from 5 a.m. to 7 p.m. Who else works that hard that long? Not even Brandon Lang, one of the great sports prognosticators, a man who lifts, a man who gave me the Eagles in Minnesota so I was able to pay my bar tab at the end of the week. Maybe the most bold prediction ever, because you went with it on day one and you did not waver 1 second.
Not at all. And it's funny. We'd have Detroit and Kansas City up there if this conversation take place with 7 minutes to go in the third quarter. Niners took the third quarter kickoff, went and got their field goal. Detroit drives down, matching with the field goal, 4th and 3. Campbell's thinking about going for it. Here's the conversation that fucking should have happened. Ready? Aaron. Dan, listen to me. My defense has fucking held them to 10 points with 7 minutes to go in the third quarter. Dan, I'm going to fucking beat your fucking ass. Listen to me. Dan, my defense has held them to 10 points with 7 minutes to go in the third quarter. Dan, if you kick this field goal and give me a 17-point lead on my daughter and my mother and my wife's life, Brock fucking Purdy, that white motherfucker, he is not going to drive the length of the field, not once, not twice, but 3 times, and they're going to have to be 60-plus yard drives to beat me. And Dan, that saying our offense is going to have their thumb up their ass, not score a point the rest of the game. Dan, kick the field goal, Dan. Put me up 17. Dan, we started this road together in that foxhole when we sucked 3 years ago. Dan, we're going to the Super Bowl if you kick this field goal. And Dan, I'm going to tell you something right now. If you don't kick this field goal, I'm going to take a fucking 2x4 and shove it so far up your fucking white ass. Dan, kick the field goal, and we're going to the Super Bowl.
Agreed. Totally 100%. I said the same thing the next day.
I swear to God.
Not with that kind of intensity.
No, but this is what I said. And I can't stand the excuse. The fucking excuse of, well, that's the way we played all year long, and we're going to be aggressive. Because everything is a situation, particularly in the NFL and a championship conference game. You have to adjust, you overcome, you adapt to the situation. You don't play the same way you did week 5 against a freaking, against another shit team.
Again, but think about this. As powerful as the Niners offense is, and how weak Detroit's defense is at times, you're 22 minutes away from this game being over. You're 2.5 quarters into the game, and Detroit's defense had held them to 10 points.
Absolutely.
10, not 20.
You go up 3 scores. That's a no-brainer. It's a no-brainer.
You're handicapping, so that leads me to the Super Bowl here. I've always said
that doesn't mean you hate the 49ers.
No.
I want to give them respect.
I'm upset because I had to sweat a backdoor touchdown
Yes, you did.
to get me a cover.
Me too.
In a game that I should not have had to sweat. Let's make sure we're clear on that. I don't like when I have a surefire winner. I don't want to have to turn that winner into fucking getting on my knees and bending over and getting ready to take it up the you-know-what because I'm about to not get my back door that I should have never needed in the first place. So I'm just saying that they have to put me through the stress of sitting there 24/7 at the half, celebrating, cashing my money. Now I'm needing a 4th down conversion from the 2-yard line because fuck nuts decided to run it on 3rd down. And now listen, I got the cover.
So then relax.
I'm happy.
Relax. Jesus Christ.
Shouldn't be that difficult. Shouldn't be that difficult.
My stance on this is this. I've learned in all these Super Bowls that teams that get to the Super Bowl that shouldn't be in the Super Bowl don't win the Super Bowl. I will go to my grave saying there's no way in hell the San Francisco 49ers should beat the Green Bay Packers. They did. They should have never beat the Detroit Lions. They did. They shouldn't be here. The Lions should be here. And with that being said, I'm not about to go against the quarterback that's 12-1 against the spread as a dog in his NFL career, and the only quarterback to beat him was
Tom Brady.
Tom Brady.
Thank you.
That's number 1. Number 2, I got a coach that out of a bye week in his NFL career is 27-4 straight up. I can't with a defense. The defensive line of the Niners ranks 26 in the NFL at getting pressure on the quarterback. Lost in the shuffle of all that, the Kansas City Chiefs offensive line's number 2 in defending pressure. That means Mahomes going to have time to throw against a secondary that Tony, if the prop bet was 2 catches for 12 yards, I'm betting over against that secondary.
No, I'm with you.
This is the kind of breakdown. This is really breaking. This isn't just emotional, craziness. This is actual fact. And breaking the game down, Pete, as you know, you and I do, and Pete does every Friday. This is what we do. You do it professionally. I do it, as a recreation.
Yeah.
But let's not forget the fact, though, the 49ers have a lot of weapons that Kansas City has not seen, and don't talk to me about Buffalo. And if they can get McCaffrey just to be average, you're right. I think they should win the game. If McCaffrey starts going off a little bit or going nuts, they got a lot of weapons that Kansas City has not seen this year.
Let me give you one more little nugget.
Yeah.
Just to feast on.
Yeah.
The greatest team in NFL history was the 18-0 Patriots.
Yes. Yep.
They covered 12 straight games to start the year, and were covering the line by more than 17 points. That means they were pissing on the line maker in Vegas. What happened? Week 13, they were facing the Eagles, who were coming out of their bye week with A.J. Feely, and Vegas said, fuck you. They laid 23.5.
Yep.
Philly had a chance to win the game. They were down 6. They had it at the New England 20 with 1:40 to go, 4th and 6. Feely had somebody open in the right corner of the end zone, overthrew him. Patriots ran out the clock. Steve Spagnuolo, because I talked to Michael Strahan 2 days after the Super Bowl. Steve Spagnuolo, in the 2 weeks prior to the Patriots Super Bowl, put in 20 different blitz packages that was never on film, never seen, never this, never that, and held a Brady offense that was averaging 33 points to 14 to win that game. Here's my point. If you think Steve Spagnuolo, you can talk in the quarterback's headset until there's 15 seconds on the play clock. Then it's dead. Now Brock Purdy's walking up that line, all the film study, all this, all that, and what Spags do. Here comes something I haven't seen. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. If that man could beat the greatest team in the history of the NFL, you betting against Spags or you betting against Brock Purdy? Because I guarantee you they will stop the run and they'll say, this kid has got to play 60 minutes of perfect football against my defense to beat me. If he does, I'll bend over and take it in the ass.
No, another thing
you don't have to always take it in the ass.
I'm just saying. That's my confidence. My confidence is he can't do it.
But you know what's interesting about
he can't do it.
What's interesting also, remember after the Eagles game, the Ravens was on the Monday night, and the Ravens almost did the same thing. 18-point line. Baltimore did what they had to do, and the Patriots stuck out of there with a win. But the last regular season game, remember, this is why I was surprised that the Super Bowl went under. That was a crazy game.
Yeah.
Remember the Giants, Coughlin said, fuck, I'm playing my starters. I don't care what they say.
Yeah, 45-35.
And they had to come back, and it wasn't a 50-yard bomb to Moss. That game was, 38-35 was the final. That was probably one of the best games of the year at regular season ending. And that's why when it was 17-14, to your point, it's a great one. I never, ever, ever thought that they would be held to 14 points. Never.
In that last regular season game, they hit Brady 28.
Yep.
Never sacked him,
but
they hit him 28 times. So what Spags did, went back, watched film, and said, we were an inch away from getting him all game long. Okay, let me change some stuff. Let me approach this from a different angle, and we're going to get him in the Super Bowl. And they did. I'm telling you, the guy is a genius.
Yeah, he is the best defensive coordinator.
If you think
maybe ever in the NFL.
And if you think Brock Purdy is just going to have a cakewalk, listen to me, he had 2 good drives in the playoffs. Of the entire playoffs, 2 really good drives. The one against Green Bay, and the drive of when it was 24-10.
When he started running with the ball and then opening things up a little bit.
Think about this. On the one drive after it was 24-24, Aaron Glenn calls a blitz. It's a 13-yard loss. Corner comes in, has him dead to rights. He slips underneath, pops his head up, and hits the fullback right here. That ignited the drive. Other than that, he worked on a short field twice. If you think he's going to go up and down the field on this Kansas City defense, which is number 2 scoring defense in the NFL, they bend but they don't break.
No, absolutely. It really is a great point. Yeah, I think for San Francisco to succeed, it's got to be about McCaffrey. It has to be. If he's average, or if he's below average, they lose. If he's average, maybe they have a shot, the only shot. But I'm with you. I've already teased. I'm teasing Kansas City and the over. So I got Kansas City right now plus 8 and over 41.5.
How is this line now moved? It went down to 1.5.
It was a half a point.
But I mean, it's standing at 2. Does that say anything to you?
No,
The total hasn't budged.
I've said on radio this week that every once in a while, the line maker in Vegas gets to a point where they just don't respect the team. They just don't believe they're as good as they are. That's why they made him a dog at Buffalo when they probably should have been a 3-point favorite. Buffalo had six starters out on defense. Out. They should have been the favorite there. The Ravens line was justified. Number one defense in the NFL, playing at home. But Todd Monken's setting Lamar up the way he did, not running the football, that's on him, not Lamar. He set Lamar up to fail, basically. But they did enough to win there. So you beat the number 2 seed on the road, number 1 seed on the road. But Vegas still does not believe the Chiefs from their regular season resume.
Right.
Vegas does not believe that this team has arrived. And all I say is, well, you can say they haven't arrived, but that kid is 12-1 against the spread as an underdog. And every time you go against him, he makes you pay. I'm just not going to do it. I'm sorry. If Brock Purdy outplays Patrick Mahomes and beats me on Sunday,
what will you do?
I'll turn my TV off. I'll sit there. I'll call my bookie, tell him I'll see him on Monday, and I'll be like, you know what? I never thought that kid could be Patrick Mahomes.
You're not going to do what everybody does: run a camera and smash your fucking big screen.
Right?
That's what's so ridiculous.
Tony, I've been doing this for 30 years. My clients are like going, "Hey, you lost the fucking Super Bowl. What are we doing in college basketball on Monday?" That's exactly what it is.
It's always another game. There's always another game.
There. I've told you for years, when they make a movie about your life and Matthew McConaughey plays you, you can't win enough to sustain the demand of people that want your picks. Perfect example. 6 weeks ago, I went on a college basketball run where I hit 11 college basketball games in a row, 11-day winning streak, 11 games in a row. 9 were underdogs that won outright. That 12th game, number 12 in a row, I had 75 new buys at BrandonLang.com. I lost that 12th game. Now, how do you think those 75 guys, hey, you fucking sucks.
Of course.
So you can't. Where were you for the first 11?
Exactly.
Where were you for the 11-0? Where were you for the 9 dogs outright? Where were you for all
it's
that?
It's an investment. You got to be consistent.
Yep.
You got to be consistent.
I haven't hit a parlay since I've been here. I need action tonight. Come on, Brandon, help.
Hold on. You want a parlay?
Yeah, I need action tonight.
I'll give you a parlay.
Because the thing about NBA, the lines are all fucking too high, and then you get your ass kicked
backdoor
like
covers.
I did. Backdoor covers.
Parlay down.
Let me write it down.
This is for Sunday.
And I need action tonight.
Put this down for Sunday.
Let me write it down.
This is a 2-team parlay.
2-team parlay.
Pacheco over 67.5 rush yards.
Right.
Love it.
Love the kid from New Jersey.
All right.
Over how many? 67.5.
Yep. Valdez Scantling receiving yards are 22. Take that over.
Marquez Valdez Scantling.
Over 22.5 receiving yards.
You got that on one catch.
That's a winning. That's a
one
winning
catch. You're right.
That's a winning 2-team parlay. He's the number 2 receiver behind Kelsey.
What are the odds? Am I getting good? You're
gonna probably. It'll pay 12-5.
Yeah.
All right. There you go. Can I retire on that?
No.
Okay. I just can I pay my bar tab at this place where everything?
Bar tab.
When you live here now, when did the prices go to like the levels of $53 for a pizza?
Well, it depends on where you. Well, that's Mandalay Bay. Mandalay Bay jacked up the prices, but there's.
But I mean, there's a hot dog stand. There's a Nathan's hot dog stand, and there's a hamburger place, and the hamburgers are $23.
Yes, and you know why?
Because they can do it.
No.
Why?
It's because it's the Super Bowl. As soon as all you motherfuckers get out of here, they lower the prices. I'm getting my $13 hamburger. Right now, they jacked them up. You guys coming in here.
Listen, you know why they do it? Because they can, and people will pay
exactly,
it. This has to be the most expensive Super Bowl ever, right?
Ever.
The tickets demand.
Ever.
And the Chiefs, I didn't know there was this much money in frickin' Kansas City.
Yeah.
They
all
come
here.
every year.
I've seen. I'd say it's about 6-1 Chiefs fans in this area, at least in this Luxor, Mandalay Bay, Excalibur. I'd say 6-1, easy.
Yeah.
Unbelievable, man.
So,
Brandon, you know I always love seeing you, man. Super Bowl wouldn't be complete without Brandon Lang. And I know you and Defoe go back, but the next time you go on with him, man, you gotta ratchet it back a little bit, brother.
Last one I did. I did. You know, I went from NC-17, and now I'm just rated R.
You went to triple X, quadruple X.
I did. Well, I was a little pissed off.
I was watching it. I'm like, who is that? Because I turned it on, and I hear some guy screaming. I said, that voice sounds familiar. That voice sounds familiar. Shit, that's Brandon Lang.
Yeah, I went a little 0 dark 30. I was so pissed that day.
You started doing the same thing when you're talking about the Detroit Lions and talking about the coach in that game.
I was a little 0 dark 30.
But let me ask you this. If the Lions had won that game, Would they have had a better chance against this team than San Francisco?
I think so.
I had them.
I don't know.
I don't know about a better chance.
I had them week 1 when they win their plus 4.5 on the first Thursday night game and beat them outright. So I tend to think they would have had a better chance, but I don't think it matters. I don't. I think whether it was the Lions or whether it was the Niners, the Chiefs are your Super Bowl champs.
Beautiful.
I'm with you.
Dr. Oz in the house, ladies and gentlemen.
Just listening. I'm a fan.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. The great Dr. Oz.
That is Dr. Oz.
He didn't beat Fetterman in Pennsylvania, but hey. And here comes Carrot Top again.
He's had a bad night.
He always looks like he's had a bad night.
He literally, I sat next to him. Let me tell you something. I sat next to him in first class going from Orlando to L.A. And I will just tell you this. That's one of the weirdest motherfuckers you'll ever meet in your entire life.
We had him on yesterday for like 20 minutes.
That boy is 2 sandwiches short of a picnic and 4 beers short of a 6-pack.
But
and that
every
elevator,
night he does a show and people love him.
His elevator, it makes it floor 4 in a 15-floor building. I'm telling you right now, he's not all there.
But he's been here 20 years in a residency.
I get it, but he wears makeup like he's a chick, and you're sitting next to him, and you're just looking at this makeup caked on, and you're like, oh my God, this guy's got issues, man.
I told him to change his name to OMG Orange Man Good. You know how it's Orange Man Bad when they talk about Trump?
Yeah.
Orange Man Good. How about that?
Well, I'll tell you what, He looks rough, bro. He looks rough.
Is he a battered performer, as we would like to call him?
Yes.
Or not like to call him?
I think I think he probably has a bowl of Bolivia white powder in his house as he walks in.
Like Scarface.
Listen, one of the best Richard Pryor stories ever is Louis Anderson is talking about Richard Pryor calls up Louis Anderson and says, come over to my house right now. So Louis goes over and he opens up the door. And as soon as Richard says, come in, and he opens up the door, and there's Pryor with a salad bowl filled with Coke and 2 Scandinavian blonde models naked, and Richard just does a big, snort out the bowl, and he looks at Louis and says, Louis, just wanted you to come over and see that when you make it, this is what's waiting for you. Get the fuck out. Fuck out. Go. I got my bowl of Coke. I'm good to go.
Now, are you releasing a Super Bowl selection, or is that for private clients only?
No, the Super Bowl selection will be at BrandonLang.com.
Oh, that's what I said. That's what
I may switch. Because every time I use the Chiefs, they fuck me. Every time. I may do the double reverse to the double reverse, and basically go, Andy Reid sits in that locker room and goes, guys, I just got Brandon Lane's pick. He said we're not going to cover against the Ravens, so let's make sure we cover. You know? Christmas Day. Guys, Brandon Lane said we're going to blow out the Raiders by 2 touchdowns. Let's fucking go out there and lose outright and go open our presents. Andy Reid does the opposite of whatever I say. I am 0-21 going with or against the Chiefs my last 21. I swear to God. Because I've made fun of Andy. He said he coaches in a food coma. He's fat. I said he had glazed donut crust in his whatever.
Remember that mustache? It was all frozen.
Andy had missed a meal since Christ came back 2,000 years ago. Every buffet in Vegas has got his picture up and says he's banned. Don't let him come in. I bash him any chance I get.
He's a great coach.
He is a great coach.
Hall of Fame coach.
But I bash him because I just would like him to lose some weight. Like, I need to see a State Farm commercial with the MV bundle with Andy and a Wendy's eating chicken nuggets and fries. Like, do I really need to see this fat fuck eat any more food? I don't. Let's do a commercial where he's not eating. Please, help me. Help me to help you. So I'm telling you, on Thursday night when I released the pick, Andy Reid sitting there saying, guys, big team meeting Friday morning. Lang's releasing his pick. So Lang, when it comes to the Chiefs, I control the Super Bowl.
It's hard to bet against Mahomes. I mean, that's the problem.
I know,
but
Pete said it. Pete said it. Why are the Niners favored? What is Vegas?
I agree. I totally agree with you.
What is Vegas asking you to do? They're asking you to bet the Chiefs, which is why they made the Niners the favorite, and that's what you have to think about. Yes, the numbers all say KC. But these casinos weren't built by winners.
But I'll tell you what, I do love I love my Chiefs +8 and over 41.5.
Yeah, that's a great teaser.
Love that tease.
Pete, that's a great teaser.
Over 41.5. I thought it was more. So you teased the over.
7-point teaser.
6-point teaser.
6-point
Okay,
teaser.
6-point teaser.
That's a great teaser, Pete.
Yep.
That's a great teaser.
I already got it. And
you normally
I'm
would
not
have to pay $80, $90, $100 for these kinds of picks. But we're giving these out for free right now.
That
here.
two-team parlay with Pacheco and Scanvadas over, that will not lose.
I agree.
You're going 2-0 right there.
That kid Pacheco from Vineland, New Jersey.
Dude, he's going to go off against that defense.
I agree. The other kid is good as that Rice kid. You know, people look at this guy, and you talk about who they lost, and they lost to Cheetah, but this kid is good. I mean, they find guys that aren't superstars, and they go in there and play their asses off, and Pacheco's a stud.
Yeah.
He's a flat-out stud.
Beast. Runs hard. Runs hard.
Yep,
Exactly.
they found him big time.
There we
awesome.
go.
Brandon, it's always great to see you, man.
Tony, always
now, this
fun.
is your house now.
It's my house. I did a very smart thing, mind you. Had a lot of friends come into town, and a lot of friends said, hey, B. Lang, we want the Star Trek experience. Your mom moved here in 1982. You have been there, done that. When I come to Vegas for the Super Bowl, we want the Star Trek experience.
Well,
now,
Pete's a big Star
now,
Trek
hold on.
guy.
So you're going to ask, well, what do you mean, Brandon Lang, by the Star Trek experience? If we go out and party in Vegas and you party like with me, we will go where no man has gone before. So what I did this week to avoid a Star Trek experience is I co-parent my 14-year-old daughter. I told my ex, I said, let me have Ireland this week. And everybody's asked me, what are we doing tonight? Got my daughter. Got my daughter.
Smart play.
I was not smart.
No, that's a smart play.
I
That's a good prop bet right there.
I was not going to get roped into playing tour guide.
You know what?
Super Bowl week.
You know, Brent, but 6 months ago, that was at 25-1. And then it went to 4-1.
Oh, they hammered it.
Went to 4-1.
Went 4-1 when
this week
news got out.
Fantastic. Top notch.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's put your hands together.
Yes.
This is the kind of gambling segment that people crave, they need, they desire.
They do.
The great Brandon Lang. How
Thank
about
you,
my
Tony.
new network? That's Tony Bruno Sports Network. It's an app,
it.
so you don't have to say what station are you on.
I saw
Download the app, Tony Bruno Sports Network, and you get it anywhere on earth, in your car, on your phone.
No,
even in your ass. It comes out of your ass after you take a bad backdoor cover, a backdoor loss, and it comes right out of your ass, even without doing anything. Everybody's got the phones. Everybody's got their now it's in their car. You can put it on your TV. It's on an app on the Samsung, everything.
Yeah.
Digital is the way to go, man.
It is.
It's the future.
And I can come anytime. I can come do a radio show where I can talk about a bad beat and I took it in the ass. That's
exactly
as good as it gets.
Normally, you only talk about that in San Francisco. They talk about that all the time
Bad
with my
beats.
friends. Yeah.
Bad beats.
Bad beats.
Oh, God. Love you, brother. Love you, man.
Ladies and gentlemen, the great Brandon Lang. I knew he and Pete would be breaking down levels and bringing the same type of anger when it comes to losing bets because the coaches screwed up. That's what it's about.
But I was the same way with Detroit. I had to sweat that out. Same thing. A team that hasn't won shit since 1957 is going to go up by 3 scores in the NFC Championship game.
Speaking of that,
I just want you to know that when he went for it on 4th and 3 and didn't get it,
His mic's off.
Oh, yeah. Did they turn it off? No, it's still on, is it? Talk.
Hello.
No, it's on. Did you guys turn that mic off?
Am I on? Am I on?
Did you turn Brandon's mic off?
There we go.
Yeah.
So I'm at a party at the Wynn, 30 people around me. When he passed up the field goal, I turned to everybody there and I said, we're going to need a fucking back door. I said right now. I walked out of the casino and I just went on a walk because I knew it. And I'm walking by TVs, went and got a drink at the bar over there. And then I see the fumble. And then I see 24-24. And then I see the blitz and the miss. I see 31. And literally, I walked back in and I sat down and they're all looking at me saying, how's our back door looking? And I sit right there and watch the drive. The big pass that was almost intercepted that he pulls away. I'm like, oh, we're trying to pull in the back door. And on the 4th and 3, I'm sitting there going, if I lose this fucking play when I was up 24-7 plus 7.5, someone's going to die. I said this, I'm going to jail. I'm going to walk through the Wynn Casino. I'm going to walk the Vegas Strip and I'm going to find somebody that resembles Dan Campbell. I don't care what it is. He has to resemble him. I'm going to walk up to him. I'm going to beat him with an inch of his life and go to jail. And when I stand before the judge, I'm going to plead guilty by temporary
We got Brandon
insanity.
Lang. He's fired up. The great Tom Tolbert, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes.
Pete Sheppard, nice to meet you.
Yes.
How are you,
Tom,
man?
how you doing, buddy?
Do you still have your residency at the MGM Grand sitting in the front row there, man? Thanks, man. You too. Not as good as you, man. Look at these guys. This guy can still play.
Absolutely.
Are you going to? Did the Warriors sign you yet to give him some bench depth, man? The Warriors, are they signing you to give him some bench depth?
They were going to, but they don't want anybody to die.
Oh, shit.
We'll see you soon. The great Tom Tolbert, man.
I got to know this.
Love that guy.
I know, but let me just say this. All right, hold on.
Hey, what do you got?
How old is Tom Tolbert?
He's got his 50s.
50?
58.
He's 58.
Yep.
Wow.
And that motherfucker looks like he's 75.
Wow, he's a battered performer.
I'm 61, and I'm pretty happy with my 61.
Absolutely.
So,
but you're not doing a radio show afternoon and gambling all the time.
That's true.
You're just gambling all the time.
I'm just gambling all the time.
You've got that pressure. You've got to do a radio show every day. Great to see you, Brandon.
You too, Tony.
We got, you know who's coming. Speaking of Detroit, Eric Kramer, what does that name ring a bell?
Quarterback.
What
Vikings,
did he do?
Vikings, Lions.
What did he do?
Eric Kramer.
Let's see if you know the answer to that.
Eric Kramer is the one that threw a bomb also to Ahmad Rashad in Minnesota, I believe, and the old vet, and he made that miracle catch, and they beat Cleveland Browns that day. It was 1982.
Indeed. The last time a Detroit Lion quarterback won a playoff game.
That's what I was going to say.
Against Dallas.
Yeah,
against Dallas.
He was the last quarterback.
All right, Robert, relax. How am I supposed to read your lips? Who am I? Who's the guy who reads lips? I don't know.
Stevie Wonder?
Stevie Wonder, no, he doesn't. Stevie Wonder.
Take care.
Oh, my, oh, my, oh, my. Oh.
I'm getting out of here.
You getting out of here already, Pete?
No, well, actually, our man Brian Bruno is getting his credentials from Naples Wealth Planning and is on his way up.
Where the hell is he? You said you were going to go see him a couple hours ago.
Once he gets his credentials, he's going to go back down through security, and then he's going to come back.
Do you want to stay here for Greg Papa, or are you going to...
I'll go.
Is Greg coming over? Okay, yeah. The great Greg Papa, the voice of the San Francisco 49ers. I mean, where are you getting this kind of quality content?
Nowhere.
I mean, Angel, you know, this is your first Radio Row.
Yeah.
Have you been impressed by the quality, not just quantity, but the quality of content that we've been providing here?
Oh, yeah. Well, you got to figure, too, everybody wants to hang around. It's not like, and we know that some people have 15 minutes, and what do they do, 30, 40 minutes?
Because we do whatever we want. Robin's the one who gives me the wrap-up, only because we have another guest scheduled.
Right.
So I don't want people waiting and standing there.
And
you saw with Mariel Hemingway. She didn't want to be on the show. She's eating an apple on a table across the other side.
Right.
But then, all of a sudden, she came over, and then she didn't want to leave. That's what women most of the time. And then you marry them, and then they want to leave, and then you have to pay them to leave. You know what I'm saying?
But then we also learned, who was it? We learned that 2 people yesterday, other than the third one that you knew, that was getting alimony.
Yeah.
How about that? The great Harry Mays was one.
Yep.
Who else we had? It was Caliendo? Was he the second?
Yeah, Frank Caliendo said he got. No, I don't think Frank's been divorced. I think he's still married.
Or was it Tate? Or was it?
I forget.
Good
I can't
Lord.
keep track of.
I know we had so many people throughout the day yesterday, and even today that you tend to forget.
I know. Hope Robin's writing down all the names. Are you writing down all the names, Jess? I mean, I've lost track. There's been so many great guests on the show.
That's where it was. Okay.
Who was it? Who was it?
On Twitter? Oh, yeah, she's talking about the list of the people that we've had.
Oh, okay, that's right.
I'm trying to remember.
Our great interns have been keeping track of all of this stuff.
Yeah.
And that's why they're here. And that's why they go to UNLV. They could have gone anywhere. They could have gone to UCLA. They could have gone to Stanford. They could have gone to Temple. But they chose UNLV, the home of the running Rebels.
Although
you know what I'm saying?
It's time for them to upgrade their stadium, though.
Thomas and Mack Center? You don't like the Thomas and Mack Center?
It's getting a little old.
Yeah, the Thomas and Mack Center, that was the arena in this town. Everybody used it.
Right.
Allegiant. Well, yeah, Allegiant, obviously. Now UNLV doesn't even play at the Thomas and Mack Center anymore.
No.
But they used to have fights there. Anything that happened in Vegas was at the Thomas and Mack Center.
Well, yeah, because the original stomping grounds down here in Vegas before it exploded to what it is today.
And now there's like 15 arenas in this town. What was the not T-Mobile. I know that's where the Knights played, and I saw that when they were building that. But what was the Michelob Ultra arena called before it was the Michelob Ultra? Do you remember? Because I know it wasn't the Michelob Ultra before. Mandalay Bay Event Center. No, this is the Event Center. But anyway, they've had events there all. Now they got the hockey team. The lacrosse team. You know what they're called? The Las Vegas Dirt Devils.
That's what it was.
Dirt Dogs.
Dirt Dogs.
Devil Dogs. No, I keep messing it up. It's the Las Vegas Devil Dogs.
I think so.
That's what it is, isn't it? Desert Dogs. That's right.
You're close.
Desert Dogs.
How can we miss the desert?
Holler out to all my dogs behind the wall.
Exactly.
Mad love to all my dogs.
Tell you what, as this place has continued to fill out of capacity, we also see the Thunderbirds. I've seen them come around a couple times.
Not the fabulous Thunderbirds who did Am I Tough Enough, one of the great songs.
Correct.
These are the pilots that will be doing the flyover. The great JT the Brick, he's doing flyovers all the time. But the fabulous Thunderbirds, they will be the ones flying over the stadium right before. Now, because it's a dome stadium, they have the camera outside. So people inside won't even get to see the Thunderbirds, but they'll put it up on the big screen inside.
And they'll hear it.
And the crowd will go wild. And there's nothing better than a military flyover, is there?
There isn't. Not at all.
Anything better than that?
The best event ever. Of anything that you can ever do, it's the best event. But yeah, it's got to be an outdoor stadium, though. I can't, although I'm kind of surprised here, why did they not choose the retractable roof for events like this?
Because it's too expensive.
Okay. Okay. All right. Okay, throw my theory out the window. I thought it was going to be something else, but what do I know?
No, that's what it is. I mean, it's cost effective.
Right.
And like Jerry's place, in Arizona, they had a retractable dome. In Seattle, they have a retractable dome. On the baseball, no, they don't have one because they used to have baseball, but not football. Yeah, baseball, they have a dome in Seattle, but football, it's wide open. How does that make any sense?
I don't know. It really doesn't. Especially, you figure with the Rams. No, because when the Rams, the new house they made, they have like that open kind of air thing.
That's amazing because it's open air.
Right.
Because there's all these openings because it's L.A.
Yeah.
And then they have air conditioning pumping in when it's too hot. And, but they don't have to turn the heat on there. That's the one thing. So they do have air conditioning systems. But that's the thing that's amazing about SoFi, because it's the state of the art. This is a beautiful stadium here, but the amazing thing is it's not that big. It's only 60-something thousand fans, and that's what the NFL hates. They want 100,000-seat stadiums. They could put 150,000 people if they had the facility. They would still be able to sell that many tickets.
They would.
They could play it at the big house, except it's too cold and nobody wants to go to Michigan this time of the year. You know what I mean? In Ann Arbor. Or Penn State. Nobody wants to go to Penn State this time of the year, do they?
No, it'd be too cold. Well, okay, for the average fan, they would want to be in there because they would have the experience. For the $1 million fans, they want the $1 million amenities. So that's why you won't have something in there in Penn State. Especially, it would be so cold up there in the mountains that how many people will actually want to enjoy it?
And college kids don't give a shit. I mean, they want to be out there, the snow, the rain. That's part of college. But, they can't put domes on like the Rose Bowl in Pasadena or the Coliseum in L.A. or even the Big House or any of these college football stadiums, the gigantic ones that are 100,000 plus.
Correct.
Ohio State, the Horseshoe. Even Notre Dame. I mean, that's a big stadium, too. So
it is.
It's all about the pro. I mean, the NFL wants to make sure that the fans don't get wet or cold, except if they're walking around outside. Once you get into the game,
then you're
good.
Yeah.
You're not going to get wet, and the players aren't going to get wet, and the field's not going to get wet, and that's all that matters. But, they play Super Bowls in Miami, and it's rained all week in the field. But with the technology with fields now, it's not a big issue anymore. And we talked about the guy from Kansas City, the Marquise de Sade. He's out here, too. He retired last year. The Sade God. George Toma. He's been working on NFL fields. He started in Kansas City, and the NFL hired him every year to be at the Super Bowl location to make sure the grass is impeccable. So all these people are crying about the field conditions and, oh, my God, this team doesn't like it. That's bullshit. We got the best technology on earth, and people are worried about the field conditions in an indoor arena with fresh grass. Come on, man.
Well, it's because they keep complaining about it all week long. We also heard that 49ers were complaining about the facility where they're playing, they're practicing.
But it's practice.
Right.
I mean, we're talking about practice, man. What are we talking about?
We're talking about practice.
Exactly.
Not a game.
Not a game.
Not a game.
Not a game.
We're talking about
Practice, man.
We talking
about practice, man.
What are we talking about?
Practice.
Practice?
We're talking about
practice, man.
We're talking about.
Could that possibly be one of the best ever rants from anywhere? And he kept it going, which it made it even better.
We're talking about practice.
We're talking about practice, not a game. We're talking about the man himself. If you want to talk about all-time great play-by-play guys, and I'm not saying this because I know him and that I knew his brother in Philly, but the great Greg Papa, ladies and gentlemen, if you're a 49er fan, even a Raider fan back in the day, you know that. Wait a minute, your mic's not on.
It's not on.
You just wasted. Wait a minute, turn the mic on. Robin, wait a minute, his mic's not on.
Am I on the right headset?
I don't know. Everybody walked away from the set. Who the hell's controlling this damn thing?
All right, we got a false start.
False start.
Yep.
On number 25 on the defense. All right, we got it, Greg.
Touchdown! Now I just stop.
You don't
Raider
say.
fans have one ending. Niner fans have another. We're in Vegas, baby. How are you, Tony?
Good. Not as good as you, man. It's great to see you. I'm
great.
happy. You know, obviously, I love the 40. I love San Francisco. You know,
You're a legend there. You and
17
Ragnish
years
together.
on KNBR, one of the great
Right.
radio stations. And people thought I lived there, but I never lived in San Francisco.
You're a Philly guy. You're my
But I lived
brother.
in L.A., and I would fly into San Francisco all the time, and I loved it there. And it's a great, great city, one of the greatest cities on earth, man.
Without a doubt. And when I see you, I think of my brother, and I think of we lost Gary at age 54 in 2009.
Yeah.
And he would be here, obviously, and then the big games with the Eagles. And we're from Buffalo, so I thought this was going to be. This is a hard Super Bowl for me anyway, because I did the Raider games for 21 years. To come back here, and I was out with some Raider people last night. But I'm from Buffalo, and now I do the Niners games for my 5th year. We've gone to the NFC Championship game 4 years, Super Bowl 2 years, but I was thinking it was going to be 49ers Bills for a while, which would have blown my mind being a Buffalo kid. But it's not. It's the Chiefs, those same guys again. But it's just fun to be here.
And the amazing thing about, those teams, like the Buffalo Bills fans, I mean, you feel for them because, the Super Bowl chances they had, the wide right, and then, again, to lose on a wide right. And you thought that this was a year. Once they got it together after the Eagles beat them, they went on the roll, and the Eagles went the other way. But that's another story. They're not here. But you have to feel, you're a Buffalo guy, so you still feel for the Bills fans,
Sometimes
right?
you wonder what the Bills did to the football gods. They did win championships in the AFL in the mid-'60s, but in the NFL, the heartbreak. And I remember getting Gary and my mom and dad and a group of family members tickets for the Super Bowl in Tampa. Whitney Houston sang the anthem. It was right after the Gulf War. Gulf War #1 was that week, and Scott Norwood in wide right. You wonder if they would have won that game.
Yeah.
Would they have won a string of them? Would they have even had the determination to come back? But they lost to the Cowboys. We were at the one in Minneapolis, and I was there for that one against Washington. That was a destruction. And my brother, he may have made a large bet on the game. he got lost going into his seat. You know what we did that day? We walked, me and my good friend of mine and my brother. We stayed about 6 blocks from the Metrodome where the game was going to be held. And whenever we saw a sign that said something hokey with a bar or it had a martini glass, we stopped, went in, and did a shot of Jägermeister. And by the time we got there, Gary got lost. He shows up like at the end of the first quarter. I think it was already 17-0 Washington. And he had a large amount of money on the game. But the Bills did come back, and they almost covered the game. Isn't it amazing that we're here in Vegas?
Yeah.
And, it's an entertainment capital, obviously, in L.A., but the gambling capital in the world, certainly our country, and then just to have legalized gambling
I know.
here and everything.
And look at it now. Everything's gambling.
It's
the
just,
league that hated, they didn't even want to embrace fantasy. Remember? Oh, we can't. And then the players were all endorsing fantasy.
The commissioner sued because he didn't want gambling, and when they overturned, obviously,
the
Supreme Court in Jersey got, what are you going to do then? And now 38 states in our country legalize gambling. California is not one.
And it's not going to be. I live in Florida. We just got gambling because Hard Rock, the casinos, and they're worldwide. And there's a Hard Rock app. But the other companies, DraftKings and the big boys, they're suing in the Supreme Court to try to get their piece of the pie.
Right.
But right now, the Seminole tribe, they control Florida, and the same situation in California, because the Indian reservations control it. But they're not going to lose. They're not going to get that power out there. And again, people want to bet. Once Florida got live betting online or in the casinos, it became the second biggest state, because New York and Florida, they're very similar in population. So that's a huge gambling market.
Well, wait till California gets
Oh,
here.
yeah,
We have 40
absolutely.
million citizens.
Yeah.
So and what's amazing, so me being a team employee, I'm not even allowed to sit and play blackjack.
Really?
Here. I'm not allowed to gamble at all. I'm not supposed to. I cannot enter a sports book, and that's true of the play. I worry, and the All-Star game in the NBA was here a while ago, and it kind of went sideways. What happens when the players come in that are not playing in the game?
Right.
You're
You
right.
don't think they're going to, where's the bathroom? The closest bathroom. I just walk through there. You just walk through a sports book. How do you know you're not supposed to do that? And just to get here from my hotel at the Luxor, I'm walking through a casino.
Yeah.
It's all a casino. So what, I
Did
mean,
you see the
we have
Blue
to
Man
brace
Group
a little. I
or-
saw him the other day.
Yeah, I saw him last night. The guy put blue on my head at the media party.
You got the perfect head shape.
I know.
for a
I could
Blue
be.
Man.
I could be
You
a Blue Man Group
and you got
guy.
those eyes.
Yeah. No, the guy that I have to show you the picture. This guy looked like an alien.
With his
I'm not
eyes.
kidding. Yeah. Posted it last night. We went to the. Now, did you go over to that media party where
I
the
did not.
racetrack
I
was?
did not go there. I hit it hard on Monday night. So I got a game to call Sunday.
I
Tony.
know.
I'm not a young man anymore. I got to go every other day.
I was going to buy you a drink, man.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You know the great
He's my
Matt
guy.
Ballard. Absolutely.
Yeah, this guy's my guy.
He's awesome.
We work
Yeah,
side
man.
by side together. He's like family. How are you?
Pretty good, man. And so what's the over-under? Speaking of gambling, what's the over-under on the touchdown calls? What, 4 or 5?
Ooh, we're going to get 5 on Spags' defense?
I don't know
It's 30.
about
Is
that.
Moody going to make all 5 extra points?
I don't know about
35 points?
You mean total touchdowns or just
No, he's
Niner
saying mine.
touchdowns?
No,
Mine.
yeah,
Total.
yours. Yeah, yours.
Mine. Yeah,
That's a lot. Of
I
points.
say if we get 3 touchdowns and a couple of Jake Moody field goals. So I'm staying, I got the hotel here at the Luxor for
Right.
Radio Row, and then I'm with the Niners out in Henderson. My room in Henderson is room 2421. So I'm feeling a 24-21.
Oh, let me write that down, because I'm one of these.
I
I'm
saw
one of
Jake
these,
Moody last night with Tabor Pepper, our long snapper, and I gave him the whole scenario. Tied at 21, 3 seconds to go. The Niners line up for a 48-yard field goal. Snap from Tabor Pepper, perfect. The hold from Mitch Wisnowski, it's away. Money, Moody!
Oh,
Nice.
The Niners win the Super Bowl.
Oh,
24-21.
man.
You like that one?
Yeah,
That was good.
Of course I like that.
We may have to save that and play that back
That
and then do the
happens.
real call.
Yeah, save a drop with that one. Yeah.
I would say go make a bet on that for me, but don't do that, because that'll be the last game I ever do. Don't do that. I need the money.
You know, the interesting thing about Moody, because, obviously people are worried. When you get to a Super Bowl, the kicker plays a big part in it. And you talk, and he hasn't been shaky. Is there a concern about him in this game?
I love the guy. And
Yeah,
Robbie
obviously
Gold
he's
was
a good
on with
guy.
us the other day.
Yep.
And everybody, Robbie's never missed a kick in the playoffs in his history. He's missed kicks here and there. They're all human beings. Jake had a fine year. He was 21 of 24 on field goals. He had a big miss at the end of the Cleveland game.
Right.
But I'm from Buffalo, and I know Lake Dreary. The wind starts blowing off Lake Erie. When I woke up that morning, I thought, oh, my God. How's Brock going to play in this? How is Jake going to kick in this? It was just one of those gnarly days where the wind's howling, it's raining, and then 2 seconds later the sun's out.
Yeah.
And then it's back to windy again. He missed a 41-yarder late in that game. People freaked out. He made his first 60 extra points. He had the greatest.
Unbelievable.
Ever since they moved the line back, when Belichick got the rule to put it to the 15-yard line in 2015, that's a 33-yard kick. He made every single extra point until the last game of the year. And he missed one right, and people freaking out over him.
Yep.
He missed one. He made 60, and he actually kicked that day with COVID. He was sick. So anyway, but the other part of it is their kicker, Harrison Butker, the butt kicker, is one of the best in the history of football. He's not just Justin Tucker, but that guy's 28 of 32 in the playoffs on field goals. He has a strong, whippy leg, and he did make the game-winning field goal last year to beat your Eagles, Tony, on a short one. We've had 3 kickers in history and the Super Bowl in the final seconds with a field goal. Jim O'Brien of the great Colts way back when only Tony and I remember. You guys weren't even born.
Exactly.
Adam Vinatieri, obviously, and then last year Harrison Butker.
And the interesting thing is, people, is there going to be, because there's all these props, could we see a double overtime in this game?
Oh, wow.
Would you be excited for that? I mean,
So what do they? I mean,
how many times
what do
does
they
that
do?
even
I don't
happen?
even know. Is it a 10-minute overtime and then?
I think maybe
don't you just play forever?
Wait, we
And
have
why
a
do
man
you-
here. Let's go to the great Joe
Double
Quills.
overtime playoffs, Super Bowl?
Playoffs?
No, never double overtime.
The overtime rule is both teams get a possession in the playoffs. So
Right.
even if there's a touchdown,
It doesn't
so-
end on the first.
No.
The team
So,
getting the
but
kick.
are we playing 10 minutes?
15
It's a 15-minute.
And-
They reduced it to 10,
in the regular season.
Right, now it's 15?
It's 15
So
in
after
the playoffs.
15, we start over again?
After 15 minutes, it's just a new game.
We flip the coin again? No.
Flip a coin.
Really? We do?
You flip the coin again.
Wow, I wouldn't have
And
got this
then-
deep into my research. I'm glad you're helping me here.
and I
Yeah,
think-
look, you're getting. You don't even have to go to a meeting now.
Right.
And I think also with the fact that we have the running clock and everything, and both teams have to have possession.
Right.
One team holds possession for 10 minutes. You're going to get that second overtime because of the time factor.
Right, right.
Aha.
Wow.
How many double overtime playoff games have there been?
It goes to the post. The Raiders game was a double overtime.
I mean, you got like
in Baltimore
three,
when
right?
Dave Casper beat Baltimore. That was a double overtime game.
Ravens and Broncos a couple of years ago.
Is your mic on there?
The
make sure it's on.
Yeah, Peyton Manning did not have a great game that day. Yeah, that was a great one.
Carolina and the Rams, the year that they beat the Eagles, get to the Super Bowl.
Right.
Those are two that I remember.
The double overtime, Raiders, Colts. Again, you're too young. Tony and I
Yeah.
remember. The goes to the post.
Goes to the post.
Kenny Stabler, he actually threw it to the outside shoulder. The post goes to the middle, and he threw it over this way. And he had a great game. And the Raiders won that playoff game.
Well, I will say this much: your brother, who's dearly missed in Philly.
Oh yeah.
You're gonna make me cry, brother.
No, I mean not only because he was great on TV, but those of us who knew him and worked
The
with him.
greatest person ever.
I got a chance to know Gary and everybody. He was beloved. I mean, even
He's such a
before
good
people
guy.
knew
So
about his health conditions.
Yeah,
I mean, he was just such a great person.
He, I could tell you so many stories about how great of a person he was, but so I'm in Philly. I was doing the Golden State Warriors basketball games. He picks me up at the hotel. We drive to the Spectrum for the game. And I left, I think it was my briefcase. I left back at the hotel. And I'm like, what am I going to do? I'll go get it. But he didn't even bat an eye. He didn't say anything. Dropped me at the Spectrum. I'll go get it. He turned around. And there was a lot of traffic then. Drove back to the hotel. And, and then got and came back. But that's just his kindness of his heart. The people, and that was, man, that day when we found out how bad it was, and Michael Milken's a friend of mine, and when he told me how bad his cancer was, he said, sit down, because it's prostate cancer, but it was out of the prostate, and it was on his bone.
Yeah.
So there was no way to cure him, and he had a very aggressive form. But he lived, man, he lived. And he taught me, I didn't even know how to text back then. This was like 2003.
Right.
I didn't even know what it was. And then Gary is just texting me, and he could not get Gary on the phone. Never answer the phone. But texting opened up a world where every text ended with love. And he had this, it was love on 7/11. He had this fascination. He wanted to die on July 11th. He wound up dying on June 19th that year. There was something, I was trying to figure out what it was because I had to eulogize him many times. There was something about if you die on July 11th, your spirit, you live forever, and you don't truly die. So I think he was trying to die on that day. But anyway, it's a heavy deal. And just being an event like this with Tony, and my brother Gary was here.
Yeah.
We'd be hitting it hard every night. That guy he lived. He got the most out of 54 years of anybody could.
He did, but he was so well loved in that city. I mean, there wasn't a place you could not run into him and ever see his sour face, and he would stop. I don't care what he was doing. He could be on an event somewhere.
Yeah.
He would just stop to want to talk to you, just to connect with you, and didn't know you from anywhere. But he acted like I remember you from. And it was just, that's the way he was. And I think that's where a lot of Philly fans, because he is Channel 6. Channel 6 Sports wouldn't have been anything without Gary Papa. Everybody knows this. And we've had guys come in and out of there. We've seen it.
They had some great people there.
Yeah, but he was the staple of Channel 6.
Yeah, I mean, they were together forever.
And an interesting angle here is talk about Buffalo. You guys from Buffalo. And then we had the weatherman who was from Buffalo.
Dave Roberts.
Yeah, and then Dave Roberts' son, You know who he is, right?
No.
He's from Buffalo, but he moved to Philly when he was a kid because Dave Roberts moved to Philly.
What's he doing now?
He's retired.
No, he retired and went back to Buffalo.
Oh,
but
right.
his son is an actor.
Who?
The actor who is in David Boreanaz.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
That is Dave Roberts' son.
Yeah.
And they were both from Buffalo, and I got to know David Boreanaz because he was in all the, and I was living in L.A., and he heard me on the air in Los Angeles on Fox Sports Radio, and he called me, and we hooked up, and then he would come,
Wow,
we'd go to
I didn't know
hockey.
that.
He was
I
a
didn't
big
know that,
hockey
yeah.
fan from Buffalo because of the Sabres and all the great sports teams. So you had Dave Roberts, who was David Boreanaz's dad, moved from Buffalo to Philly to be the weatherman at Channel 6, and he was a legend.
Yep.
And then David Boreanaz's son would go to all the Flyers carnivals, and he would be there. And his wife has this had this nail polish business,
Right.
and he would be there, and he'd be painting. I had him paint my fingernails orange and black for the Flyers. So great sports family, and it's amazing the connection because the thing is always like, well, they won't respect you in Philly if you're not from Philly. That's total bull.
Well, you know what? Buffalo is Philly. It's a small Philly.
Yeah.
I felt in Chicago, I feel the same way. They took to Gary, and I mean, that whole crew, it was the highest rated local newscast in the country by far.
Yep.
And when I watched it, I'm like, there's no graphics, the sets, like, what is this? You know what it is? It was Jim O'Brien, it was Jim Gardner, and Jim Gardner was in Buffalo. The great Irv Weinstein at WKBW, Jim was behind him. Jim, one of the great newsreaders, and he wasn't just a newsreader. And the eulogy he gave my brother was extraordinary. I think I had to go up after him, and I'm like, how am I going to follow this guy? Anyway, it was just, and it was such family. And the thing about Gary was, so my brother had 160 IQ. He was a genius.
Wow.
So he went to Cornell. While his last year at Cornell, Ithaca, New York, he never stepped foot on the campus. He anchored the news, not the sports, the news in Steubenville, Ohio. He had this crazy perm. So he gets his degree at Cornell, and it's not like you could do it online now.
Right.
I think he had like buddies like taping the classes. I don't know what he did, but he's a genius. He goes to law school. 1 year at Colorado Law School, he didn't like it. And then I remember flying to Colorado. We went and saw a Yankees game in Kansas City. We were big Yankees fans the weekend. Then we drove, he and his wife and me drove back from Boulder, Colorado, all the way to Buffalo. So he transferred law schools from University of Colorado to the University of Buffalo, which made my parents so thrilled. And then he became the weekend sports anchor on Channel 2. So, and I was working for him. I used to go shoot cameras, CP16 film cameras. We had the craziest stories. He sent me one time to a Bill scrimmage. It was the wrong day. I was like, this scrimmage is not tomorrow.
How does that
tomorrow? Because it's Gary. He's nuts. And then he winds up getting the big job at WPVI. He goes to Philadelphia. He didn't like it. I was there with him the first couple of weeks. He was so homesick he wanted to go back. And then he met Kathy, who became his bride, and it all turned. All of a sudden, he became
he's got to be looking down and proud of your career.
Yeah, he's
as you keep doing it.
You know, a lot of times I broadcast to him. I remember one of the scariest days I ever had doing a game. I was at Syracuse University, did all the sports there, but we did the AAA team, the Syracuse Chiefs games, and I did 2 years of minor league baseball. So I'm doing a game. It's just a regular night. I don't know. And then he didn't even tell me. He just drives to MacArthur Stadium, sits behind home plate, gets the old school Gary Walkman on, puts the radio on, and somehow he got a message to me that he was listening to the game and he was there. I'm like, damn. I was like so nervous. Swing of a foul. I like correct my voice. I like the only person I have to impress on the planet's my brother, and he's here. But he was such a great older brother to me. What a great friend.
You have something, a question? I see you raising your finger. I thought you wanted to ask Greg.
Yeah, well,
Of course he does.
Well, yeah. Well, Greg and I go back. We go back to his
Gary Papa. I took care of him.
Yeah, we go back to the Chronicle Live days.
Oh,
man.
wow. And
I mean, I didn't even. I mean, I knew you were the Raiders guy, but I didn't even. The coolest thing was the fact that I went in and did an air check right after you got done with Chronicle Live.
I remember that.
And I remember you called me right before I went to Minnesota to start doing, start doing high school football and stuff. And I said, Greg, how do I do this? And you gave me all these tips and it's like,
what did I tell you?
Well, you
drink heavily.
Yeah, I mean, you said alcohol makes you warmer, but
takes the edge off.
But,
worked for Kyle Shanahan the other night.
But Greg, when you broadcast these games and you think back to what you've done, whether it be studio shows or high school games or college games, Raiders, Niners, what is the greatest memory that you have, if you can pick one, of your illustrious broadcasting career?
Wow.
That's a tough question.
That is heavy. Well, the funniest one, so I'm doing the Giants games in 2004, summer of 5. Barry Bonds has 714 home runs, which is kind of a big number. And when I was a kid, before Hank Aaron passed him, that was Babe Ruth's total, 714. It was probably the biggest number in the history of American sport. So I'm doing a game on a Sunday afternoon, lazy Sunday. Dave Fleming is my partner now, the great ESPN broadcaster. And I'm telling the story because my brother, typical Gary, right when I wasn't doing play-by-play, Dave was. Right, B.K. Kim's the pitcher for the Arizona Diamondbacks. Right when it's lazy Sunday, when Bonds got in the box, then it began to stir.
Right.
It was just one of those hot, sunny Sundays. Anyway, the moment he hits the ball, it's gone. And this is 7:15. He just passed the Bambino. And the crowd just went from quiet to surging so much so quickly it blew out Dave Fleming's microphone.
Wow.
But I don't really know because the crowd's so loud. I was not doing play-by-play for those innings. Dave was, and our producer's like, Dave's mic went out. You got to jump in and make the call. I'm like, wait a minute, what? I'm like, are you sure? The only thing that's worse is for me to jump on his call and ruin it. So I'm like, what do I do? He's like, no, it went out. I know it went out. I'm like, oh, damn. So I waited because the crowd went crazy. And Vince Scully's great home run call at Gibson's homer off a heck in '88. Scully, after he said, there she goes, he didn't say anything for 45 seconds. He tells the story that he went back in the back of the booth at Dodger Stadium, got a cup of coffee, and came. He let the crowd go. So I'm like, okay, I'll do a Scully. And then I waited for like Bonds to pass third, and then I jumped in moments ago, Barry Bonds. So I didn't want to step on it. Anyway, my brother calls me that night. The biggest call in the history of American sport. And you ruined it. He's howling. He's on the floor. I'm like, F you. What are you doing? I'm like, I was just fine. I mean, that was just I don't know. Yeah. I mean, when the Raiders went to the Super Bowl, Rich Gannon scored on a naked bootleg to get back to the Super Bowl for Al Davis was big. I mean, I've had so many. That's a hell of a question. That's
why he's here. That's why he's an up-and-comer.
You listen to me. Do you have one that you remember?
Well, you know what I remember, and it was great because it was such an amazing game. And you're gonna think this wasn't good, but the Green Bay game when you lost your voice.
I wasn't well for that game. But I was sick for that game.
But it was so raw.
Yeah, I didn't. And which one? The block punt?
Yeah,
well, that was I had no voice. I was sick, and it was how cold was it that night at Lambeau? So I'm in the locker room just drinking the chicken broth. Like I think I'm okay. So actually, my voice at the beginning of the game, I was really sick. I mean, the hotel room they gave us, and a lot of the players had the same problem. I couldn't get the heat to go above Ray Nitschke's number.
Wow.
It was stuck
and that's
on
in Appleton
66.
because there's no hotels in Green
Bay.
Right. You have to go to
freezing,
Appleton.
And I was sick. And it's the coldest game. It's a night game. It's frozen tundra. It's snow. It's beautiful. But there was a play right before halftime where Aaron Rodgers checked it down to Aaron Jones. And we just dropped him. And he goes like 70 yards. Jaquaski Tart tackled him. But I got so like, what? I went nuts. And I'm like, my voice just like came through my larynx, came right through my throat. Anyway, so the second half was a struggle. So we're down, what the play he's talking about, we're down 10-3. It's a real deep. We can't. And Jimmy's playing with a bad shoulder and a bad thumb. And Jordan Willis, linebacker, defensive end linebacker and punt coverage, punt block. We know their center is vulnerable, so they go right over the head. He blocks the punt. Talanoa Hufanga scoops and scores it. And it's just like, and my voice, like, the touchdown, San Fran. You had to pick that one, huh?
Well, how about?
It was raw. Well, because my voice was raw. Well, I got through it.
Well, how about Wheatley won't go down? How about that one?
That was wow. You're good.
That's good Tyrone Wheatley knowledge right there.
Well, the basketball fans remember my Sleepy Floyd call. I did the Warrior games tonight. Tyrone Wheatley from Michigan. So it was the first game of the new millennium. We're in Kansas City. The Raiders are 7-8. Al made it clear to me, if we lose this game, Gruden's gone. He went 8-8 the year before, and 7-8. He's gonna fire him. They get behind 17-0 like early in the game, and it's like, what's going on? And they come back and wind up winning the game in overtime. And there was an epic touchdown by Tyrone Wheatley, where he broke 5-6 tackles in a short area. And the call was, Wheatley won't go down! And he never went down, and he scored, and he saved Chucky his ass, saved his job. You're good, man.
Well, hey.
That was good. You knows me better than I know me.
I think I was 9 years old when that happened.
You know what? My best call is yet to come. On Sunday when Jake Moody makes the game winning field goal to win the Super Bowl.
And we have it on tape now. People are watching this live all over the world. We're on the app. Did you download the Tony Bruno Sports Network app?
I'm going to do it right now.
Because you can get this network anywhere on earth.
Can I hear a replay of this segment?
Absolutely. Once Robin gets everything cut up and then puts it back on there. But we re-air everything. We have everything on tape. But just to scan that. Now, do you have Apple or you have Google Play? What do you have?
Google. No, I got Apple.
So then just scan that.
Yeah, right.
And boom.
Look at this.
Scan that.
Right here.
And then you get the Tony Bruno Sports Network.
Got it right here.
Out of beautiful Cape Coral, Fort Myers, Florida, where everybody's moving on the East Coast. Yeah. Naples, nice area down
Napoli, I know that area.
Yeah.
My mom and dad were in West Palm Beach.
Yeah, that's on the other
about
side.
30 years. But my brother's down there now.
But Dave Benz, he calls the pickleball championship, which is held in Naples at the big center there.
Benny? He's my guy.
He was here earlier. Did he leave?
So we were all together. We were all side by side. Dave Benz
all of us.
was at a desk right next to me, and
I was the intern that was running to get people hot dogs. It was hilarious to watch me run. It was great.
I could use a hot dog now.
I know. Yeah, getting out and trying to get food and coming back. Well, Greg, this has been unbelievable, man. You know my love for you, brother. Congratulations.
Like
I mean, you're a legend in the business.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And good luck on Sunday. I know you have nothing to do with the outcome of the game, but you called the wouldn't it be something if that's the call?
48-yard field goal.
And then we can play it back on Monday.
And I go back to room 2421 and we have a party in my
We'll play both
suite.
calls. We'll play your prediction on the show, and then we'll play the actual call. Imagine if that happens.
That would be incredible.
Imagine that.
That would be incredible.
We'd have to send that tape.
So take the Niners and take the under.
So 24-21, which would make it a 45-point game.
What's the over-under? 47? Not that I know
47.
I'm not Brett Mushberger.
I heard from a source.
What Brett would always say, and that's an important score right there. Yeah.
Every time.
But nobody like Brett.
I heard
knew who Brett had when he was doing a game.
Yeah.
And that's an important number right there for a lot of people listening out there. You know what I mean? So, now you never did that, right? Did you ever give a little
I really
inkling?
don't know the line that much. There are a couple times when you get somebody going for 2 at the end, maybe I mentioned it. But
that's an important score right there.
Stay away from that. Thank you, brother.
Great to see you, man.
Great to see you.
Good luck on Sunday, man.
Yeah.
I envy you. You're an amazing, amazing human being and an amazing broadcaster. I love being around great broadcasters.
Take a break and take a picture with Greg.
Yeah, let's take a break, take a picture, get some water, have a cocktail.
It was meant to be. Tony Bruno on the Tony Bruno Sports Network.
Last night in the rock, put me in the haze. Sweet, sweet She's some kind of wonderful. Yeah, 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 yeah. When I hold her in my arms, you know she sets my soul on fire. Ooh, when my baby kisses me, my heart becomes filled with desire. When she wraps her loving arms around me, about to drive me out of my mind. Yeah, when my baby kisses me, chills run up and down my spine. And my baby, she's alright. Oh, my baby's clean out of sight. Don't you know that she is? She's some kind of wonderful. She's some kind of wonderful. Yes, she is. She's some kind of wonderful. Yeah, 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 yeah. Now, is there anybody got a sweet little woman like mine? There got to be somebody got a sweet little woman like mine. Yeah. Now, can I get a witness? Can I get a witness? Well, can I get a witness? 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 I'm talking about my baby. She's some kind of wonderful. Talking about my baby. She's some kind of wonderful. Talking about my baby. She's some kind of wonderful. Talking about my baby. She's some kind of wonderful. Talking about my baby. She's some kind of wonderful. Yeah, yeah, yeah. She's some kind of wonderful. Talking about my baby. She's some kind of wonderful. Talking about she's some kind of wonderful. My baby. She's some kind of wonderful.
Back live here on Radio Row. It's a crazy Wednesday. It's getting crazier by the minute, but one of my favorite times of the week. Because every year we get to hang out. Now, have I talked to you guys before?
No, sir. Nope.
Okay, because obviously there's a lot of Thunderbirds. Not the fabulous Thunderbirds who did that song, Am I Tough Enough? You guys are much tougher than that. The Thunderbirds fly over Sunday. How many of the Thunderbirds are here then? So what are you guys flying over with?
So we're F-16s.
F-16s?
Yes, sir.
You're not going to have any ordnance on there, right?
No, sir.
Okay. So we got Jeffrey, I can't say, Downey?
Yes,
Jeffrey
sir.
Downey.
Yep.
Opposing solo?
Correct.
What does that mean? Now, explain that.
So in an air show, we've got 6 total aircraft that fly in the actual demonstration. So 1 through 4, they're the diamond, and then you've got 2 solos. So I'm the opposing solo, and then Eric over here is the lead solo.
Is there a Han Solo at all? I mean, that's what people want to know. You know, if you're a Star Wars fan. Now, obviously, you guys do this a lot. How often do you do this? Because, to get in the formations and to nail it all the time, is it still nerve-wracking, or is it something that's just so commonplace because you've done it so many times?
Yeah, well,
now, your name is Eric?
Eric Tice.
Eric Tice, and you're the lead solo.
Lead solo, yeah. So we start in November. We fly twice a day, 6 times a week.
Wow.
What you'll see on Sunday is pretty close. We don't start there. So we start farther apart, and then we keep flying, keep practicing, and we get closer and closer together.
What's the closest you can get without being concerned?
We fly as close as 18 inches apart.
Wow. I can't even drive 18 inches away from the person next to me in the car because I live in Florida and people can't drive, especially people older than me. So it's got to be awesome, though. I mean, especially at a Super Bowl, right? Now, if you guys, because I know the Thunderbirds every year do the Super Bowl. So how do they determine which crew members get to fly in the formation?
So we have 1 through 6. Those are our demo pilots. There's no backups. It's just 1 through 6. I think every couple years we do the Super Bowl. I don't know about every year, but this is the first time for us. It's a huge honor. We're also from Vegas, so to do it in our hometown, it's pretty amazing.
Awesome.
Now, first of all, thank you for your service to our country.
Thanks, sir.
First and foremost. Former soldiers myself, I was with the United States Army, but you guys, the nerves that you guys have to build up, because you make it seem so simple when we watch you on TV, when we see you at the air shows. It just looks like, it's like a walk in the park for you guys. To build up to that moment, how much training goes into it, and then how much your nerves start rattling a little bit, because you won't obviously see it as you're flying, but how much your nerves, how much adrenaline is it going when you guys know it has to get tighter and tighter and tighter?
Yeah, so to be able to apply to the Thunderbirds, you need 10 years of experience to have a minimum amount of hours. And then even applying, you put in your application, you may not even make it. So we're both super fortunate and humbled to be a part of the Thunderbirds. Like I said, we practice all the time to have the ability to fly, but we do talk about sports psychology a lot. We practice over and over and over again. You've flown that formation every day, twice a day, but a lot of times, just like in sports, it's mental.
Right.
So you do get nerves. I played soccer in college. It's just like pre-game jitters. You feel the same thing, but it's awesome.
So Jeffrey, now you're talking, because we've seen, stealth fighters and stealth bombers do flyovers. How do they determine which aircraft they're going to use? Who makes that decision on who's going to fly in what particular event? Because the Super Bowl is the biggest, obviously, but we see it in college football games, seen it at bowl games. So who makes that determination?
Yeah, a lot of those decisions come up from higher headquarters through the Staff Air Force, Public Affairs, who makes the determination who's going to get it. And they try to spread the love, us, being the Thunderbirds, our birds are painted red, white, and blue. We're America's team, right? We get to represent that. However, they also get the opportunity to go out and find normal combat Air Force units, the great jets you see, the A-10s, F-15s, F-22s, F-35s, to do those flyovers. So they kind of try to spread the love and really give the American population a good representative sample of what we have to offer in the Air Force.
So you guys just do F-16? No, you obviously can fly other aircraft, right? But you specifically do F-16s, right?
Yes, sir. Our team is made up of F-16s.
Okay.
So for us, that's our current qualification is in that. Within the Thunderbird team, the pilots, we actually have some that came from different airframes. So our boss, the commander leader, he flew F-35s prior to this assignment. We've got F-15Cs and Es that are also make up on the team as well. So they transition into the F-16 and fly that during their time on the team.
So now when you guys are done, this obviously being one of the bigger honors that you guys end up having, once this is done, are you guys have, I guess, that point where you can retire from the military, or can you move on to another assignment?
You seem a little young to be retiring.
Yeah. So we both graduated from the Air Force Academy. To be a pilot, you acquire a 10-year commitment.
Right.
So around the time you're done on the Thunderbirds, you come up to that commitment. People do a mix of things. They go to school, they continue to fly, and maybe different airframes. They do a mix. Our commander leader, he's been in for 18 years, so he's been in way longer than us.
And now, obviously, a lot of military pilots become commercial pilots now. Do most of you guys go into commercial, or do you just retire? I mean, what happens to a lot of the pilots? Because we need great pilots, obviously, and there's still always training pilots for air. So you have to be ready. I mean, if you're going to fly like a 747 or a big commercial airliner, you have to go through different training to move up to that, or how does that work?
Yeah, to do that, you'd have to transition to the civilian sector. You'd have to leave the military. So, for each individual, it's a different person, right? It's a different, their family and how it's treating them and their goals in life. So there are other ways to continue to serve. We have a lot of people that transition to the Guard or the Reserves, where they can still fly active duty.
Right.
They can still train the next generation of fighter pilots and then transition into the civilian world to where they're flying for the airlines.
Now, when you fly the F-16 solo, I mean, obviously you're flying in formation, but you guys also do individual, the whole.
Yeah, that's us for the solos.
Well, not just that. Yeah, when we talk about
the maneuvers,
the movies and the maneuvers and I mean, it's heavy G's. What's the highest G force that you guys can do in the F-16?
Yeah, the max G in the F-16 is 9 Gs. So as solos, we pull the most Gs during a show. Our job is to max perform the F-16 to showcase that to the crowd. So yeah, that's our job.
Now I'm going to say, because so the air show down in Tampa was the year before, because last year they didn't have it in McDill, only because of they were repairing one of the runways. They wanted to do it all over again, so I had to make sure they did it properly before you guys can end up coming back. What I was most thrilled about, not only had you guys come in low into the crowd, but then you guys went straight up, and it looked like it was just another walk in the park. As soon as you guys just got to where you need to be, tip over and just went straight. I think I would be between dizzy, thrown up. I don't know how you guys are able to do that, and then just straighten out the aircraft like it's nothing, like it's a walk in the park. So, how much do you have to do without giving away too much? How much do you guys have to practice that, I guess, to put it in best terms, before you can get to that point where you can just pretty much throttle up and then just even out the plane itself?
I get dizzy and throw up every time. Yeah, it just comes with training time, doing it over and over. When you start doing these maneuvers and how complicated they are, you just get hyper-focused on making it perfect for the crowd, and that's what we really hinge on for the performers, achieving perfection. We never get there, but we always try to. So for us, as you're doing those maneuvers, you're so focused on what it is, the maneuver you're doing, you don't really think about the world spinning around you and what you're doing. But it's kind of become second nature just by the number of reps that we get that Eric talked about.
Well, gentlemen, we really appreciate it. I know you guys have been doing a lot of interviews today, and you deserve the recognition, man, because what you do, you represent the country first and foremost, and then to fly an F-16. I mean, Tom Cruise was actually flying one, I think, wasn't he? Or was that fake? Did he actually do one for the movie?
I think he was in an F-18.
F-18, okay.
Yeah.
Guys, thanks so much. Thanks for the service. Jeffrey Downey and Eric Tice, lead solo and opposing solo. No Han Solo. No. That's coming up in the next movie. Guys, thanks so much.
Awesome.
Appreciate it.
Thanks so much.
Looking forward to seeing you guys fly over. Now, it's a closed stadium, but we'll see it everywhere on the big screens.
That's right.
And one pass, right?
Yes,
Just
sir.
one pass.
At least we'll know who's going to be in there, so that's a great honor.
Awesome. Thank you, guys. Thank you for your service, and thanks for all the great stuff that you do out there. And I can't even get into one of those minor, what do you call it?
The whirlwinds?
No, when they have at Disney, they have the G-forces, and then they crank it up, and you don't reel it. Too dizzy.
The teacup sausage, you say on those.
No, I don't like that. I can't do that. Thanks so much, guys. Appreciate it.
Thanks sir.
Meanwhile, as we continue here, we've been going since 5 a.m. So talk about stamina. I could probably pull about 9 Gs right now and not have any problems. Like roller coasters. I love the extreme Gs. Meanwhile, thank you, guys. We're going to talk to a guy that we talk to every year at the Super Bowl, and a legendary guy, former great quarterback, sitting there in the wheelchair. He's got the sunglasses on. He is wearing shoes, though. Normally, he doesn't wear shoes. So the great Jim McMahon is here, and Kyle Turley, a man who every year gives me some serious stuff. The great Kyle Turley. One year, he gave me some gummies, and I could not perform the rest of the show. The great Kyle Turley comes in here now. We're not taking a break, so we're going to keep it right here as we continue live. Kyle, do you have any stuff? Because last year, you had some different stuff. Every year, you guys have different product, man. What's the latest?
I got a whole pack of joints if you need them. I'll spare you a
Wait to get out of here and smoke them.
Yeah, we're looking for the smoking
True
section.
Humboldt. Now, when you're talking Humboldt County, everybody knows what Humboldt County is, right?
That's right.
Well, I grew up in San Jose, so I was very familiar with Humboldt.
Exactly.
From an early age.
Green triangle.
Now, Jim, first of all, we see you in a wheelchair. Now, you still playing golf? Because I know you play golf barefoot, and you go out there, and everybody loves it. And you obviously, your great career with the Bears and the Eagles and Buddy Ryan and all the history of your career. But what are you doing lately? I know you're doing the cannabis stuff.
Yeah, we got our golf event here on Friday, here in Vegas at Angel Park, our second annual at the Super Bowl, and looking forward to that.
Were you allowed to smoke on the course?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Cannabis.
So instead of cigars, you got to have the cannabis, right?
You can do whatever you want. we tend to push the plant. That's our job. That's what we do. It fixes lives.
Revenant Holdings, a U.S. cannabis company.
That's right.
And I know you were at the Jaworski Ditka event last year, so while people are getting cigars, you guys were handing out blunts.
Yeah,
right?
that's right. We can't do that here. Unfortunately, we can't provide any more product at this year's event because it's associated with casinos. And apparently you can use everything else in a casino, but the one thing that doesn't kill a soul.
That's unbelievable. How does that work? Yeah. Everything's legal in Vegas.
Hey,
but you can't smoke weed?
Unreal. I do. I mean, I go through the casinos. I just got to keep moving so they can't find you.
Because I smell weed everywhere. I mean, I live in Florida, and it doesn't matter where you live. Yeah. If you don't smell weed, then there's something wrong with your community.
Smell,
you know what I'm saying?
Ooh, that smell.
Yeah. But the big difference, though, Kyle, is that depending on some place you go here in Vegas, like we were here for the Summer League, and you had that skunk stuff that was just, god awful.
Yeah, some of it can be a little strong for sure, but you know what it is, so yeah, it ain't gonna hurt you. Maybe you get that contact.
Ain't gonna kill you.
Yeah, at the end of the day, it's canceling out all that cancer in the air.
Yeah, but for you guys though, because you guys sell the more natural product versus obviously the people who have the stuff that's laced, and that's why I mean, some people they lace it up, and you can smell the difference.
No, I don't know, man. I mean, at the end of the day, cannabis is cannabis, and there's different strains for people, and it hits everybody a different way. You could be the same as me or the complete opposite.
Right.
And what works for me might not work for you, right? But
a couple of years ago, you gave me a gummy, and I was out of it, man. I was stoned.
Yeah, you were out of it.
Immediately.
And that was
and I did the whole one. And my buddy who was with me, Harry Mays, he did it, and he didn't feel anything. I was like a zombie, man. Does that mean I'm weak? What does that mean?
Well, it's probably the strain that hit you. And if it was an indica, you should have took it at night before bed, like I told you.
Yeah. In fact, I need because I can't.
Hungry during the show.
Yeah, the thing that's weird is, we start at 5 and we go to 7, and the hardest thing is falling asleep after you're active all day and you're cranking it up. So I need something. You have something to put me to sleep tonight? Do you have anything with you? You're not allowed to bring it.
CBD is the number one thing you should be using for sleep, 100%.
Not what do you call it, melatonin? Is this better than melatonin?
Yes, 100% better.
Do I have to smoke it? It's just a gummy.
No, you can take it in gel caps or whatever. But the gummies are great. I use the gummies every night that I have them. I mean, I go through them like crazy.
You got to shut the brain off. That's the hardest thing to do at the end of the day, right?
And relax. Get reset.
Yeah,
exactly.
Take a couple of 100-milligram gummies. That'll.
But now, don't be going. I don't want to go. I want to wake up. I got to wake up like 5 hours later. I don't get more than 5 hours here because we go right at.
Night's sleep of your life.
Yeah, but I want to wake up.
You'll wake up.
And
you'll be refreshed because you get sleep.
See, but that's what I need, Jim, because my problem is, so I take ZQL at nighttime, and it only knocks me off for about 3-4 hours. So I was in the military for many years, and the problem is you always have that 2-hour mentality mindset. You're ready to go. 2 hours, you're down, you're ready to go. Problem is, as you get older, you want at least 4, maybe 5. If I'm lucky, I get 6, but that's every once in a while. But I've gone to places where they tell me, oh, no, we got the best CBD in the house. And you take it, and what happened? I'm still awake. So the problem is you
not
can't
this stuff, man. I'm telling you, take it from me.
Why no?
And this stuff, they have fresh product every year, man. They don't just rest on their laurels. Come on, man.
No, but that's what I'm saying. It's
good
how
you use it. It's all personal.
It's good to get connected with somebody good though, because the problem is people say that they have the best stuff on the market, and then the problem is you take it. I don't know if they're making it incorrectly or your body's just having a discharge.
No, it's all a personal experience. Cannabis. Everybody has an endogenous cannabinoid system, right? Okay. Whatever that thing you said, ZQL, you don't have a ZQL system. You got an endogenous cannabinoid system that operates your body's function. It's the number one regulatory system in your body. And if you're not applying it, then you're not giving it what it needs and what it wants.
Okay.
And so it's up to you to figure it out. Everybody has that opportunity. I mean, you can order our products that we have in hemp that we can provide to all 50 states, every doorstep in America. You can go to thegaspipe.net and order our pre-rolls that are all this THCA flower that's in hemp that's that's legal everywhere, and all these things in CBD and Delta 8 and all that can provide that euphoric experience for you that's on a lesser level. And some of it's on an even higher level. And so at the end of the day, we need to just answer this thing once and for all by getting this descheduling of cannabis dropped to a Schedule 3 drug. And it can be tested on humans, put to bed.
Now, how are you doing all of this and then running for president and vice president for the third party, the Cannabis Freedom Party? Where do you campaign? Where are the rallies?
Well, we've been rallying all day around every station.
Hey,
we got all those signatures on the petitions. We were here a couple of months ago for the cannabis convention, and we got a bunch of signatures to get on the ballot. So
beautiful.
And I went to New Hampshire. I got in front of Nikki Haley. I got in front of Dean Phillips. We went to the Trump rally. Had to stand in the cold. Didn't get in. It was packed. But ran into Matt Gaetz and all these other people. I've been to D.C. Jim and I are going to be going back here in the next month or so. We're going to try to plan a trip back there because we're going to get these things done. We got the Safe Banking Act that needs to pass, puts $1 trillion of unbankable cash into the economy. Like, we don't need that, right? And then we need to drop this scheduling to a Schedule 3 drug and then raise the hemp level of THC to a 1%, which is at 0.3 right now, and getting everybody in trouble with their jobs, and cops and firemen are testing positive for taking just CBD, and the NFL still testing for THC at 50 nanograms. Put this conversation to bed, and everybody can find what they need to through their doctors, right? And all of these people that have studied this in science and can expose this to you.
And you got Ricky Williams involved, and nobody, when you talk about a guy who put his career on the line back in the day when it was hard to say I smoke weed, right? And look at his career. I mean, the guy was incredible, right?
Really
one of
was.
the greatest running backs ever.
Yeah, I had the opportunity to
and he
play
was
with him.
smoking back then, right?
Yeah.
He was smoking
we
back
all
then.
were.
Well,
yeah, they only tested once,
Now, Jim, I will say this. My fiance, who's behind Miss Robin in the white shirt there, also from the Chicago area, was a huge fan of yours. I may be an Eagles fan, but I was a huge fan of yours as well when you were coming through the NFL.
he played for the Eagles.
I know that.
Oh, okay. I thought you were just talking about.
No, but I'm just talking about for the Bears side. Because the demeanor you had with the Bears, it was all business. And that's, obviously as an NFL athlete, that's what you want to be. And you can have a friendly side, don't get me wrong. You have great personality. But when you're on the gridiron, everybody knew that you meant business. And I think for those who love the game and appreciate the game, appreciate what you did in the NFL, because you were tough as nails. In the videos, I mean, obviously the Super Bowl Shuffle, that's a whole different story. That was a different side that we got to see from you guys that we normally didn't see. How hard was it for you as you played in the NFL, as you continue to become that better quarterback, to take away your side, like the Jim side that people know that we didn't get to see as fans? How hard was that for you to transition from that athlete and just leave that on the side for everyone not to see?
Leave what on the side? The cannabis?
No, not the cannabis. No, like the personality, like your family, your friends that knew you, that knew who Jim was. But the athlete side that we got to see on TV, how hard was it to separate the two, even if you had to separate the two?
No, I didn't separate any of it.
Exactly.
I was who I was.
That's why we're
every
here.
Day. It's who I've been every day of my life. It's I'm living my life. If people don't understand it or agree with it, doesn't bother me.
Exactly. Right. Last thing, because they got the Gridiron Greats party Thursday night. You mentioned the golf tournament, the second annual this weekend, and then the Lexi Hotel takeover. It's the only cannabis-friendly hotel. And Floyd Mayweather, Post Malone. Yep. I mean, you guys are like going all week.
Yeah,
right?
We're doing it, man.
Every single, and you got a new single. Your band has a new single.
Download my single High. It's about this story. It's about what's going on in our country, and we need to fix this. We can all be high.
Exactly.
It's a better point of view if we're up here together. I promise you.
I need just a little something to help me go to sleep at night. That's all I'm asking.
I got you.
You going to take care of business? Because you've been taking care of me every single year at the Super Bowls, man. That's why I'm a Kyle Turley guy.
Are you?
I don't smoke. I just need to do some edibles.
Okay. Well,
edible. I don't smoke. Because if I smoke weed, I'll start smoking cigarettes again. I don't want to smoke cigarettes.
Well, you need to stop doing that. Order our hemp products. Order all our hemp products. Stop
all right, guys. I know your guy there is like giving me the wrap up, and he's giving me the evil eye here, man.
Forget him.
I don't like that guy right now. I want to tell you right now, I don't like that guy. You get that guy. I'm going to have my guys work him over right there. See this guy right here, Chef Tom?
That's right. Get him.
That's my boy right there.
Just keep him quiet. Just stand in front of him so he can't hand gesture you.
Always great to see you. I look forward to
Thank you so much,
seeing you
brother.
guys
We
every
really
year,
appreciate
man.
it, man.
Thank you,
Thank you, brother.
Thanks
for
having us. Love you, man.
Kyle, thank you, man.
Thank you, brother.
Get over to the Lexi. Just follow the cloud.
The Lexi, baby. You'll see the cloud, and it's not from the Luxor, and it's not from the rain.
It's not a chemtrail.
No, and the sun came out finally.
That's right.
It's been raining every damn day since Saturday. Now we're getting deep into the week, and the sun is out, baby.
Hey, it's going to be, baby, and the Chiefs are going to take it. Thank y'all. Appreciate
The great Kyle
Thank
Turley,
you.
Jim McMahon,
Thanks, Jim.
live here on Radio Row. It's a tradition unlike any other. You know what I'm saying? If I don't get to see Kyle Turley and Jim McMahon, I can't. There should be no more Radio Row.
There shouldn't be.
You know what I mean?
I agree.
There should be no more Radio Row. Yeah, I need one of those hats. I need one of
There
those
you go.
hats. Thank you so much. I keep seeing everybody wearing it.
Yeah.
Tally strong, baby. I got to take the headsets off. But thank you, guys. We're coming right back.
You're listening to Tony Bruno Sports Network. Tony didn't invent sports radio. He perfected it.
Yeah, I want to do a pause. This is great, too. Yeah.
I'm getting closer to my home. I'm getting closer to my home. I'm getting closer to my home. I'm getting closer to my
Now back to the biggest sports network on the planet, the Tony Bruno Sports Network.
We're back, and the party never stops here. It's just a parade of great guest after guest. Is my mic on? My mic on, because I can't hear anything. Eric Kramer, can you hear anything?
I can hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Good. Can you hear me?
I sure
you
can.
guys hear me?
Yeah.
Are we on the air? Good. Eric Kramer, I don't want to brag here. It means I'm old. But I was working with Eric Kramer when he first retired and came up to ESPN in Bristol, Connecticut after concluding an unbelievable career where he, at this hour, as we get ready for the Super Bowl, is still the last Detroit Lion quarterback to win a playoff game. Is that correct?
It was until this year.
Well, exactly. Well, yeah, obviously, but I'm not.
Which I'm proud to say is no longer the case.
No, it's all. But I mean, when you think about the history of the Lions, I mean, we know like the Philadelphia Eagles won NFL championships, the Lions won. It's only the newcomers, like the Cowboy fans, who think that the league started in 1960. You know, I mean, the Bears won championships. The Cleveland Browns won NFL championships.
Right.
So I mean, when you were there back in the day. And again, how long ago are we talking now? 90, 89?
92, 93, so those 4 years, yep.
So what, I mean, playing for the Lions, you know, because the Lions have been long suffering. I mean, obviously before that when they were winning NFL championships, but in the Super Bowl era, it's been tough.
No argument here, for sure. And back then, we had what I consider to be an unbelievably talented team.
Yeah.
And and it showed up. And it was fun. It was a very fun team to play on. We were all young back then, and it was a great, a great atmosphere to be around.
So Eric, going back to when you played, we saw what Dan Campbell did.
Yeah.
I think it's going to be the $1 million question that everybody wonders, why would you go for it twice on fourth down? And we know he was aggressive throughout the regular season.
Sure.
But it's a different beast. You know it as a quarterback. Regular season, and that's anywhere. MLB, NBA, we all know this. Yeah. But
why do you got to keep bringing this up, man? Is it his fault that that happened?
No, it's not. But okay. I'm just asking. But it's just, it's one of those things, obviously.
As Dan Campbell's representative, let me
exactly.
Go ahead and ask your question.
No, but to me, it's, if you're, now, I don't know if you guys can change the play on the fly. I don't know if you guys, how much of, I guess, of a status you guys can end up having.
Yeah.
If it came down to it and you were in there, let's say you and Dan Campbell, now you're the current quarterback, were you able to be, I guess, could you convince Dan to say, let's not go for it, let's punt it away? Or it's not really your call, it was up to Dan? And if Dan missed it the first time around, why would you try it a second time around?
That's a very good question.
But they didn't have headset communications. You didn't, the signals were given from the sideline.
And you could always go, I didn't hear it.
Yeah,
right. Not my fault. Technology got in the way, and we just, unfortunately, I'm sorry for scoring or kicking a field goal, but whatever. But I think that Dan's both in a good way and a bad way, an emotional guy, an emotional coach. And so, like who goes for it? Who goes for a fake punt on their own 25-yard line and then gets it?
Yeah.
And but at the same time, he's also the guy who went for it and successfully against the Cowboys, and then I don't care what happened. They called a penalty, meaning the refs, and now you're backed up and you go for it again and then again.
Yep.
So he's going to do what he's going to do. And when you mention, can you change the play? In that instance, no, because he's decided that this is what we're doing. Hopefully during the week, there's been more than one time where he said, this is what we're doing. In this situation, trust me, this is what we're doing. So hopefully there wasn't ever a time, I don't think there was a shadow of doubt in his mind or anybody else's mind that they were going for it.
The great Eric Kramer, and your book is out. It's called The Ultimate. We've seen so many comebacks, the Frank Reich era, when he was in Maryland, and then in the NFL, and that unbelievable game against Warren Moon.
Right.
So comeback stories are great, but your comeback story is not just about football. It's about life, right?
True enough. And while you're correct, there's a bit of ultimate comeback and ultimate perseverance just in life and in getting into college and playing in the pros and whatever, but life interjects itself into your life at times that goes well beyond the uniform. And, I had a series of tragic events happen where my mom got sick with cancer, followed by my oldest son, Griffin, passing away of a heroin overdose, followed by my mom's passing. Then around that time, my dad had some untreated acid reflux that then turned into esophageal cancer.
Wow.
So for him, that was a downhill 3-ish long year slide that he was never going to win. And at that age where I was, which was like 52-ish, the people in my life, the significant ones, were leaving, not coming. And it sent me into a world of depression where I had been before, but not like that.
Yeah.
And so anyway, it led me to want to take my own life, which is not something that you do logically.
Right.
You find yourself doing it though. And so fortunately I was unsuccessful. And fortunately I'm back here to talk about.
Absolutely.
Even be here to talk is great. And so, you know, there's ways to get through things that you have to ultimately reach outside yourself. Because when you do get in that situation where you are anxious or are depressed, you're actually your own worst counsel, which is where I found myself being. And before that ever happens, there's ways for you to reach out to others and build something of your own home team, so you don't have to be alone.
Eric Kramer, and you know, when you talk about it, the highs and lows, you know, you grow up in California, you play football, you're in the NFL, you're on the Detroit Lions, got a great team, you know, you had that big win, you know, which the Lions fans have been waiting, and we saw the Wayne Fontes era and all those Thanksgiving Day games. Right. Anybody who watched them, I mean, we always would watch on Thanksgiving Day and say, I hope they win this year. You know, everybody was rooting for the Lions, and then people were saying, get them off of Thanksgiving Day. There was a stretch there where people didn't want the Lions on anymore on Thanksgiving Day as the first game.
Yeah, so you're right. And so being a Lions long-suffering fans, as all of them are, to have what is now the light coming through the tunnel.
Right.
So this train is coming, and it's here to stay. And you can see that these last 3 years have been building and are going to continue to.
Now, when you go back to Detroit, because you still live in California,
I
right?
do.
So you go back to Detroit, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you have, you know, Barry Sanders.
Sure.
I mean, all the greats go back. Were you there at all this year when you saw this team finally coming together and looking like it could make a serious run?
For the last, 5-6 years, I go every year. And this year I was at the game where they beat the Raiders during the regular season. And there might have been some Raider fans there, but you wouldn't know it. And then I went back to both playoff games, and Kevin Glover, who was a center back then, is still active and, you know, comes back as well. We were talking before the game, and he says, you know, it was cool. This is before the first playoff game. He goes, you know, it was cool there for a couple of years being the first team that had won a playoff game in however long. And he goes, but you know, now, and this is before the game, he goes, no, it's time, and it's been time. And sure enough, that night they win, and it's against the Rams. And both teams look great. And then they come back and do it again against a much improved Tampa team.
Yep.
And so it's just, to see this team, it's almost, I almost feel like a proud father.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, okay, we can all see you've got your stuff together now. And I think, especially to the fans, like, I'll encounter Detroit Lion fans in LA.
Yep.
And they're like, oh my God, it has been forever. Like, I'm just so happy for that city.
Yep.
Because really they should be here, as we all know.
Yeah.
And had they won the game that's going to take place Sunday, there might not be a Detroit on Monday morning.
You're absolutely right. I was there in 1984 when the Tigers won, and I was in the old Tiger Stadium. And when they won, they would not let anybody out of the stadium. And Tom, the guy who owned Little Caesars? No, Domino's.
No, Little Caesars.
Little Caesars. He was having pizzas flown in by helicopter, landing at home plate right in the pitcher's mound to deliver it to the media, because he didn't want any of the media people going out into the streets to see what was going on. People were celebrating.
Right.
It wasn't riots. It was just people, you know, excited that the Tigers won the World Series.
Yeah.
Wow.
And so that's how starved Detroit has been. I mean, the Red Wings obviously had runs, and they were really, you know, and the Pistons had some eras there where they were good. But when the Tigers won the World Series, that had to be the biggest celebration you can remember in the last 40 years there, right?
For sure. And Mike Ilitch is who you're thinking of.
Mike Ilitch, right.
And,
because all the pizza guys own different franchises, right? You had the Domino's guy, you had the Little Caesars guy.
That's right. That's right. And so, as we're sitting here talking, consider that the Detroit Lions, what if they become what they were this year for the next 10?
Right.
I mean, that city, as much as other teams and the Red Wings and the Pistons and the Tigers, if the Lions were to go off in that city, it would explode.
Yeah, absolutely.
It would. Well, you look at it, Eric, because this year, and believe me, we know about feeling bad in Philly for many, many years.
Of course, I got
we
it.
finally won one.
We speak the same language.
Yeah. But this year, when you take a look and see what Dan Campbell did, and they played when he originally interviewed with the team, they talked about what he had said.
Yeah.
And he said, we're going to punch them, and then when we get punched, we're going to get up. They're going to punch us again. We don't care whatever it is. We're going to get up. That fan base has believed in what Dan said. Now, right now, they're still hurting because they should be here right now. That's what they should be playing against Kansas City. But seeing what Dan has done with this team, and I believe Detroit can make that same run come next year. And I know, for Jared Goff, I know he's beginning a hard time. That whole trade, the way it went down,
I got it.
It was a big kind of slap in the face to Jared Goff as well. If it comes down to where next year we do see, and maybe Detroit ends up, winning out so they can host at home, what would that fan base ultimately do if, let's say, they do become the #1 seed?
Yeah.
Everything goes through Detroit. Detroit finally makes it to the Super Bowl. What will that city do beyond what the Tigers did?
Yeah. I think they would just be so grateful that they are. Do you remember Steve Martin and the Jerk?
Yep.
Yeah.
And the new phone books came out, and he found his name in it, and he goes, I am somebody.
Yeah.
That's what Detroit's going to go off
Yeah,
as.
absolutely.
They're like, okay, we are that guy. And we're going to be that guy. You're going to come through us for a while now.
Yep. And the Red Wings, they were winning every year.
Yeah.
And so it became like, hey, the Red Wings are supposed to win. Right. Scotty Bowman, the great goaltenders, the great teams. But you're right. When a team in Philly, we had the Phillies win. We had the 76ers win in the 80s. But now, the Flyers haven't won since 1975. The Phillies haven't won. The Flyers, the 76ers haven't won since 83. And now you got the Eagles, who finally won in Minnesota, and that got the monkey off their backs. And then they go to the Super Bowl again, and last year lose to Kansas City. So that's what it is. I think football in towns like Detroit and Philly, in New York,
Cleveland,
especially Cleveland. You talk about Buffalo, those long-suffering fans, they live and die with their football teams. That is the #1 sport in each of those cities. As great as Detroit is as a hockey town, it was Hockey Town, USA. But you're right. If the Lions win a Super Bowl, it will be the biggest celebration
ever.
It's
going to get blown off. And I think we all want to see that, right? I mean, who doesn't want to see it?
I want to see it.
Like, I love the fact that prior to the game, prior to the championship game against the 49ers, somebody sent me a text that basically, if you lived in one of those cities, that was your team. Outside of that, you're a Lions fan.
Exactly.
No, it's you go through, as a fan, you go through it, and you feel so connected because, what have we done wrong? It's easy for us when we're at home because you're getting the whole day out of the field. Why didn't he run right? The guy was wide open to his left, so we're not in your shoes.
Yeah.
And I've never had the opportunity like you had to play in the NFL. How hard is it when, even if a fan approaches you, whether you had a bad game, you guys could be at a restaurant with your family. Eric, why couldn't you see him wide open? Has anyone ever approached you in your career and said that? And then what would be your response? Because we wouldn't ever know as a fan.
Yeah, that doesn't typically come up in conversation. Like, why not? Because they're just, they bleed, the team colors. They're not there to ask you, like, how many times did Michael Jordan ever get asked a question when you had the ball with the 5 seconds to go?
Right.
What was that play called? Well, what the play was called was get out of the way, and I'll take it from here.
Exactly, right. Exactly right.
And so, I think fans are the lifeblood of this whole thing. They make the ship float, but they're not really into what happened and how it happened. They just want to know, did it or didn't it?
That's so true.
The great Eric Kramer. Jim Kramer's not so great because his stock tips suck. Eric Kramer was great and still is. And I remember, I mean, it was weird because when ESPN started in '92 and I was there at radio, we had a lot of former players coming over. Dennis Eckersley came over, and he was doing stuff with us. And then you came over, and it was great to talk to all. Joe Theismann came over and worked at ESPN when he retired. So I was fortunate to work with a lot of people who were great at what they did. I mean, Joe Theismann would still throw the ball across the entire room, and it would hurt your hands. Even though he was retired. Once you're a quarterback, same thing with Joe Flacco this year, right? 38, and the guy can still throw the ball on a dime. Man.
Yeah,
it's unbelievable. Now, how was your arm? Do you go out there and throw it around a little bit?
I'm good. If the other team would promise not to hit, I could compete.
Now, do you still go around and you got to throw the ball around a little bit, right?
Sure, I work with some quarterbacks, and yeah, I love it. And this is, I'm going to make sure that whatever I'm doing, if I'm teaching quarterbacks, I'm going to be the best one there.
Awesome. And the book is out. It's called The Ultimate Comeback. And where can we get this now?
You get it on Amazon. I've got a website, too, erickramer12.com. We're going to start transitioning into me doing speaking engagements about this book.
Beautiful.
And so, yeah, a lot of good things coming down the track. So,
and a lot of good, you got a lot of good endorsements on them. Peter King, obviously, about Eric has come out the other side with purpose and a story that can help thousands. Laura Oakman, obviously NFL reporter. Rodney Peete, another former great quarterback with the Lions. He played with the Eagles. A great guy and a great quarterback who excelled. USC. You're a California guy. So, no, that's great. When you write a book and you have the kind of, praise of all of these people. Barry Sanders. I mean, he was pretty good, I think, right?
He was okay for his time, he was okay.
Is he the greatest running back of all time? Because when I watched him, I said, what he did with his lower body, no, I never saw anybody else do that. He could pivot and turn. I mean, it's almost like he had a swivel right in his midsection.
I agree with you. I mean, he made unblocked Hall of Fame guys, like when he touched the ball, they were 6 inches from him and then never touched him. So for what he did, I've never seen anybody do that and never will again, I don't think.
And you got to watch the special on Barry Sanders. And that's what's great. We still, it's not the old black and white films from the back in the days.
Right.
But the Barry Sanders documentary is phenomenal. Great guy. I mean, it's impossible to not, even if you didn't root for the Lions, when you watch Barry Sanders play, you were like, wow.
Yeah.
He was wow. And a lot of people wonder, why did he quit? And I know he talked about it. He had some juice still in the tank.
Oh, for sure. And what was most obvious and clear was that not every team had a Barry Sanders.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, it's so true. I got one final question, because in relation to your book and what you shared with us earlier on, there's a lot of people, when they're going through it, they don't want to talk to anybody, and they keep it inside.
Yeah.
Then when it comes down to it, it becomes the point of suicide, because they're thinking like, oh, no one's listening, no one cares. But the big question, and the only reason why I say it, because I went through it in 2017, is, and we don't think about it, Eric, what would our families feel like if it would have happened? Because when you're going through it, all you care about is that no one cares. So I'm out of here. I'm done.
Yeah, you. To me, I had the perspective, and this is probably what you're talking about. When you're depressed, your perspective of your own life is not a good one.
Right.
And it's not the aerial view that you normally have. And so you kind of, by nature, isolate yourself. And the whole object is to not do that and to proactively reach out to those around you, observe people around you that you do anyway every day, and try to lock in on, hey, what is it about that person that would seem to me approachable? And then go approach them and say, hey, I just want you to know, I'm putting a little home team together for myself. Would you be on it? Could you be someone that I could come to, good times or not, and express what's going on? Who's going to say no to that?
Right.
And so you get 2 or 3 of those. They could be friends of yours. They could be people that you've known forever. They could be someone you met last week. But it's somebody that's, hopefully mature, doesn't matter the age, good listener, active listener, empathetic in some way, and looks attractive to you, that you could build this little home team, and then you're not isolated. They actually will reach out to you if you don't first.
All right, last thing. Do you have to root for the Kansas City Chiefs if you're an NFC guy and a Detroit Lion fan? I mean, it's nothing against the 49ers. I mean, they won the game.
Yeah.
But are you an NFC guy all the way? Or
No.
do you, okay.
No, not necessarily. So my son, Dylan, is probably the nation's biggest Chiefs fan who doesn't live in Kansas City, and was so back in when he was like 6 or 7. I think Priest Holmes won the rushing title, or I don't know, bunch of touchdowns.
Yeah.
Right. And so that's when he fell in love with them, and they had one good year.
Yeah.
And then they went through 12 or more of 4-win season-ish types. And for a California kid to hang in there who's not in Kansas City.
Right.
I remember taking him to a game one year when he was about, 12 years old, if that. And I was like, oh, Dylan, how's it feel to be near your people? So I can root for whoever I want to, but this isn't because of Dylan. I just think the Chiefs are going to win. And that's because you've got the players apparently on offense all took a vote and decided we're going to catch the ball now.
Yes, exactly.
And then they've already got one of the best, if not the best, defenses in the NFL.
Yep.
And you've got arguably the greatest quarterback of all time with the greatest play caller, and leader of guys all the time in Andy Reid.
And the best defensive coordinator possibly of all time, too.
There you go.
In Steve Spagnuolo, who, the guy is a magician. No matter what the situation is, he finds a way to make an adjustment, and boom. And then you got Patrick Mahomes, who's untackleable. You can't catch him. It's amazing.
He's the guy that Spagnuolo I'm talking about, held as a giant defensive coordinator, held the Patriots in that Super Bowl to be looking like an average offense.
Exactly.
So he's been around, but my point is, here we are in Vegas, right?
Yep.
So if I'm a betting man, which I'm not, and I was going to bet on one team, that also means you're going to bet against the other.
Right.
So I'm not betting against the Chiefs.
No, I agree. And that's what it is. I don't have. I love the Niners. I worked in San Francisco, and I love Andy Reid. He was in Philly all those years,
Sure.
and should have won at least one Super Bowl there. But he didn't have the receivers and the quarterback and all the other pieces that go with it. But Andy Reid's a Hall of Fame coach if he doesn't coach another game.
No doubt.
He's one of the all-time greats. And when he was in Philly, losing all those NFC Championship games, the fan base is like, "Wow, Andy, what's going on?" But when he moved on, he got that job with the Chiefs right away. And when he got Patrick Mahomes, he was set.
Yeah.
He got the guy who's the guy that you need to lead the team. And he may be. The ESPN was talking about, will he be a immortal if he wins his third? Now, come on. He's not immortal if he wins his third Super Bowl. We get carried away.
Right.
Either the guy sucks and he can't win, or he's immortal if he wins his third Super Bowl. So what's Tom Brady then? What's above immortal? What's the next level above immortal?
Is there another one?
I don't know. God would be up there, but
Well, yeah. And we can't call him God because there's only one God.
That's right.
Depending on who your God is.
Well, that would
You know
be.
what I mean?
Well, you just asked what's above immortal. I think that's the only thing.
Exactly. Well, of course, I'm the king of Radio Row, so I already have my
the crown.
I have my
Oh,
crown.
I got it. I got you.
42 Super Bowls.
Love it.
Who do you know that's been to 42 Super Bowls?
You.
Exactly. Thank you. That's all I'm asking for is a little respect, as the great Aretha Franklin once said.
Exactly.
Eric, great to see you, man.
Thank you, fellas. All right.
I've been seeing you a long time. Good to
Thank
see
you.
you, man, and congrats.
Thank you.
On a great career and on the comeback story, the ultimate comeback. Go out and get it. Order it. Eric Kramer, what's the site?
It's erickramer12.com.
Pretty simple. I think you wore number 12,
I
right?
did.
Is that what it is?
I did. Yeah, that wasn't by chance.
Yeah, you see that? I can figure stuff out just like that. The great Eric Kramer, he's no longer the last Lions quarterback to win a playoff game.
That's right.
Were you pissed off when that happened?
No.
No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
We're here to stay now, baby.
Exactly.
Well, we're going to take a break. We're going to come right back. More still ahead. We're live on Radio Row. It's Wednesday. The place is popping. It's Tony Bruno and the whole gang here on the Tony Bruno Sports Network.
It was meant to be. Tony Bruno on the Tony Bruno Sports Network.
into the future. Time keeps on slipping, slipping, slipping into the future. I wanna fly like an eagle to the sea. Fly like an eagle, let my spirit carry me. I want to fly like an eagle till I'm free. I go through the revolution, feed the babies who don't have enough to eat. Shoe the children with no shoes on their feet. How's the people living in the street? Oh, there's a solution. I want to fly like an eagle to the sea. Fly like an eagle, let my spirit carry me. I want to fly like an eagle till I'm free. Right through the revolution. Time keeps on slipping, slipping, slipping into the future. Time keeps on slipping, slipping, slipping into the future. I want to fly like an eagle to the sea. Fly like an eagle, let my spirit carry me. I want to fly like an eagle till I'm free. Right through the revolution. Time keeps on slipping, slipping, slipping into the future. Time keeps on slipping, slipping, slipping into the future. This is a story about Billy Joe and Bobby Sue. Two young lovers with nothing better to do than sit around the house, get high and watch a tune. And here's what happened when they decided to cut loose. They headed down to old El Paso. I swear they ran into a great big hassle. Billy Joe shot a man while robbing his castle. Bobby Sue took the money and run. Go on, take 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 the money and run. Billy Mack is a detective down in Texas. You know he knows just exactly what the facts is. He ain't gonna let those two escape justice. He makes his living off of the people's taxes. Bobby Sue, whoa, whoa, she slipped away. Billy Joe caught up to her the very next day. They got the money, hey, you know they got away. They're headed down south and they're still running today. Singing, I heat up, I can't cool down. Got me spinning round and round, round and round and round it goes. Where it stops, nobody knows. Every time you call my name, I heat up like a burning flame, full of desire. Kiss me, baby, let the fire get higher. Abracadabra, I wanna reach out and grab you. Abracadabra, abracadabra. You make me hot, you make me sigh. You make me laugh, you make me cry. Keep me burning for your love with the touch of a velvet glove. Abracadabra, I wanna reach out and grab you. Abracadabra, abracadabra. I feel the magic in your caress. I feel magic when I touch your dress. Silk and satin, leather and lace, black panties with an angel's face. I see magic in your eyes. I hear the magic in your sighs. Just when I think I'm gonna get away, I hear those words that you always say. Abracadabra, I wanna reach out and grab you. Abracadabra, abracadabra. Every time you call my name, I heat up like a burning flame, full of desire. Kiss me, baby, let the fire get higher. Yeah, yeah. I heat up, I can't cool down. My situation goes round and round. I heat up, I can't cool down. My situation goes round and round. I heat up, I can't cool down. My situation goes round and round.
Now back to the biggest sports network on the planet, the Tony Bruno Sports Network.
Hello, everybody. This is your boy Play Action Real. We're back on TBSN. Don't be disappointed you're not seeing Tony Bruno. We got our other homie over here, Nick the Flick. That's right, Nick the Flick. He's doing some wonderful work out here. And don't forget. And don't forget 352-234-8669. That's 352-234-TONY. So hey, give us a shout, give us a text, give us a hard time. You know. Before I get into our next guest, just another little plug. BleacherBrothers.com. We're hooked up with TBSN. If you don't know us, we do our night show Monday through Thursday. Also, we're backed up with Bet365. We basically match up your
your bet's $500 or more. So I want to ask, before I get to I want to ask Nick a little take on this event.
Hey, this event is so far it's been awesome. It was a little overwhelming, in the beginning this morning with so many people around and everything going on. But once as the day went on or whatever, things are good. Getting interviews in, seeing a lot of superstars and athletes, and getting to meet great people like we are right now with Mike Waters. So let's jump in and let's.
Right. Let's introduce Mike Waters. And if you don't know, this is a local guy, and he's coming to us as a speaker, author, trainer. Yes, I am reading, okay? And he's a renowned speaker, entrepreneur, like a lot of us, all right? And Mike, before we really get into your take on the festivities.
I love it so far. This is even bigger than I thought. Being in Vegas, of course, we've been excited about this and waiting and kind of going through the process. But to see it now and feel the energy of it, I love it. And it's still pretty early in the week, I guess, if you look at it like that. So I'm sure that momentum is just going to keep going crazy, and it's going to explode Sunday about 3:30 p.m.
All right. And then I got to get the take on the game itself.
Yeah.
Maybe a pick or something?
Yeah. I do have the Niners.
The Niners?
I do have the Niners. Now, I will say this. I'm one of the rare people that don't have a team, right?
No team.
I work with so many athletes. I just like watching football. So I pick the game based on who's on the field, right?
Oh, yeah.
So this season I decided, before the first kickoff, I said I'm going with the Niners to win the Super Bowl, and I'm going to put a couple dollars on it just to show people how serious I am.
Oh.
Guess whose ticket is still alive today?
Yours.
Months later,
Yours.
The Niners. Let's go.
There you go, baby. So you picked it, you called it, you manifested it.
Let's go.
It happened.
Man, 100%.
It happened. Just when we were here, we were looking over a few things. Once we found out, you were coming on.
Yeah.
So you had a little bit. You had a future at UNLV, and with the 49ers.
Yeah.
And,
very brief.
Tell us. It's okay. Hey, man, you got a taste of it.
Yeah. So the my D1 experience was it. So if I just rewind slightly,
go ahead.
Coming out of high school, I had multiple scholarship offers, played running back, but I didn't qualify academically. So it was really a rough period of time to where I just kind of took a year and just made a hard left turn. Right. I missed football, so I came back to football at a junior college, played there 2 years, transferred to UNLV, Division I, and during that process is when I realized, man, how many young kids, especially come from where I come from, that opportunity, maybe they never go back to school. Maybe they stay. So I just kind of created it, to be something that continues.
Well, that's awesome, man. Give us a little bit of background on your high school, touch base with your high school.
Yep.
You're originally born here in Las Vegas?
No, I actually grew up in Southern Cal, so I was from Morovia, which is right outside of Pasadena. So playing football, I fell in love with it early, right? Just like most kids, I'm like, this is what I want to do.
Right.
And luckily, man, that was the guide for me. You know what I mean? Even when I went to junior college, it was to play football. I've never once been like, I need to get a degree and go to school. It just wasn't something that we talked about. No one in my family had done it previously. So me, it was just football. And then when I finished at UNLV, that's when the light bulb came on. Like, man, if I could take young kids that love their sport and just channel that energy, teach them discipline, character, all that stuff, time management.
Absolutely.
When sport's over, they're going to realize that was preparation for life.
Absolutely. Wow.
Nothing to do with sports.
Yeah. And sometimes you don't even realize how much sports impacts your life until later on.
Yes, 100%.
And then when you think back, you go, you know what? Coach taught me that, or coach put this in my head.
That's
or
it.
I wouldn't be doing this if I just didn't have that implemented in me.
100%.
You know what I mean?
100%.
So, I never made it to like your level, but I did some wrestling, I did a little football, things like that. So, determination and hard work and,
the goal setting,
absolutely.
The discipline, all of it is just, it's keys to everything.
Absolutely.
So our newest brand that we just started, so Phase One Sports is my company. I started in 2003. Literally right when I got done playing college, I was like, I'm doing it. So my newest brand is called Athlete to Entrepreneur. Okay. So now what we're doing is taking athletes that are now finishing up sport and showing them that the transition is going to be easier than you think, if you connect the dots. Meaning, most athletes get done with their sport, they lose their identity. I've been playing, even if it's NFL, 7 years, 8 years, 10 years, they get done and they're like, what now?
Yeah, what do I do?
So they're lost. A lot of them go through depression. A lot of them just go through just a psychological transition. My job is
to prepare them.
To prepare them, but to make it clear, you're ready. You're already ready.
Yeah.
If you start a business, go into a career, whatever field you do, apply the same rules. Discipline, character, time management, goal setting, it's all the same.
Right.
You're already ready.
Right.
You just didn't know. So I just want the light bulb to pop on and my job's done.
How about that? And I got a question. You talk about like some of the people that you've touched, and you've been doing this for, you said 2003. So
yeah,
I want to know, is anybody, you're a role model, anybody come back to you and said thank you or in any such way?
Yep. Yeah, I had one athlete played, Corey Toomer, played for the Chargers. Had a very, very good career. Finished up. Now he's into more entrepreneurship stuff. But he was one of the first ones that actually kind of came up and went, I get it. It was not really about the football.
Right.
He's like,
the light bulb.
Yeah, he's already NFL and everything. He's like, wait, it never was about that.
No.
And he was like, you guys were teaching us about life.
That's what it is.
And I'm like, yes, exactly. So that was obviously a pivotal moment for me to go, okay, it's working.
That's awesome.
And now, Brandon Marshall, some of these guys.
Brandon Marshall?
Yeah, that have done well. I mean, Denver Bronco linebacker, Super Bowl champ. He's been with me since, I think, 9th grade year. So through high school, transitioned into college, and throughout his pro career. And now I'm actually helping with business coaching.
Now, when this
so
business
we're there.
coaching that you're doing, is this more like a more mentorship? One-on-one, they explain what they're trying to achieve and stuff like that?
Yep, combination of both. So we do some small group workshops, seminars, kind of educational events, and then I also do a lot of one-on-one coaching to where it's like, and I tell them like this, every year you were an athlete, you had a coach. So
Definitely.
now, it's not a bad idea to continue to have a coach.
Right.
Someone to give you a different perspective.
Right.
Someone to see maybe what you do not see. Someone to just motivate you when you're like, dude, that didn't go right. And it's like, it's okay.
Right.
I've had a bunch of those losses.
Give you a different outlook.
Exactly.
We all
so,
need the support.
man, we
Right.
need it
Absolutely.
100%. So that's what we
Absolutely
do.
you That's awesome, man.
And it seems like you've got your irons in so many fires, if you want to say that. How do you, in your field, how do you define success?
Yeah. I think for us, it's high school athletes. We'll start there.
Yeah.
High school athletes transitioning to college.
Okay.
And that doesn't just mean USC, Notre Dame. It's just transitioning.
Yeah.
Showing the work ethic, the commitment academically and on the field or court, and saying, now I'm going to take it to, I don't care if it's Laverne.
Right.
I don't care if it's Azusa Pacific. It doesn't matter. Go get your education, have some fun, and have some fun. It's college, right? So to me, that's success. My college athletes, number one, can they sustain their whole college career without getting in any trouble? Let's just say that off the top.
Right.
Let's stay out of the news unless it's your stats.
Right.
So that's another form of success for us. And then it's just a transition, whether it's fatherhood, whatever that looks like for them.
That's probably a big thing.
That's when it gets cool.
A lot of people that played football and stuff, they come from, I wouldn't say in a bad way, but, no fathers at home.
Yeah, a lot.
No guidance, you know what I'm saying? So football was an outlet.
Yep.
You know what I mean? So having help coming out of that and having somebody like you that's, going to motivate them and try to keep them on the right track. Plus, you've shown yourself that you're a success. So, that's also good for them to look at.
Yeah, definitely. Being a role model is big. And you're 100% right. A lot of the athletes I worked with over the years, I was their role model or their male influence or however you want to word it. Myself and, we have a staff of trainers and all that good stuff. So we became the person they would bring stuff to, and some of it would shock us. And, of course, we got to act like, I understand.
That's so good.
No, it's cool, man. We all been through it. And I'm like, never in my life, but we all been through it.
You're thinking like,
yeah, I'm like, not me, but somebody.
Do you find that social media nowadays has a big impact with the way some of these guys put their business out there?
Yes.
Is that something you also
we,
try to...
We actually do a social media workshop.
Good for you.
Because here's the thing. It's the gift and the curse, right?
Absolutely.
If you don't use it the right way,
it'll hurt you.
And you show that you're an idiot, you show you're at the party, you show you're drinking, and here's the thing I have to educate a lot of athletes on. If it's us three at a party, you're smoking, you're drinking, I'm not, but I do this.
Right.
Now we are smoking and we are drinking and we are at a party.
I never thought of it that way.
But they don't. They're like, oh, I wasn't doing anything. I'm like, but look at what it looks like.
Right. Yeah.
So if a college coach is really wanting to offer you that scholarship, or maybe you already have it, they see that and they're like, ugh.
And what's that old saying? It's the
kid
company
I want?
that you keep, right?
That's what it is.
Yeah.
So really educating them on that, but then also, what do you do with social media?
Right.
Show the training, show the academics,
show the hard work,
show the game, show the traveling on your A club team or whatever you got going. Show it so colleges can be like, man, they're dialed in.
Right.
He's working. He's waking up early before school to get a workout in. Show it.
He's eating it, sleeping it.
That's the secret.
Yeah.
Yep.
Did you get any pushback from some of the schools? Like, hey, man, we already got our system in place or anything like that? Or?
Yeah, in the earlier years, a lot of it, because a lot of people, I think, in the beginning, and rightfully so, because there's a lot of companies that do similar to what I do, and it's a money grab. It just is what it is. It's a money grab. How much money could I make on a youth camp 5 times a year? And so I understand the perspective. But once I really got the business up and running, they got to meet me and see the result of what we're doing. Now it's like, okay, this guy lives this stuff. This isn't, and I tell them, I've had over the years people that, is this just about money? I say, look, I went to UNLV. I live 10 minutes away from a street that makes billions of dollars a day. If it was about money, do you think I would be out here on Saturday morning with a bunch of high school kids? I would be in a suit pulling up in a Benz to the Bellagio as the director of marketing, making $300,000 a year. You know what I mean? Like, is this what I would have chose? Probably not. So when I say stuff like that, they're like, okay, I think that makes sense.
But you're also a trainer.
Yeah, so I do performance work as well. I've trained for years. I don't do as much training now because it's more into the speaking and the events. But I still have a facility here in Vegas. So I have a head trainer there and a couple other staff members. And we have another one out in Oahu in Hawaii.
Really?
Yeah, so we do performance work out there as well. Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you happen to get, like during the off season, do you train a lot of people? Does your company train a lot of people?
Yeah.
Just to keep them, straight.
Yeah. We get a few. I would say last year we had maybe 5 to 7 Raiders because now they're local here, so they're always looking for that off-season spot. So we got a handful of them. Diamador, who's with the Niners, he was out last year for some off-season work. So yeah, we usually get a handful. I would say maybe 5 to 10 every off-season that. Whether it's a month or 2 months, and they just kind of work in their off-season speed conditioning work. And
now, because of who they are, do you specifically take care of them, or do you?
Not necessarily, man, because I really have a good staff that I believe in.
So they trust in your staff.
And you don't want to be that guy that's, hey, I trust you with 90%, and then all of a sudden, I got this one. It's like,
I got you.
And then for trainers, if they're good, they want that challenge of that NFL or that NBA. They want that social media post with that athlete. So long as they're, and I oversee it all, so don't get me wrong. I don't say that to say I'm not paying attention. I say that to say I'm pretty much at every workout anyway.
You just know how to delegate,
Yeah, 100%. 100%.
You're still giving guidance.
That's the word.
You're not guiding it.
Yeah, delegate is the word.
Well, I want to circle back to the program that you provide for these guys. Go back in the past. How all I know is like stuff I've seen on TV, and like they used to be a coach would come in there with the rookies and like stay off drugs and this, and it would just seem like a rah like it just didn't equate to some of the guys. What was that like, and how did you? It seems like you changed, flip-flopped it.
Yeah, because in the beginning it was just that. It was like a rookie mini camp symposium.
Oh yeah, the symposium.
5 coaches yelling for 30 minutes each. Don't do this and don't do that and don't drive fast cars and don't spend your money and don't. It's like, okay, coach. Anything else? But what I've been able to do is kind of redirect it, like you were saying, but put it in perspective. And I'm a pretty, the way I look at things is maybe slightly different because an old school coach is going to say just that. I'm going to say, do some of that, but do it smart. You know what I mean? Right. If you're going to buy mom a house, get mom a house. Make sure it's in the right neighborhood. It doesn't have to be a $5 million home. It could be just a nice home that she loves, she's going to appreciate, and that's fine. If you're going to get a nice car, Great. You want whatever. You want a Lambo? Great. But you can't have 3 of them. You can't have 3 of those and a Ferrari because you couldn't make your mind up. Like, that's where you get into trouble.
Now, that was one of the questions I was going to ask you. Is like, do you also give financial guidance and all that?
And just guidance, because obviously I'm not a financial advisor, so I don't go too deep into the numbers. But for me, it's just more about being smart. You know what I mean? Like, for example, and I won't say his name. He's in his 2nd year now. His rookie year, athlete. And I'll narrow it down to about 53 people. He plays for the Green Bay Packers. I'll narrow it down to about 53-ish. So rookie year, first check, boom. First thing he does and goes and buys a brand new car. And it's, a car. It's $120,000 Benz situation.
Probably something he's been like dreaming all his
something
life.
since he probably had the little car in his room.
He probably had the Matchbox.
And now he's like, I can go get it. But we all know your rookie check is not that extravagant.
Yeah.
So I had to explain to him that there's a way we could have did this. I gave him a simple rule. Most people would have just chastised. That was stupid, dumbest thing you ever did. All I said was, why'd you go buy the one that's brand new with the paper tag that cost you $120? And I literally went to like CarMax or one of the little things. I said, look, same as that car, 2 years old, 89, 86. Here's one for 91 and it's got 1,000 miles. And he's like, oh, shh. I'm like, yeah. And here's what he did. I didn't even advise it. He actually took it back, and they actually accepted the freaking car back. He lost some of the money, but not nearly as much.
Not as much.
And he went and bought it, and it was like, okay, you're listening.
Right.
Yes,
you know what I mean? Because his brain couldn't compute it because he just wanted the nice car.
He just wanted it.
So I see that as your payback. That gesture right there.
Yep, that's it. And so for him to follow that, and so now it's been, investing. What about property? What are we doing with the money?
And those are things you also do as well, right?
Yeah.
You touch on a little bit of everything.
Exactly, and here's how I do it, because obviously I didn't have quote-unquote NFL money, right? I didn't have the $8 million anything.
Right.
So I started my businesses from nothing. And now I have, this business. Also have an investment portfolio that's doing pretty decent. I also own another logistics company in California. So what I do with them is I say, look, I started with 0. And look what I've accumulated.
Yeah.
If you're starting with $3 million in the bank, what can you do?
You can do a lot.
You should be able to shoot past me overnight.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? Like, literally, you can wake up tomorrow and make a decision. And once I start putting it in perspective, they go, oh, wait, how'd you do that? Well, you still got to know business. You still got to be smart, but you got to make the right decisions.
Right.
And now they see it differently. Now the Lambo doesn't look as good when I tell them we can go get an apartment complex.
Right.
That's going to generate passive income and generational wealth for your kids 50 years from now, but that Lambo is going to be dusty somewhere and worth
and lose value.
Value every day.
Buy a shopping center,
Seriously.
fix it up.
100%. So that's the kind of financial guidance I like. I like to push them in the right direction, and then let them have fun as well.
That's well.
You know what I mean? Yeah.
Absolutely, because you're always hearing these stories of guys, they cut in the league. Sometimes they only make it for 2-3 years.
100%.
Then all of a sudden, when you turn around, what happened to that dude? He spent all his money.
All the money's gone.
He had paying all his entourage and, carrying all these people around with him.
100%.
And all you're doing is just foolish things.
100%.
Because nobody knows how long anybody's going to last.
Nobody has a clue.
Nope.
And it's so easy, especially in Vegas. It's so easy, I guess anywhere for that matter. But it's so easy to spend excessive amounts of money in one night in a club, at a nightclub with bottles and this and that and entourage, and all of a sudden there's $50,000 bill lands on the table, and who's everyone looking at?
They're looking at you.
Yeah.
Hey, dog.
You signed that deal, baby.
It's like, you good.
Don't forget the veterans are trying to hit them up for the.
The veterans get them.
No, that's when you go like this. You go, I gotta go to the bathroom.
I don't know.
The vets get them. So one of my earlier stories, we're in a nightclub, and this was kind of when I was just getting going. So none of them were like my clients or anything, but it was a combination of about 3 vets and a bunch of rookies, like 6 or 7 rookies, and they were partying in Vegas. I think it was after like the NBA championship or something along them lines. But anyway, they're partying. The vets are ordering bottle after bottle. We got a bottle. We got another one. About 2:33, the vets just leave. They just walk out.
The rookies take.
The rookies are like, where'd everybody, you know, they're young and partying, so they're not even paying attention. The vets are in the back like us three laughing like this. Yeah, look, they're not even paying attention. Let's go.
They're not even paying attention.
Let's go.
That bill's like 10 racks.
Hey, Bill, I think was closer to 40.
No!
Closer to 40, and all the rookies were pissed, and they had to all split it.
Brock Purdy can't afford that.
Yeah, it was literally, Brock Purdy would have struggled on that one. But yeah, so stories like that are just, I love them because it just kind of puts it out there like, you can have fun.
Yeah, but also that makes you feel good too, man. You got to feel good.
Yeah, for sure.
You got to feel good, especially if you're somebody who came from the struggle.
Yeah.
And you've made it the way that you've had. You're successful. You got books. You got everything going on with you. What's going on with the book? What's the name of the book?
So the book will be out this summer, and it's called Athlete to Entrepreneur. And that's exactly what it is. I'm putting in word the process and the mindset. And number one
says it all.
And number one is not allowing your identity to be wrapped up in your sport. The best way to know how an athlete is going to do post-career is to ask them, who are you? And if they say, I'm a defensive back for the 49ers,
they didn't figure it out
it's a
yet.
fail.
Yeah.
It's a fail. Because guess what? When we take that away, now who are you? I don't know. I don't know.
You're so-and-so until you make it.
So I tell people, that's not who you are. That's what you do.
Right.
You know what I mean? If you walk up to the average man on the street and go, hey, who are you? Oh, I'm a banker at so. No, he's going to be like, oh, I'm a father, I'm a husband, I'm a this, I'm a that, I'm a whatever. Cool.
Basically.
But we have to have that same mindset. So that's really what we teach is we start with the identity of the athlete, and that really helps with the transition.
That's awesome, man.
That's right. At BleacherBrothers.com, part of Tony Bruno Sports Network, we are actually having a great conversation with Mike Waters. And Mike, it's going to get me into a little selfie action or something like that. But you're phenomenal, Mike.
I have fun.
So early on, like, what were some of the maybe some things you challenged with, some things you had to deal with that set you back or anything?
Yeah, and here's what it is. So everything is full circle, right, for me. When I first started my first business, Phase One Sports, in 2003, fresh out of college, I'm like, this is what I'm going to do. I knew nothing about business. I knew nothing about LLCs, corporations, any of that. Didn't have I couldn't call home and go, hey, mom and dad, I need $100 grand. I'm going to start this.
That wasn't something you took in school either?
No, I took marketing, which has worked because I need it, but it was just marketing looked easy. It was like, marketing? Yeah, sure, I can do that. I can make a flyer. Isn't that a flyer? That's a flyer, right?
Come on now.
So here's the thing. That first 3 years, I struggled in every area of business. And something happened along the way. I call it God. We can call it whatever we need to. The light bulb came on, and when I was starting to feel like, I don't know enough about business. I'm not cut out for this. My parents didn't have a big company. I don't have any, I started creating all these excuses. And the light bulb came on, was like, no, you're actually more prepared than anyone that you know. Why? You played football from the time you were 7. You battled through those scholarship offers in high school that you couldn't take.
Yeah.
How sad, how rough was that? Wow. You fought through junior college. You made it to Division I. After Division I, you started a business, but all the development over those years have made you a great business owner. Discipline, structure, time management, perseverance, wins in business, losses in business, wins in football, losses in football. 1 minute you're starting, next week your spot's gone. It all goes together.
Yeah. Right.
But what do? You can't quit. So in business, it's really about applying that. So like you were asking, those first 3 years were very, very, very difficult. And not that I haven't had difficult years since then, but I've had a better mindset as to how to work through them.
That's right.
And I channeled it all back to what I would have did when I was playing. When I didn't start at UNLV, I stayed after practice and ran extra sprints.
Right.
When my business is not doing good, I dive in deeper and figure out the numbers and what needs to change. And it's the same thing.
That's right.
But until athletes connect it.
But deep down, when you go and look back at it, when you ran into difficult times and times that you felt like, did you ever come across times when you felt like maybe I'm not on the right track or you have had those moments?
For sure. I've had multiple, man. I tell people over the course of my 20 years of business, in that first 10, I would say, I went to 0, meaning flat broke, 3 times. To 0.
Right.
To logging in on the app, 0. You know what I mean?
Nothing in the account.
It's done. You know what I mean?
Right.
Losing money. So I went through a lot of that. But it was, and I tell people like this, at this time I'm 28, 29. I say I was lucky enough and dumb enough to not quit. Like my brain just wouldn't let me quit.
But you believed in yourself.
But I believed it, and it was already developed from sport. Because guess what? When I got to my high school coach told me my senior year I was too small. You'll never play D1. After us going to the playoffs and doing all that stuff, leading the Valley in rushing, he looked me in my eye and was like, well, when recruiting slows down, we'll find you a small school. I mean, you're not big enough to play D1. I'm like, dude, I got 1,800 yards rushing and freaking 23 touchdowns.
Where have you been?
I said, I know, I get it. I'm 5'7". You know, I claim it at least 5'6.5" on most some days, but 5'7" on others.
With the right shoes.
With the right, I got my J's on a day for sure. 5'7" a day. But you know what I mean. So I've been through those battles, and in business, it was like almost like I was prepared for it. It was like, okay, I get it. Even if I want to quit, I can't quit.
Right.
I don't know how to quit, and that's really what's kept me going all these years.
That's awesome, bro.
Kids, listen up to Mike Waters right here.
There you go.
Yeah, I appreciate it. No doubt.
There you go.
No doubt. Love it.
Yeah, and that's another thing. You could just feel the passion from you.
Oh, thank you.
And I'd like to know, like, anybody rub off on you as far as, like, setting you on your track.
Yeah, and I've had a couple key people along the way. And this will give you a little background of where I grew up, right? So I'll give you my first one, which was a negative influence, my older brother. I have an older brother, 5 years older than me. He was a star running back at the same high school I went to. I remember vividly being in whatever 6th grade, carrying his helmet after the game. You know, they put the helmet in the shoulder pads, and I'm like barely can carry it. But it was like, that's my big brother, and I'm going to be the next running back. So he was my role model up until 8th grade. In 8th grade, he made a bad turn and ended up strung out on crack cocaine, and literally started to, in his own way, rip our family apart.
No, I'm sorry.
You know, mom, dad going at just a rough time for us as a family.
Right.
And he was my mentor. So now I was completely lost because the person that I looked up to and went to is now the person that I have to hide my little chain and my stuff because it got that bad.
Right.
You know what I mean? And watching my parents go head to head because mom wants them out, dad's like, no, you can't kick them out. It's our son.
Right.
And they're just going, you know, so I'm watching all that. But it gave me a lot in the sense of, I can't go that direction. Yeah. I have to stay on this path because I don't want that life.
Right.
You know, so as I say, it's more of a negative, but it really gave me a different perspective of how fast things could change.
Absolutely.
And that's why you won't see me drugs. You won't see me over party. I just won't get caught up. I won't allow it because I know what the back end of that looks like.
Right.
So I'm going to pull back. Second one, real quick. A gentleman, I'll say his first name, Leon, in our neighborhood. There was a window of time I was lost about my sophomore year. And I say lost, good football player, but I was at that point where I'm like, I just need some extra money.
Okay.
You know what I mean? I want another pair of cleats, and I want this. And my mom was on the one pair of cleat a year program. She's like, you already got cleats. I'm like, Mom, that was a year ago. But long story short, for a short window, I started, quote unquote, selling weed. I was like, this is easy.
Yeah.
Guy named Leon, who weirdly enough was one of the...
You knew Leon too?
Leon is a good guy.
Okay.
Watch Leon's story. Leon was one of the bigger drug dealers in our community.
Right.
Wow. He found out, put me in the car, and was like, what are you doing? I will not allow you to do that. You need to play football. You need to go to college. You have more potential than me, than your brother, than this and that.
So he saw it.
And so we're not doing that.
That gives me goosebumps.
And if I find out you're doing it, me and you have a problem. I'm like, oh, crap.
Dude, that's awesome.
And I'm confused. I'm like, you're the drug dealer.
Right.
No. And what he...
You sound like Nancy
But he saw magic. He saw potential of what you had.
He saw it.
And him reflecting probably within himself.
And here's what he did.
He says, you know what? He's got something that I wish 100%. I had. You know
and
what? I'm going to make sure that, you know what I'm saying, I let him know at least. I can't make him not do it, but I can let him know that, little man, you're doing the wrong thing.
And the spin was this. He said, let me ask you why. I said, I just want some extra money.
There you go.
Here, some extra money.
All right.
What do you need? Some cleats? And back then it was like protein. I wanted some protein, some creatine. Yeah. You know what I mean? And he would buy all that for me for my next 2.5 years of high school. Full circle. Almost 15 years later, guess who I'm working with? Leon. His son.
No.
His son was a baby then, grew up and ended up being a linebacker at Mount Sac, the same team I played for, and I was doing all his training programs and nutrition and all that. Full circle. He helped me. I helped his son.
That's awesome, bro.
Crazy world.
Yes.
Crazy world, man.
Crazy world, but small world.
Oh, small world,
You
man.
know what I mean?
And it's all here, man.
Yeah, absolutely,
How you
bro.
take care of people, man.
Absolutely.
I love it. I love
you take care of people, sometimes they comes back around.
Yes.
And they take care of you.
100%.
Oh, dude, that's
Yep.
awesome, man.
Yep.
That
Love
is
it.
awesome. And you know, to go home. I mean, how home was, other than, you know, your brother and
Yeah,
everything,
yeah.
home was good, it was strong, solid.
Home was good, man. My mother and father were married for right about 50 years. I lost my mom last January.
Oh, sorry.
No, you know, it's you know, yeah, rough time, roughest thing I ever been through. But my dad's still doing well. My younger brothers are there, so family's still tight. We're you know, it's all boys. All boys in the house. So, you know, so it's one of those households where everybody's making left and right turns and we don't know what's going on. But great family, though. Great family background.
All
That's
boys
a big,
in my
that's
family.
big,
Oh,
that's important.
big
man.
difference.
Yeah, but that's important.
Yeah.
Having good home structure and
Has to.
everything. Yeah,
Has to.
it is. But that's why when you find these kids that are kind of misguided or whatever,
Yeah.
you give a little bit of extra attention to those
Yeah,
people.
you have
and
to.
if you can reach them right, you'll definitely turn them to the right path.
Yep. You got to impact them early.
Absolutely,
Earlier the
brother.
better. Yeah, 100%.
Yeah. I mean, I coach youth football for like 15 years.
Okay,
you know what I'm
nice.
saying? I just
Yeah.
once COVID started, I didn't. But up until COVID, I was doing that for like 15 years. And
Oh, nice.
in that 15-year stretch, man, dude, there's so many things that
Yeah.
you know, kids will come to you
Yeah.
and tell you certain things.
Yep. Stuff you said and you don't even remember.
Yeah, you know what I mean. But I mean, they say things sometimes kind of like whoa, that's
yeah.
that's deep. You
Yeah,
know what I
yeah,
mean?
no,
And
they'll give it
you know,
to you.
you try to guide them the best you can. But then it's always those ones that went off to college and then they, hey, Coach Nick,
Yep.
you know what? I appreciate you.
Yep.
You know, maybe you didn't guide me the whole way to college, but that first few
Yeah,
years in my
you
youth,
got me there.
dude. You
Yep.
got me there, dude. And
Yeah.
implementing the work hard and do this and do that.
That's it.
dude. So when you hear that, man, it's
Best feeling in the world.
Absolutely.
Best feeling in the world.
absolutely,
That's
man.
that's
So
why I love it.
I can relate.
There
to
we
that.
go.
I got
Maybe
a
not on
feeling.
your level because
Love
of where you at.
I was going to say, I got a feeling he's got more people coming back to him.
Maybe a couple more, you know. give or take 100 to 200-300. No, I'm just kidding. No, I'm just kidding. No, I love it. No, you're coaching the youth, man. That's what it's all
You
about.
know, but
I love it.
dude. It's awesome. It's awesome when you give back and then it comes back to you.
Yeah, no
Yes.
doubt about it.
So,
Well, good. You know, we want to wrap this up a little bit, but Mike, going forward, it seems like you know you've got a good thing. And if somebody asked me, you know, a long time ago, what is your perfect job? And if I were to ask you, I can almost finish your sentence. You are in the perfect job, but if you weren't doing this, what do you think you'd be doing?
I think it would be entrepreneurship in one form or fashion for sure.
Good.
Just because I've always had a passion for like creating and selling and you know that kind of thing. Outside of that, I've always seen, and I kind of messed around with it earlier. I always seen if I had a job, it would be like the marketing director of like one of the hotels or nightlife or something along those lines.
I could see you.
Yeah, because I just love that part of it. So yeah, but I am doing what I love, so I'm in a good spot.
That's what's
I can
important,
feel
man.
it. I can feel it. So, listen, we gotta get wrap it up. And I know that you want to follow Mike on he's Mike Waters Official on Instagram.
Yes.
Mike Waters Speaks on LinkedIn. Athlete to Entrepreneur YouTube, and at Michael Waters on Facebook. And I know one thing.
Yeah.
I got a good feeling from you. And
Yeah, let's do it.
You have a bright future ahead of you.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Well, no, thank you.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Yeah,
All right.
yeah, and I appreciate it. Anyone wants any information on anything we talked about, I'm an open book.
Okay.
So Instagram is where I hang out the most.
Yeah.
Mike Waters Official. Shoot me a DM. I'm going to reply, and
I'll
we'll,
follow
we'll
you.
start
You
a
follow
combo.
me, kind of
Yeah,
thing?
for sure. Let's
Play
do
extra real, Mike Waters.
Hey, let's do
we'll
it.
ride off into the future.
Let's do it, man.
I
That's
got to
the
turn
game.
my kid onto you.
Yeah.
He's not much of a sports guy, but he's into, like instruments and things
Oh,
like
nice.
that. So, yeah.
Well, everybody
Yeah,
needs
creative.
some type of
Creative. I love
some
it.
type of guidance.
I love
You
it.
know what I mean?
Yeah.
Everybody
Yes,
does. But anyway. It was great talking to you, man.
Yes, appreciate
and
you
pushing,
guys.
Keep pushing and keep motivating these kids to go down the right path.
Will do.
And hey, man, it's all gonna come back double and triple fold for
Hey,
you.
we'll keep it going.
All right, hey,
I
man, we
appreciate it, guys.
Thank you for the opportunity to talk to you.
So nice to meet you, my
Hey,
friend.
Bleacher
All
Brothers and Tony Bruno Sports Network. We're here. We're on Radio Row in Las Vegas for the Super Bowl, baby. So hey, we're signing off.
Well,
Mr.
we'll be
Mike
back.
Waters.
We'll just sign off with Mike Waters. We'll
Yes,
be
sir.
back. Stick with us. We got to take a little break. And And I definitely got to get a picture with my new friend.
Yeah, for sure.
All right, thank you. Thank you.
All right, we'll be back.
There's only one real place for total sports. That's the Tony Bruno Sports Network. Now back to the biggest sports network on the planet, the Tony Bruno Sports Network.
All right, welcome back to the Tony Bruno Sports Network. You're looking at Play Action Reel, also known as Jeff, Nick the Flick.
Nick the Flick with the Bleacher Brothers.
BleacherBrothers.com, that's right. We are part of Tony Bruno Sports Network. Real quick, you guys, 352-234-TONY. That's 352-234-8669. Hit us up, okay? We're actually privileged to sit with Mike Budelli. He's from StubHub. It's such an honor to meet you and everything. How are you, sir?
I'm good. Thanks for having me. Excited to be here.
All right. So I got to get your take on the festivities so far. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, look, being on many radio rows in the past, this is certainly something unprecedented in terms of the amount of people already here on a Wednesday.
Right.
This feels more like already a Thursday, Friday with some of the celebrities coming through.
So it's going to get even more than this, because this is my first one here, so, you know.
Yeah, I think there's going to be a little bit of the Las Vegas effect on this one. We're seeing it
tomorrow.
both on the prices on our side, but I think what you're seeing around town, the infrastructure's here, the amount of people that normally come to the Vegas anyways for a Super Bowl, now you put the game here. It's something that I think the NFL is pretty smart to lean into.
To hold it, right. So talking about ticket prices, and we're here for Super Bowl. So, how's the momentum of the ticket prices and everything going on with everything that we're here for?
Yeah, demand has been through the roof. I mean, obviously, two iconic franchises, Chiefs and Niners, but really, I think the story is probably a little bit more about the Vegas effect. I mean, the get-in price currently, as of Wednesday evening here or afternoon, is $6,000 per ticket.
Oh, okay. And is that nosebleed?
I call it get in. You can,
or is that the real fan section?
Some people prefer binoculars and that view, but these new stadiums, they're probably not as high as they used to, like in the old days.
Right. Like the Garden.
Yeah, exactly.
You gotta look out like that.
Ballmer's creating in LA in the new Clippers arena, where it's supposed to be a straight up wall. But
that's insane.
I mean, it's certainly a high price ticket. I think a lot of it's driven by the fact that we only have 3,000 tickets listed. It's a smaller venue at 65,000 compared to, a traditional Super Bowl, you're in 75,000 range and above. But a lot of unique things. And again, I think I mentioned the infrastructure here. You might have 500,000 people within a mile walking distance on Sunday. That changes the dynamics of people potentially waiting. But I think that's why prices may actually come up come Saturday, Sunday, because the amount of people that are going to be here interested in the game. You might hit blackjack, roulette, craps, get lucky, and next thing you know, you're at the Super Bowl on Sunday.
Right. I guess so. And I got to get this out of the way before we get too further. The game itself, any predictions? Or maybe you're not allowed to.
31-24 Niners.
You heard it here first. Niners, 31-24.
Confident,
right.
never wavering.
Is that your team?
I will call it out that I am a 49ers fan.
There's nothing wrong with that. None at all.
Good. And then, so StubHub, how long you been with StubHub?
7 years now.
7 years, okay.
So we've seen a few Super Bowls. This is certainly kind of one that's up there. You can only really compare it to Miami and LA, but really more realistically the LA one, which again drove a lot of prices. Exciting to have the home team in. And look, Niners fans are really close. I mean, I'm not just saying that, but California's here. So even from the get-go, after the NFC, AFC championship games, we've already had about 40% of our sales coming from the state of California, as opposed to 10%.
Oh, they're going to flood in.
They're going to flood in. I think, look, on the flip side, if I'm a Chiefs fan, kind of nice to say, been there, done that, right? 4 out of 5. Are you going to spend $8,000 for flights, hotels? No, you're going to watch this one at home with friends and family, because it's like, hey, we've already cashed our chip on 2 of them. So
that's right.
Certainly we're predicting and expecting to see probably a little bit louder on the Niners side come Sunday.
I got a question for you, because I'm curious, and I'm sure there's other people out there that are curious. But when it comes to buying tickets, let's say a big event is coming about, and other ticket resellers and buyers, are you guys allowed to buy only a certain amount that you're able to put onto yours as a third-party seller and sell them? Or, how does that work? Because it's like sometimes you go, when I try to find something and then they're already all sold out, and I'm like, how can it be already all sold out? How is there a limited quantity that you guys are allowed? Like StubHub can get 10,000, this person can get 5,000. I mean, how does it work?
One, the Super Bowl is an animal itself, but in general, like StubHub, we're simply a marketplace, so we don't own any of the tickets that are actually on our site. A lot of what we do and have internal teams focused on is trying to work with sellers and resellers across the country and around the globe to ensure that for any event that you want to go to as a fan, we have the best tickets verified tickets, and then you have a selection within there. We would love to have more than 3,000 tickets available. It certainly would probably help the prices come down a little bit for the average fan. The truth is we don't. But, I can't speak for other sites, but we have a full trust and safety team that's verifying every single ticket that's listed. Like, I can't just go to StubHub and be like, I'm going to list the Super Bowl ticket. Like, you'd have to go through some hoops because of the size of this event as opposed to a Tuesday night baseball game, which is obviously a little bit different.
All right. Okay. Now, being employed with StubHub, are you allowed to buy, and maybe not just Super Bowl or any tickets, are you allowed to use your own service?
Absolutely.
Okay.
I mean, again, everyone that works at StubHub, at the end of the day, we're all fans of the live events.
All right.
We enjoy the excitement of, hey, like, we want to have and help fans get into games just like anything else. Like I said, I'm a 49er fan. I go to games. Like, I love to go to games. I love using our site because I know it's safe and secure, and we are backed by the Fan Protect guarantee. So when I'm traveling on the road or other places, I'm always searching our app to be like, what's going on in Vegas tonight or anywhere else.
I never knew that with the fan. You said that's just the fan guarantee. So in other words, you're guaranteed that's the right ticket, or
we have a StubHub Fan Protect guarantee that guarantees your purchase up to 100%. That ensures that if you go to a gate for whatever reason, don't get let in. As long as you're following the rules, if you go in and try to, that's a different animal altogether. But yeah, if your ticket doesn't scan, we will get your money back, and we'll do everything we can to make sure that you get in at the same seat or a better seat overall.
Okay.
Well, that's awesome. Because I remember I went to go see one of these WWE events with my son. I took him to see The Rock. Paid money for it, good money. Go to the ticket thing. They scan it. The guy says this seat's already been taken. I'm like, what? So.
We got a question here.
I have an honest question: is how many A's tickets were on StubHub this season, even though they were the lowest attendance team?
That's a great question. I wish I had that specific answer for you. I do not, but I think that's what. Again, when you're talking about Super Bowl, other sports, it makes it different. Is the beauty of baseball is there's always tickets available, especially on the secondary side, unless you're talking about a postseason or maybe opening day. There's usually a price point for everyone. So A's, there might be more affordable price points, and if you're comparing it to the Dodgers with Ohtani or, the Yankees.
I know, those tickets are going to be insane this year.
I mean, it's an all-star game every, as a San Francisco Giants fan.
Right.
You just feel
those
helpless
tickets
at
are
the
going to
time.
be insane. And I just saw they signed Kershaw to like some ridiculous money on an extension or whatever.
Guess why not?
Yeah. So
keep them healthy, right?
Yeah, they're definitely the Dodgers are definitely somebody that is spending a lot of money. But
that's right. Listen, guys. You're watching Tony Bruno Sports Network, and great to have Adam Mandalay with StubHub. I meant to say that you are a sports fan, and that's refreshing because you're not just like a corporate guy coming in here. We're StubHub, this and that. If you base some of your successes on sports, what do you think? What are your biggest accomplishments? Not just sports or StubHub. What's your biggest accomplishment right now?
That's a great question.
Yeah, well, it's dive deep, right?
I mean, look, if you look at 2023 going in, looking back, like it probably would have been the usual tentpoles. Like, hey, how do we make sure as a company we succeed at Super Bowl?
Right.
Story of the year was Taylor Swift, which obviously ties now into Super Bowl. I mean, that was by far. So any ticket marketplace out there, their numbers are certainly did very well last year because the Taylor Swift effect. I mean, that was a tour that came kind of, not necessarily out of nowhere, but no one realized the heights it would get to. So, as we focus on 2024, we've had an amazing Q1, a lot of great sporting events and live events in general, and that's kind of what we're focused to. Again, across just the U.S. and the globe, like, we'll never stop. We're a company full of fans at the heart, and we want to make sure that we're putting every single possible event up, and hopefully it's connecting, some other fans out there, whether it's theater, music, festivals are now rising, outside of sports as well.
All right. So, all right. I've seen some other ones. We won't talk about the competition or anything. And I've seen some of the bad things. And I'm curious, like maybe in your experience, some of the struggles maybe StubHub has had.
Yeah. Look. Like any other industry, when there's a lot of competition, there are also sometimes some nefarious acts. So everything that we can do is only focus really on, what we're bringing, we're providing. And look, I'm sure someone's listening is like, hey, I bought a ticket on StubHub and maybe I had a bad experience one time. Like, look, our job is to make sure that's like, a percent of a percent of a percent. And that's really working with content rights holders, leagues, artists, touring professionals to make sure that we're having and verifying those tickets. So really with the move to mobile only, our focus as a company is how do you bring down those restrictions? I know some of our competitors like to restrict the market, and the idea that that's what's making it safer. We actually believe the exact opposite. The more you bring it in open and have transparency for the fans and let them purchase where they want, just like if you want to buy toothpaste, you can go to 25 different stores within a mile radius and buy it. Like, live events industry should essentially be the same. It's on us to make sure that we're providing the best inventory, that people continue to come back with us. But realistically, that's the way we think that the world should move in terms of attending games or concerts.
Sure. Do you guys just for like knowledge for the company, like do you guys track what sports generate the most money? What part of the area of the United States generate the most money with any in particular sport? Like do you guys focus on that at all a little bit so that you know we need to buy more tickets for this event or promote this event more to make more sales? I mean, like, do you guys brainstorm things like that or anything like that? Or
yeah, but I'll catch you again. We're not buying any of the tickets.
Right.
But at the same time, we're monitoring all of that and really have a good understanding. Look, at the end of the day, how do you market and reach that fan, and you're actually serving them the right ad? So you're seeing a lot more of all the ticketing industry, social media, trying to hit you there. But a lot of it's like people go into Google and type in Super Bowl tickets, like who's the first ad, things like that. That's right. But that's why we always say be careful, because you click the first one, you think you're buying from somewhere. There's a lot of white labels, and so really we're just trying to continue to educate fans with the safe way to buy. Again, open transparency of how that works, but certainly there's going to be larger focuses on tentpole events that we know every single year. Also making sure that, if a team goes on a 10-game win streak, how are you moving in real time to ensure that you're talking about that and being a part of the conversation? And that's what kind of comes back to.
Does advertising boost up when you go into things like that? Like, okay, we need to put our name out more, or for this situation, we need to make sure that StubHub is,
Yeah, each company certainly takes their own approach. Ours is, again, you're focused on where there's a higher price event. Yeah, you're willing and able to kind of push a little bit more to drive a little bit more of the eyeballs. The fortunate thing for us is we've been around for 20 years. This is kind of our lifeblood, that we have a lot of direct fans and way that we work with them from our apps and things like that. So that's what we focus on, is if we provide the best customer experience from searching for a ticket to buying a ticket to entering the game, like, in a way, like, it's super cliche, but that's our Super Bowl. It's before the game.
Right.
We need to make sure you get in and have that good experience. Anything after that, we're going to pass you off to the venue and whatever you're doing, but that's what we're hyper focused on, is ensuring
But that also leads back to repeat customer.
Absolutely. They always say your sellers are your best customers, and that's a lot of what we do. We want to connect fans. So having you be able to have a good experience, selling a ticket you can't go to, you're more likely than not to come back and buy one as well.
That's right.
Absolutely.
Well, I want to know, too, any special projects that StubHub is moving forward with, maybe AI or something?
We can't get into any special projects, but I can assure you, it's a hyper focus internally. How do you always stay on the cutting edge technology while also protecting fans? There's a lot of different.
Like you said, the insurance.
Yeah, we have ticket insurance as well. So if you're purchasing a ticket, or we also partner with. I can't remember the exact company, so I'm not going to say.
That's all right.
No free publicity, but you have the ability that you're going to buy a Super Bowl ticket, you can pay over time. There's things like that we're partnering with different people to, again, make it easier.
You have that option.
Make it more affordable for different fans.
That's awesome, dude. You can make a payment plan on the Super Bowl ticket. Now, is that something that you got to, get on a reservation list or something like that, too?
It's in the checkout, I believe, that, it's through a third party. So just like anything else, if you're buying a flight now, you can go in and see, hey, do you want to use this company to insure, or this company to help, pay on a monthly payment? So, look, it's all about that, and I think a lot of it, when you talk about AI and new technologies, is it's changing. This time next year, we're talking in New Orleans, who knows what, you might be wearing goggles to buy tickets.
I'm going to get on StubHub and start paying for my New Orleans ticket now.
There you go.
Save your money.
Yeah, I got to send all my pennies to StubHub.
well, just like Adam said, somebody might, win a little jackpot and find themselves over at the stadium, So
I don't know. I got bills to pay.
It's way better than me trying to hit you up for tickets back in the day.
Yeah.
I don't know what the heck I'm paying, so.
Yeah, how it used to be. So.
All right. And also, I want to talk about with StubHub. You're actually getting such a wide array. Like, not just sports are great, concerts. Anything I'm leaving out as far as what else besides sport? I mean, we're dwelling on sports. What am I missing that you guys get into?
I mean, truthfully, we do try to sell any event and bring it. If someone has a ticket and wants to sell. So there's obscure
Just
events
anything.
and someone's like, hey, I have 20 tickets. I'm looking to try to sell them. But, look.
All right, so my kids' orchestra recital, you can hook me up, right?
You can call me directly. I'll have someone build the map. But that's a lot of the work that people don't think about. It's like, oh, why doesn't there are all these events? It's a lot of back end of like how does one venue also have 18 different configurations? Whether it's a boxing fight, MMO, you've got basketball in that arena. Then it's like a women's volleyball. So everything has different configurations, and that's what we have to work with a lot to ensure that where the tickets are mapping and how that works. But festivals are growing in the U.S. and abroad. We have an international, this big trend out of the pandemic is kind of probably everyone took for granted going to events. So that's seen the live event industry take off, but also a lot of cross-border. So now with the NFL, perfect example, they're opening up now in Brazil.
That's right.
They played, I think, 6-7 games this year abroad. We're now seeing a lot of those fans come. We've already had 17. The number's probably to 18 different countries now that have already purchased for this Super Bowl. All 50 states have purchased for the Super Bowl. So we're seeing that not just for a Super Bowl event, but really across. People are traveling to go to concerts and more willing, especially the younger generation of Gen Z on our research, they're more willing to go spend to see a concert instead of in their hometown. Like, let's go see that in Austin, Texas, because that's exciting. Then you build around, and then within there, how are we also servicing them? Because we know that hey, there's a comedy show here. There's also a Texas football game. There's just a myriad of events that we can sell and list on our site that hopefully fans are interested in. Great, and we'll just help the seller or buyer get there.
So you mentioned real quick as far as Europe abroad and all that. Any I don't know how to face any differences or any kind of obstacles you had to come, the differences, in other words, between us and Europe?
Every country has its own. I'm not going to be the best expert on all the international. We do have our international team that's great that I work with. Now, each country has different beliefs on secondary market or marketplaces and how they can restrict or not restrict. So if you're going to go to London or things like that, but our international brand is Viagogo. So that's kind of StubHub.
I didn't know that.
So Viagogo is StubHub, but it's
correct. Viagogo
international.
So StubHub historically was owned by eBay. We were purchased by Viagogo, which was created actually by the original founder, Eric Baker, of StubHub. And so we are a private company now, StubHub North America brand, Viagogo internationally, and we're selling across 130 plus global countries. Each country obviously has their own rules, regulations, and things like that we work towards. And again, we're just trying to work with local governments, local rights holders to ensure that, hey, there's a marketplace out there, and we're meeting the fans' needs. That's it. That's really, at the end of the day, a happy fan is kind of our focus.
I love to hear that.
That's awesome.
I love to hear it. And, and starting out, maybe some of the stuff you wish you would have known, and I'm talking about personally with StubHub.
Yeah, it's a great question. I'll never forget when I was interviewing for the job originally. One of my questions back was well, what do you think the ramp-up time was? And remember the guy interviewing me said, hey, you won't feel comfortable to be on a panel for 1 year. And I'm never be like, yeah, okay. How hard could this be? But look, there's a lot to it. I mean, especially when you talk about there's plenty of different primaries. So it's not like, hey, it's just Ticketmaster out there. There's a lot of white label primaries. So when you're going to different events, I mean, how many different apps do you sometimes need to go in your own city, depending on where you live? It's in the Bay Area, you've got the Giants on one, the Warriors on a different one, the A's, so I think within that, there's a lot of complexities, and really there's a lot of technology that thankfully the fan's not aware of that goes into trust and safety, ensuring buying and canceling, reissue your tickets to make sure it's safe and valid for you. So there's just a lot of things that go on behind the scenes that has probably been the biggest learning curve, but something that when you work in the industry is actually, good to know is going on to ensure that, hey, you're as protected as you are if you're buying anything else out there.
Okay.
Well, like any other job, I mean, you learn as you go and you learn as you working. But what put you into this position? What did you take up in college? What did you to put you in the position where you are now?
Yeah, I grew up massive Bay Area sports fan, fortunate enough to go to a lot of sporting events. So always kind of knew, played sports in high school, but knew that, hey, I'd love to work in sports, what that meant.
Where you originally from?
I'm from San Francisco Bay Area, so
Okay.
just south of San Francisco. So Giants, Warriors, Sharks, 49ers, here we are. That's right. But yeah, so, I was fortunate enough to actually first job out of high school, summer intern was with the 49ers, and then worked on agency sides, and then kind of morphed my way from sponsorship sales into kind of what I do at StubHub on my more day-to-day outside of just being the spokesperson.
No college?
I went to college.
Where'd you go?
I graduated from a super small college you've never heard of, Menlo College, in the Bay Area.
Menlo, I've heard of Menlo, yeah. I have a buddy that...
You got the memo?
No, I know what you're talking about. I have a friend that's in the San Francisco area, so yeah, definitely. So, all right, well, again, Tony Bruno Sports Network. We are blessed to be talking to Adam Budelli, and we've got to wrap you up here. And are you excited about going? Are you going? I neglected to ask you. Are you going to the game?
See, again, everyone assumes you work at StubHub. You just get access to tickets. I'm still in the market. I'm working the same channels as everyone else.
Get out of town.
I thought he was going to give me some tickets right now.
I'll be here on Radio Row today, tomorrow. I fly home tomorrow night. I do have my flight booked, though, Sunday morning. So I plan to be in Allegiant Stadium, not under the StubHub umbrella, just part of 49er Nation.
Outstanding. Cool.
That's awesome.
Well, thank you so much, Mike. Or I'm sorry, thank you so much, Adam. We were talking to Mike. Adam, and I hope the best for you. I hope that StubHub treats you well. And we can talk again. And hit us up on BleacherBrothers.com. We'd love to have you on our show, or a nighttime show, 8 p.m. Eastern. Okay.
Hey, I'm based in San Francisco, I said, so that's 5 p.m. Anytime.
I know. It's easy.
We'll talk some. Are you guys based in Philly?
No.
He's in Arizona.
Yes, sir.
And the Bleacher Brother, basically the network and everything else is right in West Palm Beach, Florida.
Yeah. We're so spread
Let's
out.
do it. Anytime you guys want to talk, happy to jump on.
That'd be awesome.
We'll reach out. Any social that you might want to plug that we can find you, or?
I'm not a big social guy,
That's
so
okay.
follow
StubHub.com.
StubHub, that's fine.
Download the app, and hopefully I'll see you at an event when you purchase on StubHub.
We will, Adam.
For sure. Thank you, Adam. Thank you for your time, and your patience, and
thank you so much. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
All right, you guys. We'll take a little quick break. We want to definitely talk about Adam, one of our awesome guests behind his back, because he didn't give us any tickets. So, and we'll be back. I want to take a picture with my new friend. Okay.
All right.
All right.
There's only one real place for total sports. That's the Tony Bruno Sports Network.
Keep on moving.
Now back to the biggest sports network on the planet, the Tony Bruno Sports Network.
Yo, we're back. And we're here at Radio Row, baby. Hey, we're here, Tony Bruno Sports Network, Bleacher Brothers. We just got done talking to Mike Waters and Adam Benelli from StubHub.
Adam Bedelli, yeah.
Bedelli,
Oh, no, sorry. I learned a lot from both the guys, but Adam shed a lot of light on basically the ticket buying. I didn't know. I thought they owned the tickets. See how naive I was, you know.
I thought the same thing.
I usually just hit you up for tickets, and then hopefully you don't, scout
And
me
I get
too
them
much,
from
so.
Julio down the street.
Oh, that guy? Man, I got to cut you out. You're the middleman. I didn't know that. This is terrible.
Sorry, Julio.
We're going to wrap it up soon, but please stick with us. Before we do, actually, if you follow us on BleacherBrothers.com, we have some awesome people behind the scenes. We'd like to take you to a quick little update. Take it away, Stephen Luker. If you're ready, your microphone, my friend.
All right, we have some news coming around in MLB right now. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. won his arbitration case, and he's getting $19.9 million. The Blue Jays proposed $18.05 million, but he got $19 million out of it.
Good for him.
And Teoscar Hernandez is topping at $14 million.
Good for him. And good for him, too. Vladimir Guerrero Jr., that is, just makes me feel old. You know why? His father, remember his father, he was like the kind of like the Yogi Berra of the new generation. If the ball was up here, everybody remembers that All-Star game. He'd hit it anywhere. So his father, I'll tell you how old this makes me feel. He shares the same birthday day, month, and year.
Of you?
Same. Really? Yeah, he's one of those. I know you've done it. You've looked up who celebrities have your birthday.
Nobody's on my birthday.
Oh, whatever. You just haven't looked hard enough. So you just don't care.
If it ain't my birthday, I don't care.
Yeah, unfortunately, I got one coming up soon, so don't tell nobody. God dog it. So yeah, no, it's cool. I like to highlight the good stuff, because it seems like this whole week there's been like this happened and that happened.
Well, I just
What's
got
with
here
the Super
yesterday,
Bowl?
so
Okay, because you're still in the high vibe. I just don't understand some of this news. You saw these new, one of the, I think it was the Niners players, and Steven might help me out on the fact, kind of got busted. Then you got Toby Keith passing away.
There's a lot
what's with the Super Bowl that brings some funkiness out in people? I don't get it.
I don't know, but the energy in here was pretty cool today. It was very, very awesome to see. You see a lot of people. I mean, everybody's moving fast, jumping from table to table and all that. But overall, the experience so far for me has been pretty good.
Anybody maybe starstruck or anything?
No, not really.
You're not that guy. So.
No, I don't really get starstruck because I understand they don't want to be bothered and all that.
They're people.
They're regular people, you know what I'm saying, with bigger problems and bigger issues than what we got.
This guy's as cool as a cucumber. I'm over here biting my nails. I'm like, oh God, it's Dan Marino. I'm crying like he's Michael Jackson.
Dude, I saw a lot of people here today. I saw Gronk. I saw Jerry Rice a little while ago. Dan Marino, J.J. Watt.
See, my wife's mad.
McNabb.
She's so mad at me because I didn't go up. I didn't see J.J. Watt. I wasn't in the area.
He was over there at the McAfee show. Who else? Baker Mayfield.
Baker.
Come on,
Cam
man.
Newton.
Yeah, Cam Newton was over there. Mr. Shay, Shannon Sharp.
Yeah, I saw Jerry Rice.
The place was loaded. And just think, today's only Wednesday, Thursday and Friday, yo. More people gonna be flying in.
And you know that word loquísimo.
Yeah.
That's what it's gonna get. Not just loco. Loquísimo.
Loquísimo.
That's what it's gonna
That's
get.
like the next level above loco.
That's right. This is your Spanish lesson for the day, okay? And you know it's true. And of course, I used to listen to old Romy, and he'd be on Radio Row, and and Dan Paxton. It's the best I could do, okay, before I found Tony Bruno, right? And he'd be like, this is epic. It's like, it gets crazier as the week goes on. And I'm like, okay, guy, you know. And then finally I get to see him last year. And I remember that, right? And I see him like, oh, God, this is my chance. I got to give him a hard time, right? Roll by. I'm like, roll me. And like, he just kind of like did a little side eye. And I hope it was material for him, you know, because I proved
You're
his
excited,
point.
and he was like,
gotta work.
Who's this dude?
Well, then I wanted to do it again. I'm searching. I'm like, where's Romy? And I find the CBS booth, and it just looked like this was yesterday. It looked dead, you know. And I'm like, this guy's on his phone. Like, hey, my man. I'm like, look, yo, where's Romy at? Oh, he's at the Bellagio. Oh, of course.
Well, he's not.
That's him all together right there. So, Tony Bruno Sports Network right now. We were blessed to have Nick the Flick, okay, and I hope that we keep this relationship going, Nick. So, BleacherBrothers.com. What do you kind of like have that role of, you know, man on the street? I've seen some of your stuff.
I basically have the role of that guy in the street team. You want to call me the street team. You want to call me the guy out there that talks to the fans. Hey, I love talking to people. I love coming up on people and just like, hey, asking them whatever pops into my head.
That's right.
And you know what? I get a good vibe from somebody, and normally they give me the good vibe back.
Well, I see it in you, man. I see you just come up with that attitude, that swagger.
So I try.
Like, yeah,
I try to have swagger.
It sounds like I'm giving you too much credit here.
Yeah,
so like,
maybe.
But, well, you do have to follow Nick the Flick on Bleacher Brothers. You're going to get some good content all through the Super Bowl. You know, follow all of you. Robbie LaStella. Me, not so much. I'm just out there partying and just mixing it up. So.
Yeah.
I'm not the social.
And taking a handful of aspirins at the end of the night.
I know. I'm not the social media guy. I'm the social butterfly, right? Yeah. So I'm out there. He said take a lot of. Yeah, where's my Excedrin? I'm the Excedrin guy.
Knock the headache so you don't get no headache in the morning.
Oh, yeah. Well, hey, I did partake in a couple of drinks. We had a great party.
You're in Las Vegas. Why not?
Yeah, and that party was. I'm going to bring you back off the chain, okay?
Really?
It was one of those where it's like multiple levels. We're cruising and
really
not cruising for chicks. I'm married. We're just cruising and the food. And I think Chef Tom's jealous because he didn't go.
He didn't get to go.
Oh my God!
He didn't get to go because he was waiting for me.
Oh, it's all right. All right. We'll blame you then. Okay, so
you can blame me.
Yeah, Joe Quillen.
Joe Quill, you didn't go either,
couldn't.
huh?
No, I flew in last night.
Oh, okay.
And his arms are tired, so.
Yeah.
Oh, you can tell it's wrapping up over here. You know, it's starting to
fade out.
About this time, I mean, you know, I won't call him lazy, but I'll call him not us. How about that? Because we've been here since the morning.
That's right.
You know, we even have our wonderful interns helping us out, so it's
keeping the show rolling.
Yeah.
So, but
is that the hamster wheel or something?
Everything is great,
that was supposed to be
Everything's great here.
Crickets.
It's that time of the day.
Yeah, it's crickets. Not from me. You won't get crickets. I mean, I have plenty of stuff to talk about.
But, it's insane with some of these booths. Some of these booths are really all out. You know, you got the bounty booth over there. You got throwing footballs and giving out free chicken. You know, you got the people hyping up next year's Super Bowl over there that's going to be held in New Orleans.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, man. You got DraftKings. You got FanDuel. You got everybody
the
here.
golf simulator.
Oh, yeah, yo. I'm dying to go in that golf simulator.
We'll make it happen. And even today, you know, to me, it officially started when Pat McAfee's over my shoulder. Pat McAfee came to town. Then we know. So, and it's just we know it's official when he pops up in all the big wigs, and they're just about here. So,
we hope that you guys stick with it with us. Tony Bruno is definitely, he's going to be back on tomorrow. He's got a loaded show.
Yeah, he got a bunch of guests coming through, so make sure you tune into that.
Pete Sheppard. And the rundown's over my shoulder. Pete Sheppard, Defoe, Meter. I got the pleasure to meet some of these awesome people. They're new to me.
Martinez and company.
Who's that?
I am. Well, it definitely ain't my family, but, never know. They might be.
I thought you all knew each other.
Yeah, all Martinez know each other.
Yeah, all right.
Yeah, one way or another, our bloodline is meeting somewhere. One way or another. But then after that, then you got the Bleacher Brothers from 8 to 10. What do you know?
That's right.
Yeah.
That is right. That's our normal schedule, you guys.
That's right. Eastern time.
8 p.m. Eastern time.
Yeah. If you want to listen to a bunch of guys that don't know nothing about sports, you need to tune into the Bleacher Brothers, baby.
No, that sums it up right there. You know? Oh, and don't forget, our wonderful producers, in the background, Joe Q. We even have that write for us. Robbie Listella, he's out there. Even little bits.
Stephen Luke over here gives you all the updates. Scores.
Joe Q, the Philly guy speaks. If you're into horse racing, that's your guy. You're slipping if you're not getting into his stuff.
Well, you're not getting the inside scoop.
Yeah, I'm in a bit of a cold streak, but that always happens from time to time.
Sounds like you got a bad beat. That's what he told me. So it happens to the best of us. I had a bad beat last night on a Baylor game, so. It's all right, man. That's what it's all about, right? So
that's right.
So what do you think? We'll wrap it up for today.
Yeah, we're wrapping it up, peoples. And make sure you log in and you tune in for tomorrow.
Oh, okay. Well, before I wrap it up, I want to tell you a little bit more of a story about the Monday night,
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, and we found ourselves in Allegiant Stadium. The coolest thing was they let the fans in. And it's like normal people that really can't afford a ticket. I believe they charged, it was a flat rate of like $30, right?
To get in.
Just to get in, just to experience it. They're seeing and when we went in there, I was like, wait a minute. Look at all these people. And it felt like a game that had that atmosphere. They're yelling, they're screaming.
And you guys were on the field,
and of course we're on the field. And, call me non-aggressive. I just couldn't muscle up there. I got one question in for Deebo Samuel, and he looks over. At least I made him smile. I mean, that if nothing else,
that warm your heart. When he smiled, did it warm your heart?
I'm now a 49er fan. No, don't get me wrong. And that's another thing. Bleacher Brothers, we're definitely biased. We have our biases.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Fact checking. Don't worry about it. We're not doing that.
No. That's what Lucre's for. That's what the other shows are for. So. Speaking of which. Your teams, your alliances.
Mine?
Maybe just football.
Oh, man, mine's my teams. But I'll tell you what was a highlight today. I ran into Breece Hall.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I was walking with Breece Hall. He didn't give me an interview, but he did give me a quick picture. And I did obviously tell him, hey, are you guys going to fix the O-line so that you can get more yards than you got this year?
Ooh, that's a hard-hitting question.
Yeah, of course. He said he hopes so. He said he hopes so.
Well, and that's the stuff that you won't get. Like when I'm talking about Monday night, you don't get those hard and Bruno told a great story about that. It's turned into like just a circus, And I noticed like everybody was dying. If I was there, I'm dying to ask Patrick Mahomes about his father. But that ain't gonna happen, Hey, what about your dad? What about Uber?
Well, it was a good experience for the first day today.
We got our homie Chef Tom. It sounds like you want to tell us what's going on, brother.
I just felt like sitting in.
Yeah, I felt like sitting in because we are a team. We're Bleacher Brothers, part of the wonderful Tony Bruno Sports Network.
That's right. Bleacher Brothers, by the fans, for the fans, for the fans, by the fans,
that's
baby.
Right.
Flick and I went out and we saw a bunch of people.
Yep.
Got a bunch of good interviews.
Got some good content.
Yeah, a lot of good content. Saw some nice people.
This knife has a strode.
And we'll probably go back at it again tonight.
Yeah.
Go out there and get the intake on what people think is going to happen this week. So, hey, man, they're giving us the cue and the cue to wrap it up.
Don't make me dance alone. Oh.
Are we out?
Yeah, we're wrapping it up. So
we're wrapping it up. Hey, you got Mr. Play Action and your man Nick the Flick. We're here.
Well, what about me and my chopped liver?
He likes chopped liver.
I was getting ready. He didn't give me a chance. I was going down the line. And you got Chef Tom And we're here in the house, and we're here on the Tony Bruno Sports Network app. Make sure you log on to BleacherBrothers.com. We're there Monday through Thursday, 8 to 10 p.m. Hey, if you're not listening to us, you ain't listening to nobody. So log on to BleacherBrothers.com, and we are out, baby.
Well said.